Chapter 2198. In the next few days, Wuxia stayed behind closed doors in Insane Court. He actually spent more time on pill refinement than cultivation. He was practicing on how to cultivate the longevity pill. Though there were all types of pill in Three Immortals, such as Source Boost pill meant for increasing strength, Golden Cure pill meant for healing, Calm Mind pill meant for breaking spells, the only thing that interested him was the longevity one. Eternal life was an ancient topic researched by countless progenitors, brilliant true emperors, and even mortals. Some have embarked on unique paths in search of this goal in Three Immortals. Longevity pill was such a path, perhaps the most efficacious currently. Many sages and talents went on to become incredible alchemists. Of course, the pills couldn't grant true immortality, just a longer life up to several 100,000 years for cultivation. This was the backup plan for people despite its limitation. Numerous alchemists took pride in creating the best pills. Back in the 9th and 10th worlds, Wuxia's alchemy was peerless. Though there were differences in Three Immortals, all Tao had the same origin and source. After being exposed to the alchemy here, he could comprehend it and become a great master right away. Pill refinement wasn't hard, but Wuxia was a perfectionist. Because of this, he started from the most simple and lowest-ranked longevity pill. After several cauldrons worth of attempt, he mastered the process beautifully. Yang Xingping and Zhu Sijing were astounded standing next to him. They wouldn't believe that this was his first time refining longevity pill if he hadn't told them so. However, judging from the first cauldron in his techniques, Xingping believed that this was indeed the case. The next batch stunned him even more since he had never seen someone improved so quickly. In terms of cultivation, this was a cultivator learning today, becoming a true god the next day, then a true emperor the next, and finally a progenitor on the fourth. It was true that Wuxia's alchemy improved at an insane and unbelievable rate after just several batches. The greatest genius of all time, Xingping justifiably concluded, for this was the only explanation. Wuxia only smiled after hearing this evaluation. If it wasn't for his long accumulation and research on alchemy, there was no way he could improve so fast. Poof! The flame of myriad cauldron jumped out and revealed many phenomena. A musky fragrance was oozing out of the cauldron, just a sniff could make one quite comfortable and at ease. R.A. It seemed that there was a faint dragon roar within as well. It's at the second tribulation soon. Xingping said, there's a big disparity between the grade of the materials and the pills. These materials are barely 100,000-year-old, but the pills are already at the second tribulation level. That's abnormal. Open! Wuxia shouted and interrupted his musing, then took out the pills. Mist erupted from the cauldron with an auspicious aura and a thick medicinal fragrance. Xingping's heart was hanging on a thread, realizing that this was the key moment. Gather! A flame surged from the cauldron and acted like a jaw to swallow all the billowing mist back inside. Wuxia then sealed the cauldron, letting this escaped mist gestate the pills. This was the moment deciding whether the pills would form or not. These longevity pills had 9 different tribulations, each with a different result. The most common and lowest grade was naturally the first tribulation pills, flame control. The cauldron's flame would go crazy. If one couldn't control it, the batch would be ruined. Doing it too late would result in the pills being destroyed. Doing it too early would stop the pills from forming in the first place. However, if the pills were to form during this tribulation, the batch would be of the lowest grade, only increasing life by several years. Listed from lowest to highest, the 9 tribulations were Flame Control, Pill Mist, Sinking Metal, Roaming Dragon, Accordance, Void, All-World, Soaring Immortal, Eternal. He was at the second tribulation, Pill Mist. A dragon cry would happen with the pill fragrance oozing out in the form of mists and clouds. The alchemist must gather the fragrance, not allowing it to disperse completely. They needed to gather just the right amount as well in order to keep the batch. Finish! Li Qiye shouted and opened the cauldron, taking the pills out and putting them into a jade bottle with lightning speed. Finally made it. Zhu Xijing heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Barely passable. Li Qiye took one pill out for a look before throwing it at Yang Xingping. The old man caught the pill and saw that it was as smooth as jade. He sniffed it and became quite surprised. The musk of a dragon, 10 years of life at the very least, the finest among second-grade longevity pills. To be able to create this grade with such low-quality materials, you are a grandmaster alchemist, the best in all three immortals, not just insane court. Xingping was quite shocked. A batch of pills was reliant on the quality of the material, not just the skill of the alchemist. In order to create a batch of first-grade longevity pill, the materials needed to be 10,000 years old or more. For a second-grade batch, they needed to be 100,000 years and up. Li Qiye used the bare minimum yet was able to create the finest level of that grade. One could see how skilled he was with this. For you. Li Qiye leisurely said. Thank you, young noble. Xingping immediately kneeled and expressed his gratitude. In the last few days acting as an assistant, Li Qiye had given him several bottles of longevity pills since he didn't need them. Zhu Xijing was young and didn't need them either. This wasn't the case for Xingping. He was old enough to die at any moment, so these pills were crucial. Normally, someone like him couldn't obtain these pills. The decent ones were too heavily contested while the bad ones had little to no effect on him. The pills given to him were just regal pills, more than enough in his eyes. Regal pills were longevity pills from the first tribulation to the third. The reasoning behind this name was very simple. It was meant for kings and influential cultivators. From 4th to 6th rank pills were called divine pills. Only true gods were eligible to use them. As for the highest level? Imperial pills, reserved for true emperors and eternals. Li Qiye didn't care for these regal pills. It was only training, his real goal was the 9th-ranked imperial pills. Of course, the pills themselves weren't the main focus, he was only looking at how they were related to true immortality. Chapter 2199, Li Qiye continued on researching the longevity pills in the next couple of days, producing one batch after another. Right now, he was only creating regal pills in preparation for the eventual batch with the 9th-ranked pills. Meanwhile, Insane Court enjoyed peace, a clear lack of conflicts between the clans and sections. Boom! An explosion interrupted the serenity as if something massive was breaking through space. A powerful group came out from the broken spatial fabrics. We're under attack, under attack. The gongs of the royal court resounded, hastily warning the rest of the region. Foreigners are attacking. An ancestor shouted before bringing his disciples to their post. Get ready for battle. Empress Wang Han was startled and ordered all the legions to prepare. Rumble. The group of cavalry descended from the sky with unstoppable momentum. They numbered in the thousands, all elites with no lack of true gods. Whoosh! They finally raised their banners, revealing all different types. Some had a coiling dragon, others had a yin-yang symbol, one more was a life diagram. Yang Radiance Sect, Coiling Dragon Dao Lineage, Vermilion Martial Court, one ancestor was shocked and cried out, "It's an invasion. Be on maximum guard." The royal court had 10 million inhabitants consisting of both mortals and cultivators. This sudden invasion during the day frightened everyone, leaving even the experts in disarray. One of them wondered, why are they attacking us? We have armistice agreement. This invasion caught people off guard because they were troops from the other Dao systems in Myriad Lineage world, and strong ones at that. Ever since the end of the heretics, Insane Court has been closing its doors, not interacting with the other systems while recuperating. There was peace for many generations due to a lack of competition for resources or territory. But now, several other systems were invading to the astonishment of the crowd. Whoosh! The invaders started heading for the royal palace, or to be more exact, the location of the Tao source. They were quite mighty, made up of experts led by true gods, capable of sweeping through the realms. It was an amalgamation of different clans and sections. Some were shrouded in flame, members of the fire tribe. One had numerous arms with incredible physical prowess. This was a true god of an 8-armed tribe. One exuded a Buddhist radiance with a great conversion affinity. Plenty of races and tribes existed in 3 immortals, but only a few were actually proliferated through all the worlds, such as the humans, the fire tribe, 8-armed tribe, and heavenly Buddha tribe. Take them down. The ancestors and experts of Insane Court at their respective posts began. Ah! Miserable screams resounded with blood gushing out. These disciples were ready to die to protect their land but failed to stop the alliance. The alliance maintained its swift course and broke through one gate after another. The system had declined already and wasn't in the position to stop such an elite cavalry. More importantly, they weren't trying to occupy any territory but just rushing forward to reach the Tao source. Their goal was as clear as day, to forcefully seize the Tao source. For a system, having the Tao source taken was the end, a complete occupation by the enemy. Stop them. Waves of experts from the court continued to stop the cavalry. The 4 great powers and their legions were the main fighting force. In this existential crisis, the internal political struggle became meaningless. The end of the system would also mean the end for all the clans and sections. At that point, upper faction or whatever would cease to exist anyway. Ah! More lamentable wails occurred as more disciples faltered. Nevertheless, this didn't stop the next wave of defenders from coming. Alas, using their flesh and blood to block the way was futile. The enemy broke through all blockades and made it to the court while leaving dead bodies in their wake. The group only consisted of several thousand experts, but they were the real elites from these factions. There was no way regular disciples could stop them. Several true gods were especially powerful. One monk with ashen hair and friendly features carried a large shield. He was completely invincible, paving the way forward like a mountain. Another was a man with multiple hands, each wielding a different treasure. When he attacked, all of the treasures attacked as well, so nothing could stop him. The 2 of them of the same horse and defeated all the combatants, splitting them apart like bamboo trees. Clang, clang. The warning gong resounded again, more urgently this time around. Halt it! Li Qian roared and led his branch of protectors to battle. Clank! A sword formation descended from the sky, killing dozens of experts in one go. They finally halted the enemy's advance. Young Radiance Monk, myriad-armed monarch, why are you invading our insane court? Don't forget about our agreements. Li Qian shouted with a cold expression. Others might not recognize the true gods in the alliance, but Li Qian did. He called out the 2 strongest members who were also the leaders of this group. Li Qian, you're still alive? That's good. The friendly monk snorted. Your insane court is shameless enough to talk about the old agreement? It's nullified now. The old man with multiple hands retorted. What do you mean? My master and your system clearly wrote the pact down back then. Li Qian's expression sank. That's true, but your court has violated the agreement. The king said. How so? Li Qian was lost because his sect has isolated itself from all other systems. Li Qian, if you want to solve this crisis, hand over the 3 insane blood gods, talking is meaningless now. An old man came out of the group, shrouded in holy light and surging true energy, clearly a master. Light ancestor. Li Qian was actually respectful towards him and cupped his fist. Our resting bull system can't help you again this time, I'm afraid. In order to avoid a disaster, hand over the 3 gods or the alliance will assault your Tao source. The old man said slowly. So this old man was an exceedingly strong ancestor from Resting Bull, also referred to as Light Ancestor by others. During the previous crisis, Virtue True God led his army and attacked everywhere, offending all the systems in Myriad lineage. That's why people considered Insane Court to be a heretical sect, deserving persecution from all sides. Azura Heavenbattler finally purged the heretics and calmed the storm. He came to an agreement with the rest of the systems, thanks to his sincerity and personal power. Another reason was that Resting Bull fully supported Insane Court and even acted as a guarantor. This was the reason why Li Qian was very respectful of Light Ancestor. Resting Bull was a benefactor to Insane Court. The ancestor himself helped quite a bit back then. Chapter 2200, Resting Bull system had reasons for going all out in helping Insane Court. It was due to their true emperor with the title, Elucidation. This particular system was quite ancient and faced the same problem as Insane Court back then, an inevitable decline. Its Tao source was depleted completely, so the system was only in name by that point. The clans and sects there were on the verge of collapse. They needed to leave. Finally, their territories of 10 million miles were still there but completely desolated. No one lived in this great land since it wasn't suitable for cultivation. Later on, Elucidation True Emperor appeared. He was only a regular disciple of Insane Court who was lucky enough to come across the Resting Bull scripture. This was the true scripture of Resting Bull. This ordinary disciple left Insane Court and chose the path of the Resting Bull to eventually become an invincible true god. He revitalized the depleted Tao source and built Resting Bull again. From then on, the system came back to life and was world-renowned once more. During his reign, the emperor still remembered the old sentiments and memories. He decided to form an alliance between Resting Bull and Insane Court, for them to be as close as brothers. Thus, Resting Bull system toiled and persuaded the other systems for an agreement after the blood crisis at Insane Court. Li Qian frowned and shook his head after hearing this. Excuse my ignorance, I don't know what you are talking about, Light Ancestor. The ancestor explained, the insane blood gods have killed tens of thousands of disciples from various systems. We chased them all the way here, need I say more? Li Qian was speechless after hearing this. So these three gods have caused enough trouble to take Insane Court down with them. They were wrongfully blamed for this. I demand justice for my 8,000 disciples. Young Radiance Monk took one step forward and shouted. The myriad-armed king did the same. 30,000 disciples of our coiling dragon lineage demand justice from the graves. Blood for blood. Our 6,000 disciples will not die for nothing. An ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court yelled. In just a short time, one sect after another demanded retribution. Li Qian got quite a headache listening to all their screams. So it turned out that the three insane blood ancestors had their fill of blood after emerging again in order to replenish their vitality to reach their peak state. They wanted to go all out, so they feasted before returning to the system. Meanwhile, these sects were furious after losing so many disciples and gathered an alliance to give chase right away. They have marked the three gods' coordinates and used it to open a spatial rift to come to Insane Court, right above the royal court. These sects were going all out as well, wishing to control the Tao source of Insane Court first before dealing with the three gods. Stuck in a tough spot, Li Qian glanced at the other protectors. No matter how one looks at it, Insane Court didn't have the moral high ground. They were somewhat responsible for the trouble caused by the three gods, so they needed to give a reasonable justification or the alliance wouldn't let this go and withdraw their troops. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist towards the ancestors on the other side. Gentlemen, the truth is that the three insane blood gods have been slain by our forefather. On that day, Li Qian only needed one slash to kill Virtue True God and turning the three gods to blood. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Who knows if your system is telling the truth or not? Myriad-armed king uttered coldly. That's right, either hand over the three gods or let us take control of your Tao source, then make a decision. Otherwise, destruction. A different ancestor roared. The evil heretics rampaged across the world once, and now, you're protecting these three gods again. The heretical art will definitely rise for the second time and terrorize myriad lineage. We must cut this off from the roots. Another chimed in. That's right, destroy the heretical sect so that light can shine on myriad lineage. The several thousand experts became emotional and let out a battle chant in unison. They traveled such a long distance and didn't want to go back empty-handed. There were two goals: first, avenging the dead disciples by killing the three gods. Second, to control the Tao source here and sweep through insane court so that the heretical remnants can't rise again. Blood for blood, kill. Myriad Armed King was the first to rush forward to start the battle once more. March! The cries of battle echoed across the world as the alliance rushed forward like an unstoppable flood of steel. Fight! Li Qian had no other choice but to personally put on his armor to fight with the rest of the disciples. Despite being in the wrong, they still needed to fight instead of just handing the Tao source over to others. There was no way they could just watch as the opponents take over their Tao system without spilling blood. The disciples in the system were still primed to fight despite the power disparity. They knew that without the Tao source, there would be no insane court. Rumble. Explosions resounded everywhere with treasures and weapons soaring through the sky, heavenly swords, divine sabers, treasure pagodas. These true god-level weapons and even eternal artifacts made the land tremble. The laws of Insane Ancestor activated as well. Runes were everywhere to protect the royal court. Otherwise, the entire court would be rendered to ashes even if the system could survive this. These laws were crucial for the court to withstand such monstrous barrages. Bodies and blood fell from the sky. Some belonged to the disciples of Insane Court while others belonged to the invaders. Of course, there were much more of the former. In spite of Li Qian's presence, the battle was still one-sided. The alliance came prepared with numerous true gods and some ascenders. Activate! Li Qian commanded. He and the other protectors activated the Tao source. A massive Tao power engulfed the area in the form of rising laws. They empowered the protectors. Boom! In this split second, the other side also took out their real ace cards, true emperor weapons and more eternal artifacts. The fiery sparks from the battle resembled the explosions of the stars. The sky seemed pale in comparison while the earth violently quaked. The fate of the court was hanging on a thread, akin to a tiny boat struggling in the tempestuous ocean. Just one large wave could capsize it. Boom! The protectors struggled, but they weren't as strong as the ancestors on the other side. They vomited blood from the pressure. Kill them, trample Insane Court. Someone crazily shouted and began a stronger attack. More than 10,000 disciples from Insane Court have fallen. With just your group? A leisure voice came about. Boom! Endless immortal light surged from the Tao source. Rays soared to the sky and pulsed, illuminating the entire universe. Clank! Primordial laws, much stronger than before, finally oozed out from the ground. Each was as large as a mountain range and began to weave together. The pulsing rays and primordial laws fused and created an everlasting sword. When this primordial sword appeared, all other beings were nothing but specks of dust. Buzz! It slightly vibrated and the stars in the sky exploded. This apocalyptic power was too much for the crowd to take. Chapter 2201, The Power of the Tao Source. Commence the defensive barriers. Both Yang Radiance Buddha and Myriad Armed King were aghast. Boom! The alliance formed a line of defense resembling an impregnable fortress with mighty walls. Clank! The slash came down and all turned to dust. Even the gods would be annihilated fully, for this slash could be considered the deadliest. The defensive formation consisted of true Emperor and Eternal level weapons, but that was far from enough. It crumbled instantly as blood splashed like squid ink. A rain of blood poured down. Several thousand elites were massacred. Even minor true gods fell from one slash, while the stronger ancestors were blown flying. Only several hundred people were lucky enough to survive this first attack, the ancestors and true gods. Anyone weaker had no chance of surviving. The ones alive suffered heavy injuries as well. This scene naturally shocked everyone present. The slash was too terrifying, people rightfully shuddered before it. "Forefather! We're saved now!" one teary member emotionally shouted. Li Qian was emotional as well. He knew that Wuxia was unfathomable, but just one slash to virtually annihilate that alliance. It was as if a true emperor was present. No, he was much fiercer than the majority of true emperors. Over there. Young Radiance Buddha and Myriad-Armed King noticed a particular palace. They commanded the survivors to rush there. Boom! The attack destroyed the palace, leaving a young man standing there in the process of refining a pill cauldron. There were an old man and a young girl behind him, acting as the assistants. This trio was naturally Li Qia, Zhu Sijing, and Yang Shengping. The several hundred true gods instantly surrounded Li Qia, but he didn't give a damn about them. His eyes were fixated on the cauldron. A dragon was swimming around it with increasing speed while howling. It eventually formed a tornado while exuding its immense draconic aura. At the same time, its golden scales were resplendent like shimmering gold bars, quite an intimidating beast. Rumble. The alliance formed gigantic shields, afraid of another attack. They also took out their treasures once more in order to deliver the fatal blow. They could see that he could control the Tao source of Insane Court. Thus, they were watching and waiting for an opening from him, not giving him a chance to use the Tao source. Fourth Tribulation Longevity Pill, Roaming Dragon with Golden Scales, this is the work of a Grandmaster. Young Radiance Buddha realized something during this tense moment. Suddenly, one of their ancestors jumped out and rushed to the cauldron, smacking his lips like crazy. This flame control art, so unique, damn, I've never seen it in action, only in the scrolls. This was an ancestor, white in all aspects and wore a hemp robe. He had a gourd hanging on his waist and a young and rather adorable face. Pill King, watch out! The Buddha loudly warned. This ancestor was very important to their alliance. He was a high-level alchemist, capable of healing people. It's no big deal, you guys fight, I'll just do my own things. The old man's eyes flashed. For an alchemist like him, Li Qia's flame control and pill refinement technique were too tempting, like a thief looking at a treasury. The king was only inches away from the cauldron, completely fixated on it. He took a deep breath to smell the medicinal fragrance and pushed out his tongue to taste the air. Your materials for this batch are quite bad, barely at the entry level. The best one is only 7 million years old. Any other alchemist would only be able to create a third tribulation pill at beast. Strange, judging by the materials, even a grandmaster would find it difficult to create a fourth tribulation cauldron. The requirements are really too unreasonable. Only a few in 3 immortals would be able to do it, and certainly none in immortal lineage. It's not something I can do after trying for a lifetime anyway. Under normal circumstances, this comment would frighten everyone since the Pill King was very influential in Myriad lineage. However, this was the battlefield and his side didn't have the mind to listen to him. You're not just trying to finish a fourth tribulation batch, but this dragon has golden scales too. The result would be superb. He swallowed his saliva and said, No, senior, you are too heaven-defying. His loss of composure was understandable. As an alchemist, he was able to see just how terrifying Li Qia's alchemy was. The sign of the fourth tribulation appeared, the roaming dragon. This assured that the batch would be of the 4th rank. In theory, the spirits of the materials needed to be 5 million years and older to create such a batch. If they were younger than that, even a grandmaster alchemist can't do it. They would only create a 3rd-ranked batch at best. This wasn't the case for Wuxia right now. There were signs of the 4th tribulation, especially the golden scales. This meant that it was the finest of the finest. Normally, the materials would need to be 10 million years old for this to happen. Thus, Wuxia essentially used the worst materials to create the best pills. Any alchemist aware of this fact would be astounded. R.A. The dragon was no longer coiling around the cauldron but wanted to escape by breaking space. The Pill King found it hard to breathe. This was the key moment of the refinement process. If the dragon were to escape, then these pills would become trash. If the beast were to enter the cauldron, then success was imminent. Open! Wuxia roared and the flame oozed out like laws to lock the dragon, pulling it into the cauldron. Now! The Alliance was waiting for this exact moment when he was distracted by the refinement process. All attacked at the same time by gathering their power on the shield. It flew like a planet straight for him, causing detonations in its wake. No, don't do it. Let him finish the cauldron first, then fight later. The Pill King was startled and jumped up to shout. Alas, he was too late to stop this. Chapter 2202, Boom. The planetary scale attack had a world-destroying force. The buildings around crumbled instantly while the ground was being scorched. The Pill King tried to stop this from happening since he wanted to see the completion of this cauldron. The resonating blow didn't mean much to Wuxia. He used one hand to control the cauldron and made a palm with the other. Boom! A dazzling radiance came out from his palm in the form of a maelstrom. It was as if the Tao source itself was within his grasp. In the next second, a ray of light shot out. This was something that could cross through the endless river of time. No one could stop this strike. That's the Tao source in his palm. Young Radiance Buddha and the rest weren't expecting this, but it was already too late. Not even in their dream did they expect for this guy to control the Tao source so expertly. This was something that should be impossible, but he had done it. Even a true emperor would find it prohibitive to exhibit this level of control, let alone an unknown junior. The ray of light slammed into their combined attack, resulting in a blast reverberating across the royal court. Their attack shattered instantly along with their gigantic wall of shields. Several hundred ancestors were blown flying while vomiting blood from the impact, including the Buddha and myriad-armed king. All felt their blood and energy churning out of control, hence blood gushing up their throat. Clank! Primordial laws appeared from the ground before they could get up and coiled tightly around them like iron chains. Activate! They struggled to get free, evident by the loud screams, all futile. Poof! Meanwhile, the flame was returning to the cauldron like a receding tide at the perfect time. Gather! He opened the cauldron and placed the pills inside a bottle. This 4th tribulation cauldron was done quite well. A moment later, he poured out one pill and took a careful look. There was a pill energy circulating on the surface in the shape of a dragon, occasionally issuing its roar. Even a true god would covet this level of pill. Wow, that's a good pill, the Pill King widened his eyes and loudly praised. He rubbed his palms together and smiled wryly. Haha, Tao brother, mind letting this old man take a look at your pill? His own allies were speechless. They were fighting to the death just now, but he, on the other hand, was acting all chummy with the guy. Alas, they were aware of his love for alchemy because that was a necessary prerequisite for him to reach his current level. Wuxia glanced at the guy and casually tossed the pill at him. He carefully caught it and took a look. His reputation was well-deserved since he recognized the peculiarities instantly, the finest level. Even for a grand true god, if this is their first time using it, this pill can probably prolong their life by 8,000 years. It's extraordinary to be able to craft this pill given the shabby materials. Simply incredible and impossible to imitate. His allied ancestors glanced at each other since these longevity pills were very tempting at their age. The Pill King returned it and cupped his fist with a smile. He, Dao bro. Senior, are you taking in disciples? Will you give me some pointers? This vexed his allies even more. Acting friendly was one thing, now this guy was looking like he wants to find a master. Not recruiting. Wuxia refused right away. How about a worker? To do labor and such? The king scratched his head, unwilling to give up. Not recruiting. Wuxia repeated, not giving the guy a chance. The king couldn't do anything but just stand there, his old eyes continued to turn, seemingly deep in rumination. Activate. The ancestors on his side were mustering all of their strength to escape from the primordial laws. Alas, this seemed to be the toughest metal in the world. One could have 1,000,000 techniques and would still be shackled like a child. Don't waste your strength. Wuxia nonchalantly looked at them and said, this is the laws of insane ancestor that are directly connected to the Tao source. Unless you can flip over the entire Tao source, anything else will be futile. Who are you? Young Radiance Buddha took a deep breath and asked with a respectful tone. Wuxia, only a passerby, you haven't heard of my name. Wuxia responded. The ancestors exchanged glances. Some of them were quite knowledgeable, even about the matters in imperial and immortal lineage world. This name did not ring any bell. Tell me now, should I stew or steam all of you? He chuckled. I haven't tasted human flesh in a long time, and don't I miss that taste so much. He smacked his lips, seemingly recalling the delicious taste. His act was certainly convincing since the trapped ancestors all thought, to their horror, that he was a cannibal. Do as you please. Since we dared to come, we are also ready for death. The Buddha was an unyielding man and retorted. Myriad-armed king uttered coldly, so what if you kill all of us? Our lineages and the rest of myriad lineage will avenge us. This world will not allow for an evil sect to do as it pleases. Your wanton regard for lives will be punished. Insane Court still suffered from a bad reputation due to Virtue True God's mess back then. This was unavoidable since this god and his followers truly devoured too many victims. One day, all lineages will flatten your Insane Court and remove the roots. Another ancestor snorted. Oh. Maybe you guys are right, I should take the initiative and destroy your sects first. Wuxia leisurely smiled. This fierce response came rather unexpected to the ancestors. This sounded like a challenge to the rest of myriad lineage. No sane man would do this. Another ancestor retorted, you can say all you want right now in Insane Court, but wait till you leave. There are plenty of Tao sources stronger than yours. They could see that he was borrowing the Tao source's power to defeat them. His own power might not be as impressive. Thus, once he left for the other system, not only that he wouldn't be able to use this Tao source, he would also be facing the might of their own. Chapter 2203, to which Wuxia smiled in response, vast the world may be, I can still carve out my own path. Only a few systems can't reach the apex. Nothing's difficult about destroying them. Plus, not to mention a myriad system, I can destroy an immortal system all the same. This one shut the ancestors up. It was too arrogant and in fact, talking about destroying an immortal system while staying in myriad lineage? This was quite a rebellious and outrageous statement. If such words caught wind in immortal lineage, a big shot from there might descend. Any system here would shudder at that thought. Though no one actually retorted out of fear for the upper realms, they certainly disagreed with his statement and thought that he was too brassy. Clank. But right after he finished, a glint appeared by his neck, a fatal ambush. Boom. Though the technique was swift and without any wasted movement, he still held the glint with 2 fingers. Right at this second, it flashed and disappeared, seemingly escaping. No one actually saw what was going on. This particular ambusher was quite amazing, formless and undetectable. To do so on Insane Court's territory was even more impressive. A bit interesting. Wuxia smiled, waiting for the next move. The alliance naturally held their breath, hoping that this sneak attacker could take him down. Clank. Another sharp glint appeared, aiming straight for his back with ultimate speed, instilling dread into the crowd. Boom. Wuxia didn't need to turn around. He simply reached back with 1 finger and flicked, more than enough to stop this attack. Come out here. He smiled and reached for the air. Space rippled like waves and got penetrated, destroying the hiding location of the ambusher. Buzz. A figure appeared, a girl with a slender figure, only for a split second. She vanished again. Not a spatial technique or any supreme art and treasure, relying only on a magical grass. Wuxia chuckled. The ancestors on the alliance were shocked by his statement because they actually knew the ambusher's abilities and treasures. Binger, leave now. You're not his match, go back to the martial court and report to the ancestors. One from Vermilion Martial Court warned the ambusher. Don't think about escaping from my clutch. Wuxia said with a smile. With that, he opened his fate palace and the primordial tree appeared. Whoosh! It penetrated everything, turning them back to the origin, including time and space. When this happened, the ambusher's location was instantly revealed. Though her magical grass was heaven-defying, there was no place to hide before the primordial tree. Changing to a different hiding spot was impossible too. Run! Her ancestor shouted again. The girl was rightfully startled since her hiding art has never been broken before, let alone so easily. She reacted fast enough and leaped upward in order to escape from the royal court. Way too late. The amused Wuxia pushed down with his palm. Break! The girl saw the descending palm energy from the sky and took out a dragon spear brimming with power. She thrust at the sky, wishing to penetrate this blockade. However, Wuxia was empowered by the Tao source, so he had the strength of insane ancestor. Even a true emperor would be imprisoned here, completely helpless. Boom! She got pushed down to the ground and dropped her spear. Before she could get up, the same primordial laws constricted around her, stopping all movements. She fiercely struggled, albeit to no avail. As Wuxia had said, they needed to be strong enough to flip the Tao source of the system over in order to escape. A very stubborn little girl. Wuxia smirked after the capture. She was quite young and beautiful, certainly more so than Wang Han and Chu Qingling. Her phoenix eyes were bright like the night stars, brows like the swords, and a heroic temperament. She chose a tight robe over battle armor, resulting in a sharp and simple appearance, not to mention that it clearly outlined her perfect figure. Thin waist, round buttocks as clear as day. The laws tightly wrapped around her made her voluptuous breasts even more prominent. Yes, this was a kingdom toppling, but others were attracted for another reason, her aura, so fierce and suppressive. This was doubly true when she held her spear, the battle intent was insane. She looked ready for battle at any moment. Perhaps Goddess of War was the right title for her. The ancestors sighed softly, their only hope was gone. Their entire alliance this time got routed. Quite beautiful, I am in need of a bed warmer. Wuxia looked at her and said. Pa! Do your worst. The girl remained undaunted. Arrogant too. Wuxia said, you should know that even a man made out of steel would beg for mercy shortly after falling into my hands. The ancestors were shocked. They weren't scared of torture, but this wasn't the case for such a beautiful girl. Tell me, how should I torture all of you? Li Qie rubbed his chin, enjoying this whole ordeal. Senior, you must be the forefather mentioned before by fellow Taoist Li Qian. In this key moment, Resting Bull Bright Ancestor showed up and cupped his fist respectfully towards Li Qie. He was the only one who didn't attack earlier, playing the role of a witness. Li Qian had a brief talk with him earlier while Li Qie suppressed the rest. He didn't hide anything about Li Qie because Bright Ancestor and his sect were benefactors to Insane Court. Got something to say? Li Qie smiled at the old man. Forefather, as the saying goes, it is better to make a friend than an enemy. Bright Ancestor said, I talked with fellow Taoist Li Qian earlier and know that the real villains were the three insane blood ancestors, and that you, forefather, have taken care of them along with any mess from the heretical members. This storm is officially over. Though it wasn't proper for the Alliance to attack the royal court, but there were misunderstandings caused by those three gods. If this escalated, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Why should we pay such a price because of those three wretches? Everyone should look at the big picture and think for the well-being of our sections. How about we forget all of this? I humbly recommend myself to be a mediator. An agreement between all of us had been signed in the past, why can't we continue it? The ancestor was being quite reasonable. He had toiled for peace in the past. The captives stared at each other after hearing this. Chapter 2204, Should we ease the tension? Li Qie didn't quite express a stance after hearing Light Ancestor, so Li Qian had no choice but to chime in awkwardly, Forefather, well, should we ease the tension? He naturally wanted for this storm to end with peace. Insane Court needed a friendly relationship with the rest of Myriad lineage for their future. They would need to break the isolation policy eventually, or revitalization would only be a fool's dream. Outside of being strong enough, they still needed to rebuild relationships with the other sects, not quite allies, but definitely not enemies with everyone. The continuous infamy of being a heretical sect went against this goal. Because of this, Li Qian wanted to fix this problem. Li Qie had won the battle on top of massacring the majority of the alliance. It showed the power of Insane Court. Thus, they had more room to negotiate via intimidation, to an extent. Therefore, sparing these remaining ancestors was an incredible chance for the sect. Li Qie chuckled and said leisurely, I personally don't care about being enemy with everyone, no big deal. Li Qian smiled wryly back, only the forefather would say something like that. Forefather, you are unbeatable in this world, not afraid of anyone and is on the same level as the progenitor. He hurriedly added. All right, Li Qian, there is a limit to flattery before it becomes insincerity. You're not good at it, too stiff. Li Qie smiled and interrupted the guy. Li Qian didn't feel right saying this either, so he stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do with his hands. Li Qie then turned his gaze towards the ancestors of the alliance and revealed a devious smile. I normally do not accept peace offering, but since some people are requesting it, you all will have to show your sincerity. Gentlemen, since Insane Court is willing to sit down and talk, why can't we do the same? Light Ancestor hastily persuaded, if the three wretches that have inflicted pain on our sect are dead, then we should eliminate this misunderstanding too. The Pill King jumped in, he's right, he's right. This senior is peerless, a true master, and isn't someone who would spare the three insane blood gods. If that's the case, we're all smart and successful people, no need to continue on this path. Resting Bull Light Ancestor had a good reputation in Myriad lineage on top of being good friends with many ancestors, hence his success in dealing with the previous agreement. The Pill King was influential as well because of his longevity pills, perhaps the best in this realm. So many ancestors, including Eternals, would need his service eventually. Because of this, the ancestors here were certainly more tempted. Of course, the most important reason was their captivity and utter defeat. Not accepting a truce would result in their head rolling on the ground. The two choices were rather easy. Humph, how can we talk when you are chaining us like this? Myriad-armed king still put on a proud act. Li Qiye laughed and clapped his hand, giving you some face and you want to push your luck? Killing all of you right now is as easy as lifting a finger. As losing combatants, I'm already being nice by not forcing you all to kneel and talk. Everyone's expression soured, some glared angrily at him. Death before disgrace. Come and kill us, you think we're afraid of your SYST, an ancestor shouted. Pluff. His head went flying before he could finish speaking. Not even in his dream would he expect Li Qiye to kill him over one retort. The scene became silent, everyone felt their scalp tingling. Appreciate your current situation. Li Qiye said, you're not afraid of my system? I'm not afraid of you all either, a bunch of prisoners. Must I personally go trample your systems before the world realizes my invincibility? No one wanted to die meaninglessly, so most of them were thinking about the truce. Even if your progenitors come out, I will still kill all of you just the same. Just myriad lineage, 3 immortals can go at me and I still wouldn't give a damn. Li Qiye continued on with his carefree attitude, I'm taking care of insane court for sentimental reasons, so I'm giving you junior some face, do not take this truce for granted or think that I'm afraid of the combined might of myriad lineage. He had made his tough stance clear, not giving a damn about the lives of these ancestors. Just one wrong word and he could decapitate them all like he did the Alliance earlier. Slow down, let's not be too hasty. Light Ancestor quickly intervened, I believe the ancestors bear no ill wills but the tongue can be out of control at times. At this moment, both Yang Radiance Buddha and Myriad-armed King, the 2 strongest ancestors, didn't say anything. No one was truly fearless in face of death. Plus, the feud wasn't at an irreconcilable level, not to mention that their lives were in Li Qiye's hands. They had no advantage and leverage to speak of. There was no choice but to acquiesce. I'm sure everyone here won't fight to the death over a misunderstanding caused by the 3 insane blood gods. This hasn't escalated to the point of no return. He continued, Insane Court has killed the remnants of the past, so the matter of the heretical blood art is over. Why the need to keep on fighting and killing each other? I agree with Light. The Pill King chimed in, now that we know what's going on, let's not throw our lives away. Anger is the issue here, right? Take one step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. Being alive is the best. The Alliance exchanged glances. The Buddha eventually spoke with a serious tone, I'm the leader of the Alliance this time, so I'm responsible for bringing everyone back. If the heretic dregs are dead, I trust in Light Ancestors' guarantee and agree to a truce. What about all of you? There was no doubt the Buddha and the King were the strongest and most prestigious in the group. Plus, the former came from Yang Radiance, one of the strongest sects in myriad lineage. If he had accepted his defeat, then others could do so without losing too much face. He also felt responsible for bringing as many people back as possible, so this was a necessary move in his mind. The problem here was that these ancestors were big shots who cared too much about their reputation and pride. If the strongest one had conceded for a true, then they could also accept it as well. Ultimately, as long as the circumstances allowed, being alive was still the best course of action. I have no objection. My Vermilion Martial Court agrees to a truce with Insane Court. An extremely powerful ancestor with great status from this sect also spoke. This was also another top 3 power in myriad lineage, not necessarily weaker than Yang Radiance. Chapter 2205, My Lastingness Kingdom also accept this remediation. A different ancestor spoke. Same with me. The other ancestors chimed in. However, Myriad-armed King scowled, even if we accept this truce, our several thousand disciples can't die in vain. So, our disciples who have died to your alliance can? Li Qiye smiled and countered. You need to at least give us and our systems a reasonable answer if we're going back like this. Myriad-Armed King didn't wish to give up and was ready to lose his head over it. This particular sentiment struck a chord. Though they have conceded and agreed to a truce, Insane Court still needed to give an official response. Otherwise, they would have nothing to say after coming back. Perhaps it's possible to send an official note to all your sections. Light Ancestor hesitated for a moment before requesting. Want more communication? That's fine, I'll take a trip to your systems then, might be a good stroll. Li Qiye smiled. Forefather, we can't bother you with that. Li Qian was scared out of his mind. Let me go for something so trivial instead of wasting your time. He wasn't worried about Li Qiye's safety but rather the other systems since no one could stop Li Qiye. What if he went there and start a massacre? Blood would run like rivers. It's fine, I have nothing else to do anyway. Don't worry, I'll give you all a good response. Is that showing enough sincerity? Li Qiye chuckled. Li Qian became even more horrified but he didn't dare to oppose the will of the forefather. The ancestors of the alliance glanced at each other, feeling a bit unsure. They could see that Li Qiye had control of Insane Court, a very important man since he could control the Dao source. It meant that he was untouchable in this region. No one else would want to go to a different playground. Not only would he lose his home court, but the other systems would be able to use their Dao source to suppress him. It was fine for Li Qian, the leader of the protectors, to go instead. This was enough to give the other systems a good answer for their dead combatants. He was prestigious enough to take on this role. But now, Li Qiye offered to go himself? This illogical action perplexed the ancestors and made them quite skeptical. I'll be a guarantor then. Bright Ancestor stepped up again and clapped his chest. If necessary, I'll be one too. The Pill King voiced his support. What else could be said right now? Li Qiye's trip seemed to be set in stone. I have no objection then. Myriad-Armed King acquiesced since he wasn't in a position to make demands. Nevertheless, if this guy were to leave Insane Court, they would have more options in the future. What guarantee will you all give me then? Li Qiye said with a smile. The alliance didn't know how to respond while Light Ancestor didn't wish to speak on their behalf. After a while, young Radiance Buddha made up his mind and spoke solemnly. We can guarantee that there will not be any future conflict, such as a sudden attack like today, and the old agreement will continue. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to be a hostage. However, you must let everyone else go. He was a tough man, willing to take responsibility after leading this charge. No, leave me behind, let me be the hostage. The Pill King jumped up and said, I'm willing to stay in Insane Court. People were speechless. He sounded as if it was so nice being a hostage. Of course, they were aware that he was completely mesmerized by Li Qiye's alchemy. Nice try, staying behind to steal my alchemy? Scram back to your home. Li Qiye laughed after seeing the excited guy. Let me. The old ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court spoke. Ong Radiance Buddha is the leader and pillar of this alliance. It's not suitable for him to be the hostage. Let me stay behind. If another alliance attacks later on, cut off my head then. He was both logical and heroic. Rendering a leader down to a hostage didn't look good at all. No other ancestors stepped up because being a hostage was quite humiliating. Plus, if their systems were to launch another attack, the hostage would be the first to die. No, let me. The female ambusher earlier said, I'm willing to be the hostage instead of my ancestor. He immediately refused, no, you're still young, go back. Ancestor, you're grievously wounded and need to recuperate or there will be future trouble. The girl said. Many ancestors agreed with this after suffering the heavy blow. If they didn't come back to recover, these wounds could become permanent and greatly affect them later on. No, it is not your turn to represent Vermilion, go back. The ancestor refused. Let her then. Li Qiye smiled and said while pointing at the girl, she'll be the hostage. The ancestor became uneasy after a girl was picked to be the hostage. Don't worry, what am I going to do to her? I'll take her back when I visit your system. Li Qiye said, of course, I also welcome another attack, but unfortunately for her, she'll be the sacrifice to the battle right. It would be sad for so many systems to let down a cute junior like this. And I'm sure Insane Court won't bully the young lady. Bright Ancestor told the rest, let's go with this then. He wanted to settle the issue so Li Qiye wouldn't have the chance to change his mind. Otherwise, all of their efforts so far would have been in vain. All right. The ancestor from Vermilion gave up. Li Qian, see our guests off. Li Qiye gently waved his hand and the primordial laws uncoiled, freeing the ancestors. Despite being freed, none dared to do anything to Li Qiye. This match has been decided the moment Li Qiye controlled the Dao source. It would be suicidal to even try. Senior, I still want to be a hostage. It'll be better for Insane Court to have multiple ace cards. The Pill King offered himself again. Scram already. Li Qiye laughed, Insane Court won't feed anyone for free. Everyone, follow me. Li Qian heaved a sigh of relief. This storm was finally over. The ancestors were happy to see Li Qiye not doing anything else to them and quickly followed Li Qian. Only the Pill King left unwillingly, wanting to see Li Qiye's alchemy again to learn. Chapter 2206. After Li Qian took the ancestors away, Li Qiye casually raised his hand. The primordial laws also left the girl, restoring her freedom. She was quite surprised and stared at him in a daze, not believing that he would do something like this. Sijing, prepare a place and treat her like a guest. Li Qiye told Sijing behind him. Nevertheless, the girl didn't lose her caution. What do you want? What can I do? Eat you? Can't exactly do much to a hostage. Li Qiye said with a smile. Who knows what you want to do? The girl snorted, perhaps you have some devious plans, heretics like you can't be trusted. He stared up then down at her, what plans? In terms of beauty, you're only average, barely qualified to be a bed warmer. I'm not staring enough to eat just anything. You. Her face turned red, eyes nearly spewing fire. All girls worried about their looks, let alone someone as beautiful as her. Though not the prettiest in myriad lineage, she was still the number one at Vermilion. So many men would be willing to kneel before her. She was certainly confident in terms of appearance, so now, she certainly wasn't fond of his comment to say the least, and definitely not his current attitude, seemingly can't stand her. Do you know that your mouth stinks? She gritted her teeth and retorted. If she wasn't a captive right now, she would rush forward and break that foul mouth of his. Wait, you tasted it before, that's why you know? Well, do you want a taste? He smiled and teased. Pervert. Her face became as red as rouge as she quivered with rage. Li Qiye was quite amused. Even if I was a pervert, I wouldn't do anything to you since I'm a very picky eater. Nevertheless, he looked at her again in an intrusive manner, seemingly wanting to pick out the best part. She grew frightened and felt naked before his penetrating gaze, causing her to turn away. Zhu Sijing smiled while watching the teasing session. All right, no more playing around. Li Qiye waved his sleeve and said, tell the disciples to take care of our esteemed guest. Miss, follow me. Sijing told Bingning. Bingning scowled and gave him a glare. One needed to bow their head when in someone else's home, otherwise, she would definitely try and fight this pervert. Wait, I forgot. Li Qiye added, don't think about causing trouble or escaping or I'll strip you naked and hang you outside of royal court. Be a good girl now. She answered the threat with another scowl before leaving with Sijing. After sending the ancestors away, Li Qian returned to see Li Qie. "I'll leave after a couple of days." Li Qie said, "The future of Insane Court is up to you all." "You're leaving, forefather?" Li Qian was surprised. "Yes, it is time." Li Qie chuckled while staring at the horizon. He didn't come to Three Immortals because of Insane Court. This trip here was a touch of fate, ending the karma between him and the old man. Li Qian spoke softly, "If that's the case, I'll go in your stead and give an apology to the other systems." Li Qie smiled, "Are you worried about me or the other systems?" Being exposed left Li Qian awkward. He coughed and said, "I'm just willing to work hard for you, forefather. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not going to the other systems just to give them an answer. I have other businesses." Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, "May I ask where you are going to?" "Which system first?" Li Qian asked for clarification. "Longevity Valley, their pills are considered the best in myriad lineage, so I wish to take a look." Li Qie answered. Li Qian misunderstood, thinking that all ancestors after reaching a certain level would be interested in longevity pills. Who could resist the temptation of eternal life? Alas, Li Qie was only looking for the mysteries behind immortality. "May I ask when you will return?" Li Qian asked. "You want me to stay here?" Li Qie glanced at him and said. "Not just me, but everyone in the system wishes for you to stay. As long as you're here, we're completely united." Li Qian said. This was indeed the truth. No one had a higher status than Li Qie at the moment. He could give order to everyone. Solidarity was important for revitalization. Everyone has their own path, same with a system. Li Qie said, "Insane Court is no longer a child that needs help every step of the way. But if this is the case, it will never mature beyond being a decorative flower inside the house, unable to face the storm outside. Because of this, my departure is a test for the system on top of being an opportunity. I have done what I can and left behind what I should. Your future must be carved by you, that's the only way to truly strengthen the system. I'll forever keep your teaching in mind, forefather." Li Qian bowed deeply and said. "Insane Court still has a long way to go. You all have much to do." Li Qie continued. Li Qian gently sighed, aware that their path wasn't going to be easy. Nevertheless, Li Qie had carved a path for them, much better than before. "Where are you going, forefather? To immortal lineage or somewhere even farther away?" Li Qian asked. "You want to ask about the final destination?" Li Qie said. Li Qian told the truth, "I'm simply curious about the end path of true emperors and progenitors. Please enlighten me." In fact, he wasn't the only one curious about this matter because after each era, these beings would eventually disappear. No one knew where they went. Some believed they died from old age while others said they went to a faraway place. There was one bolder speculation, a world named Everlasting. These beings would eventually go there and live forever. What's the point in knowing before reaching the right level? It would only vex you. Just take it one step at a time, you'll be qualified to find out more as an eternal. Li Qie smiled. Due to his massive memories and own research from ancient scrolls, he had a clear outline of the final destination in Three Immortals. Yes, forefather. Li Qian bowed his head and said, "If you could see the progenitor, please tell him that his descendants in Insane Court wish him good health." You think Insane Ancestor is still alive? Li Qie couldn't help but smile. We can't speculate anything about the great beings. Li Qian coughed. No one knew where the progenitors went, some true emperors have searched as well. The only thing was that Insane Ancestor told his descendants that he would one day reborn and ascend to become an immortal. This was why many people in Insane Court believed he was still alive. Li Qie only smiled instead of revealing Insane Ancestor's current whereabouts. Chapter 2207. Wu Bingning didn't feel like a hostage while being stuck here in insane court. She was treated well from the very first day, freed from shackles or any outfit resembling a prisoner. In fact, she had complete freedom without any supervision or people making it difficult for her. This was a treatment of a guest, not a hostage. She began to think that Wuxia had some plans or ideas about her. But after a careful musing, this wasn't the case. She was a true prisoner. If Wuxia wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago, no need to wait so pointlessly. At the same time, she felt that this guy was too confident, leaving an enemy to roam freely in his system. She had too much peace and free time in the next several days, not needing to worry about a single thing. Meals and clothes came to her, a time to enjoy life. She thought that her time here wasn't inferior to her time back at Vermilion at all. Perhaps staying was the right choice. As the successor of Vermilion Martial Court, she enjoyed love and adoration everywhere. However, the recent days haven't gone as well, so she didn't mind staying here. Because of this, she never thought about trying to escape. She was no fool, understanding that Wuxia had absolute power in Insane Court due to his control over its Dao source. Trying to escape or anything else under his watch would be unwise. Provoking a pervert might lead to him doing some perverted things. As the days went by, she became a bit unhappy despite her favorable circumstances. It was because Wuxia was nowhere to be found and no one from Insane Court came to talk to her. It was as if she was being forgotten. One of her titles was Vermilion Goddess, so despite her good nature, there was still a bit of pride and arrogance. Despite being served quite well, she still felt uncomfortable about not being treated like a big shot. This feeling was gone today because Wuxia had finally summoned her. Upon hearing the call, she snorted, seemingly dissatisfied, but in her mind, she felt quite good about the whole thing. She walked into the main hall only to find him half lying on his chair, very comfortable and leisure. To be more exact, he was enjoying a lap pillow from Wang Han, who was peeling and feeding him fruits. Each time she bent down, her voluptuous breasts would brush on his cheek, nearly burying his head. Meanwhile, Zhu Xijing was massaging his legs in a very gentle and sincere manner. Chu Qingling was also present, holding onto a historical book and carefully reading it to him. Each word and page were articulated with a great rhythm. No one would want to break this enjoyable atmosphere. His eyes were closed, but he was certainly awake, eating fruits and listening to old stories. Wang Han was the current emperor and Chu Qingling was the grand marshal. Only he would have this treatment in the entire court. Wu Bingning didn't appreciate this debaucherous scene. She snorted and quietly muttered, "Show off." Despite her arrival, he still seemed to be asleep and no one dared to disturb him. She obediently sat down, vexed but unable to change the situation. He was a supreme existence lying in rest, all before him were ants. After Qingling finished another story, he finally opened his eyes to look at Bingning. "Little girl, how has your stay been so far? Any complaint?" Wuxia asked with a smile. "My name is not little girl," she coldly responded. "Oh. My mistake for forgetting to ask for your name, my lady." Wuxia smirked. "Humph, a disciple of Vermilion Martial Court, Wu Bingning," she declared. "Oh wow, so you are Miss Wu, your fame precedes you, please forgive me, forgive me," Wuxia said with no ounce of sincerity. She clenched her fists at his appearance. If this wasn't Insane Court, she would want to break that smirk off his face. The girls nearby chuckled, even Chu Qingling. They understood his personality after staying with him recently. "Our beautiful Miss Wu, forgive us for the last couple of days. I am formally telling you the good news, tomorrow, you'll be leaving Insane Court with me and can go home whenever," he revealed. "Got it." She gave a rather cold response, not excited as one would be after being released from captivity. For some unknown reasons, she didn't want to go back to Vermilion due to all the annoyances back there. It was better being free here. However, our beautiful Miss Wu, I have a question for you. He continued. Humph, fart if you must, no need to waste time. The arrogant girl replied. All in all, she still had a very bad impression of him. His eyes flashed with amusement. What are you running from? I'm not running from anything. She became cautious and took one step back, eyes fixated on him. She had become less vigilant during her stay here because of the freedom. Really? Then why did you want to become the hostage? He inquired. All disciples should toil for their sections. She chose her words more carefully. Wuxia smiled, not in my eyes. Your ancestor was very worried when I picked you. It looks like your value far outweighs your status as a successor. Not true. She denied at once. Even if you are talented, there are plenty of other potential successors lining up in a system. Losing one is just fine. Wuxia leisurely said before smirking, but I believe that your value is far more than that. What do you want? She shuddered with an ominous feeling. Nothing, just curious about your lack of excitement about going back home. Very well, if you don't want to go back, I shall recruit you. Who told you I didn't want to go back to Vermilion? I'm quite happy about it. Her expression slightly changed. She was startled with her thoughts being read by him. It was as if nothing could evade his gaze. Wuxia continued, all right, I'll be a good guy then and take you back to Vermilion first. Sigh, this is such a bad trait, being too nice to girls. Bingning was caught off guard. Her leisure days so far left her unprepared to return to Vermilion. Chapter 2208. Wu Bingning took a deep breath for composure before speaking straight at Wuxia. I won't bother you as an escort. I'll just return by myself once I've healed. Oh. Wuxia was certainly entertained. What if something happens to you? What am I going to tell Vermilion? I have to take you there myself to be at ease. Humph, certainly up to something. She scowled at him. Wuxia smiled in response, just playing with you. However, Vermilion is in the top 2 of myriad lineage, so it's certainly strong. It's quite interesting that you would want to be a hostage here. Your imagination is too rich and can come up with anything. She denied once more. His eyes became serious. Little girl, I don't like others lying in front of me. She snorted, not wanting to respond. He continued, I'm more than willing to listen to other people's trouble. Go ahead, tell me what's on your mind, little girl. I have nothing to say, you can do whatever you want since I'm a hostage. She remained prideful. If I want others to speak the truth, I have countless methods in my arsenal. In fact, I can make you submit to me forever. He smiled, alas, I dislike using violent methods, but it's best you know that I can make you speak. Egomaniac. She didn't believe him. If he didn't like violence, who else did? He massacred thousands right away, only an idiot would believe him. I can also erase everything, turning you into a slave. Wuxia's eyes became serious. Do your worst. If I frown in the slightest, I'll stop being a disciple from Vermilion. She arched her chest and declared. Very well, little arrogant girl, this shall be quite fun. He raised his hand. Buzz. She wanted to resist, but it was too late. His palm had sealed everything with its majestic grand Dao power. It would be futile to resist. She suddenly floated and landed in front of him in a crouching position. Standing up was impossible. Look at me. He spoke with an unquestionable charisma. She uncontrollably looked up and saw his eyes turning extremely profound with an intense drawn. Her soul was being pulled in like moths heading for the flame. Boom! Her sea of consciousness and memories exploded at this moment. She was entering his world, seemingly melting, unable to tell if she was actually in there or he was only showing her things in the river of time. Waves and colorful radiance existed in this world only for a brief moment, replaced by apocalyptic changes and explosions. Everything disappeared, gods and emperors died, leaving behind a lonely figure. This person alone walked to the end of the world and faced the blackest darkness. The world was drowned with blood while the gods trembled. Even ninth-level emperors began to fall, but the solitary figure continued forward, destroying everything in the way. Madness, killing, blood, brutality, the world was overwhelmed with dreadful despair. No! She tried to scream, but nothing came out of her mouth, a feeling of helplessness. After a while, he finally released her. She dropped to the ground, drenched with sweat and an empty gaze. "Young noble, you frightened the little miss." Wang Han felt quite bad looking at the soaked girl. "I simply let her see the most terrible things about this world. If I actually wanted to scare her, she would be dead right now." He smiled. Bingning was still in a daze, frozen on the ground. Poor girl. He gently touched her forehead and softly said, "Don't be frightened, the world is still full of beauties. Allow me to show you." He raised her chin and focused his gaze, exuding an incomparable radiance. This was the opening of a new world heralded by a pair of black wings spreading, perhaps from a crow. The world found serenity and warmth under the protection of the wings while darkness was blocked outside. A girl trekked forward in the rain and wind, protected by the wings above her. She jumped like a carp towards the sky and turned into an ethereal figure in the mist, but the crow continued to follow her. The scene shifted to a boy wrestling with the void to open a new era with a crow on top of his shoulder. Spring came and the flowers bloomed. This was a world full of love, protected by a crow. Many tales and legends came about. Bingning was fixated on the rotation of figures and the crow. This bird flew all over the 9 firmaments, staying at the apex to look at the future. It seemed to be the ruler of this world, the protector of what's to come. The warmness beneath his wings was worth longing for. People couldn't help but trace its footsteps, wanting to follow it despite the arduous journey. Its eyes aimed where the heart of the people did, yearning for an even more distant place. Meanwhile, Wuxia traced his finger down her pretty face. Her snow-white skin was soft and impeccably clear. His finger was moving elegantly as if he was composing a tune. She felt warmth coursing through her body, as comfortable as sleeping on a cloud, a transcending sensation. She was lost in the legends and music as if she was the main character, that it was her past and future. On the path ahead, she was still as beautiful as before with him as her companion. The journey itself was unforgettable. Her cheek pushed closer into his palm while her hand grabbed and kept it there. The callus there seemed so comfortable and gave a feeling of security. Everything seemed to be wonderful, like the coming of spring or the melting of winter. She was completely immersed at this moment. Some time had passed before she slowly regained her wits. When she opened her eyes again, the first thing she saw was his ordinary face. But now, it was worth remembering. Did you brainwash me?" She glared at him, but now, there was a tinge of playful coquettishness, accentuating her already charming self even more. People wouldn't be able to help themselves from wanting to embrace her right now. If that was the case, you wouldn't even remember who you are right now, only thinking that you're my slave, but no, right? I simply showed you a new world and future, one with so much more potential. Chapter 2209. Wu Bingning paused for a moment before looking straight at him. "This is still brainwashing me." She sounded angry on the surface, but it was more of a playful pout by this point. "You can think of it as brainwashing, but you know you love it," Wuxia said with a smile. "Humph." She scowled, but the warm feeling in her heart betrayed her. Her arrogance was being melted away by the legendary tales earlier. They were beautiful enough to draw people in and trap them within. The world is tough and your path is long, but I'm sure you can do it. He gently stroked her forehead. She nodded, and before she knew it, she became much more optimistic. All the troubles plaguing her seemed so trivial and dispersed. This made her much more hopeful about the future. I'm willing to work for it. She clenched her fist with determination after getting a clearer view of life. Because she knew exactly what she wanted, she was willing to face the incoming pressure and trials in life on top of following this man. Even immortal lineage world is nothing. As long as you can take the next step, you'll see just how vast this world is. With me around, those wills and commands are nothing. He smiled. I understand. Nothing could daunt her now, evident by her fierce stare. You're being unfair, young noble. Wang Han peeled another fruit and fed it to him before pouting. Sister Qingling has plenty of potential too. You can train her. She was helping Chu Qingling. All of them could see that he wanted to groom Wu Bingning, so Wang Han wanted to speak for the sake of Insane Court. After all, as the #1 genius in Insane Court, Qingling's talents were unquestionable. More importantly, she always had a great relationship with Wang Han despite being from Chu camp. More often than not, she even stood by Wang Han on many issues. The two of them shared a common view on the upcoming path of the system. Ultimately, even if Qingling were to become a true emperor later on, the path was still long, especially if she wanted to become a progenitor. Thus, she needed the help of the forefather. The stronger Qingling became, the more help Wang Han would get in the future for the system's revitalization. Qingling blushed and lowered her head, pretending to read the ancient book. Li Qiye smiled and looked at her while shaking his head. I'm not being unfair. Qingling's future is also very bright, but it's a bit different from Bingning. Qingling can develop here with what insane ancestor had left behind. Perhaps she won't be able to surpass him, but reaching the apex is not an impossibility. This isn't the case for Bingning. She has no control over certain matters, but the two of you working together will certainly bring a new golden age to Insane Court. When that day comes and Qingling is at the top, she can come to me for guidance. I'll be waiting for it. But today, she doesn't need my help to continue the path of insane. She lifted her head and looked at him with a gentle stare. I won't let you down and will work even harder, young noble. I'm sure. He smiled. Go get ready, it's time to leave Insane Court. He finally told Wu Bingning. She acknowledged and quickly left. Her steps were now freed of burden just like her mind. No one in Insane Court wanted him to leave, but they knew that this tiny place wasn't meant for a soaring dragon. The small temple couldn't hold on to a great Buddha. Young noble, will we see you again? Zhu Sijing was the most emotional one and came up to hug him. The one that had changed the most was her. She was only a regular disciple at Grand Sword and would have stopped there due to her being a mutebane. Her fate changed completely after following him. He gave her treasures and guidance on cultivation. As being one of his confidants, her status rose in this system as well. Without him, she would have been an expert at best in the system. Thus, Li Qiye gave her everything, a second parent even. So now, she didn't want him to leave the most. Alas, she was aware that they weren't from the same world. This could be their last moment together. Silly girl, it's not goodbye forever, no need to be sad. We'll meet again if it is meant to be. He hugged her back and said, perhaps on that day, you'll already be a phoenix soaring above the 9 firmaments. I will work hard too. Sijing shuddered and made a bold decision. His phrase alone would be a guiding lamp for the rest of her life. She had a lofty goal now, one that she would have never dreamed of before. Goodbye. He waved goodbye to the rest and entered a portal with Wu Qingning to leave Insane Court. Myriad lineage had plenty of Dao systems. Perhaps not quite 10,000, but certainly more than enough. Some believe there was around 1,000 or so systems and countless clans below. The majority of them were connected via portals and welcome visitors, unlike Insane Court's previous isolation policy. He arrived at Longevity Valley. Despite the name, it wasn't just a valley but consisted of a large territory. Of course, the main sect itself was located in a valley, but they didn't overimpose on their subjects. It was created by progenitor Alchemy Immortal. There were plenty of legends about him. Some considered him to have everlasting life. His longevity pills could be respected as the best in history. One particular tale stood out from the rest about his ascension. Rumor has it that during his youth, he fell into a cave and found the alchemy scripture of Emperor Nong. That started his path of becoming the greatest alchemist. After becoming a progenitor, he used his longevity scripture to create this particular system. Because of the alchemy scripture from Emperor Nong, Alchemy Immortal's longevity pills were magical, the topic of conversation for future generations. Emperor Nong, Emperor Sui, and Emperor Shi were legends in 3 immortals. Their existence was hotly debated despite never being seen before. Chapter 22:10 Emperor Nong's alchemy scripture made others think that the 3 emperors were real, not just fabricated tales. If this was the case, then it would to another question, immortals. Many believe they were actually immortals because the legend said so. They have become true immortals, but such beings couldn't be found in any other place in this world. If immortals existed, then they were certainly at this level. Of course, a few believe that Alchemy Immortal simply used the story of the scripture to propel his own fame. All in all, Alchemy Immortal was definitely excellent in crafting longevity pills. When he was in this world, so many people asked him for pills, including progenitors. In terms of fighting potential, Alchemy Immortal was no match against many other progenitors. However, his status was great among his peers due to these longevity pills. They also propelled the system into the spotlight in myriad lineage. It was certainly weaker than sects such as Young Radiance or Vermilion, but the overall status was similar. His first destination was actually the fire source, not the valley itself. He smiled and told her after entering the new territory, "You are free now after leaving Insane Court and may return to Vermilion." "Why should I?" She was a bit dissatisfied because she didn't want to go back to Vermilion and he knew this too. "I won't force you, but you need to let your ancestors know or they'll think that Insane Court had mistreated a hostage later." She pondered for a bit, knowing that the ancestors would certainly want her back after finding this out. It wasn't that Vermilion didn't treat her well. In fact, the ancestors doted on her and had high hopes. Nevertheless, a successor of Vermilion had a heavy responsibility. Certain things are inevitable. Face it instead of running away. Wuxia played with her soft hair and said, "Plus, you're my follower right now, and I can bear the sky falling down. What do you have to be afraid of?" "I, Wuxia, do not allow for anyone to hurt my followers, or death to them." Bingning appreciated the sentiment and support from this seemingly ordinary man. He was her biggest backing now and would shoulder the falling sky for her sake. "I will let the ancestors know." She gently nodded, feeling even more determined than previously. She found everything to be much brighter and simpler. "But I want to see the fire source first." She looked at him and coquettishly asked. He chuckled and said before leading the way, "Very well, just taking a look is fine." The location of the fire source was very important in this system. It related to many secrets. Some believed Alchemy Immortal picked this location for his system precisely for this area. Rumor has it that it was already around before the inception of the system, just floating around in a different dimension. Later on, Alchemy Immortal refined the boundaries and Tao Foundation then dragged the fire source location to this place, adding it to his system. Perhaps this land of fire had something to do with the fire tribe. Some even believe that even Alchemy Immortal who was from this tribe didn't understand this fire source completely. Strangely enough, despite the importance of this area, Longevity Valley wasn't built here and didn't guard it at all. Any visitor was allowed to enter. Thus, many cultivators in the system and even those outside would come to see the land of the fire source. The cultivators and alchemists from the fire tribe loved it. They could find the best fire seeds here, most suitable for pill refinement. The fire tribe was a major race in 3 immortals. There were plenty of races and tribes, but not many were considered major. Fire tribe, humans, heavenly Buddhas, 8-armed tribe, these were the major races. Another common belief was that the fire tribe was the descendant of Emperor Sui. Thus, they considered themselves to be a main branch in 3 immortals. Some cultivators came here to strengthen themselves by refining their physiques and power. Members of the fire tribe were born in flame, so this place was certainly the best for them to temper their physical constitution. One could feel the high temperature while standing at the border. It felt like an ocean of fire with endless heat waves. This was unbearable, especially for mortals. It was as if they would be rendered to ashes after taking a step inside. There were mountains as far as the eyes can see, all gathering together to form the shape of a dragon resting. This was the land of the fire source, not completely barren. On the contrary, vegetation and foliage were growing quite well here, even lusher than other places. Old trees grew in the massive forests. However, they were different. Instead of a green shade, they had a red color. The leaves here looked like red gemstones. Some places were covered in surging flame. A few valleys were filled with lava. The heat here was ready to burn all intruders, but not the beasts, birds, and fish already living here. Fire hawks were soaring in the sky while ember leopards roamed below. Here was a place with many scenes unavailable in the outside world. Whoosh! The winds were ripped by a beast galloping towards a deep, narrow valley. It looked like a water buffalo, only that it was made from lava, still melting and flowing around. One wouldn't be surprised to see it living in a volcano. Let's go. We can't let it hide into the lava or we'll never see it again. An old man shouted and led a group of disciples over to pursue the beast. Wuxia and Bingning moved on and climbed up a peak. They saw a young cultivator standing below a tree on the next peak over. This red tree had a piece of bark removed, revealing that it consisted of fiery crystals inside, similar to a clam holding a pearl. The youth instantly tried to take the crystals out, but a fiery spark came from the tree. It coiled around him like a chain of fire. Ah! He screamed and got turned to ashes in the next second. The chain then put the crystals back into the trunk and the cracked bark closed once more. Chapter 22:11. These shocking scenes happened every day in the land of the fire source. Treasure seeking was another popular event here, outside of alchemy and physical augmentation. This scorching place gave birth to many lives and treasures. It was a peerless precious ground, yet Longevity Valley didn't try to monopolize it. Many admired this decision from Alchemy Immortal and the Valley for keeping this up. Other systems might not be able to do this. Wu Bingning looked at Wuxia and asked, "Why are we here? Treasures? Just a stroll, is that okay with you?" He smiled in response. She glared and retorted with a rather cute, nearly flirtatious tone, "Who would believe you? Only an idiot. I just enjoy seeing certain amazing things." He chuckled. She inquired again, "Don't tell me you're here for the supreme treasure? That's poking at a beehive." A rumor stated that there was a supreme item in this location, the reason why Alchemy Immortal spent so much effort to drag the entire land into his system. Specific details remained a mystery. Even people from the valley had no idea what it was. However, some progenitors were certain of its existence, further validating the rumor. Nevertheless, no one had any idea about it, not even true emperors. A lack of knowledge was one thing, people didn't want to mess with Longevity Valley. This supreme item was inside Longevity Valley, so this system owned it. Anyone who tried to do anything would be considered an enemy of the system, not a wise decision. Longevity Valley was weaker than behemoths like Yang Radiance and Vermilion Martial Court, but few would actually dare to antagonize it. The reason was very simple. Too many people in Three Immortals owed it a favor, ranging from true gods to progenitors. Thus, it just needed to say the word and many masters would show their support. Provoking it was the same as poking a beehive. If I actually want a treasure, there's no beehive in this world I don't dare to poke. Li Qiye smiled. Bingning stared at him and spoke with a serious tone, mess with Longevity Valley and I'm not exaggerating, there will be no place for you to stay in Myriad lineage. You're worrying about me. He teased. In your dream. She gave him the side eye, it's best if someone were to kill a wicked demon like you. Her tone certainly didn't carry the same harshness as her words. Li Qiye only smiled and took out the Myriad cauldron. He gave it a soft touch and it turned back into its original form, a creature resembling a frog. He patted its head. The little one seemed to enjoy it and ribbited back at him. He then looked over at Bingning. We can't go back empty-handed. What do you want? Thank you for your kind intent, but I don't need anything. She spoke with some pride. She wasn't being shy, but due to her background and role as a successor, she had plenty of treasures unavailable to others. That's why she didn't care much about items. You have a world-concealing grass, right? He revealed with a smile. How did you know? She stared at him in astonishment. This was a secret only known by the ancestors in her system, but he was able to figure it out upon their first meeting. She didn't have an amazing stealth technique, only an amazing and rare blade of grass capable of hiding everything. She rarely used it normally but chose to do so during the invasion. That's how she was able to deliver a sneak attack when the Alliance was in trouble. He chuckled in response, just calculated with my fingers, not hard at all. It's just a world-concealing grass, not a longevity grass. Stop trying to act cool. She didn't believe him at all and became curious. What was that tree of yours? How did it break my grass? She wasn't being overconfident. It was easier said than done to defeat that concealment method since it wasn't a merit law or technique. However, Li Qiye's primordial tree could instantly sweep through the concealment, something that her ancestors couldn't do. It's just an insignificant tree. He casually responded. Fine, don't tell me then. She scowled, seemingly annoyed. You can follow my Myriad cauldron, perhaps you'll be pleasantly surprised by what you can get. It can be beneficial for your grass too. Li Qiye commented. I don't want any treasure of yours. She pouted. He smiled and patted his cauldron before releasing it. Go now, this is a good location with many fire seeds. They can be good appetizers. Ribbit. The frog jumped out of his palm and hopped a short distance before stopping, seemingly waiting for Bingning. Okay, stop pouting, go now. He gently patted her hair and smiled. You're not using this chance to ditch me, right? She looked at him inquisitively. Don't worry, even if I want to ditch you, I wouldn't abandon my cauldron. It is one and only in history and will lead the way for you. He said. Bingning was unhappy to hear that a frog was more valuable than her. She stomped on his foot in response. Nevertheless, she still obediently followed the cauldron. He watched the two of them disappear before going to do his own thing. This cauldron was a supreme item that had eaten so many fire seeds and immortal grass in this world. This was a good chance for it to feast in the land of the fire source. He wasn't in a hurry and took his time traversing the mountains and valleys. There was a faint flame on his body, seemingly catching on fire. Others would certainly mistake him as being a member of the fire tribe. Of course, this flame wasn't because of the high temperature here. He was devouring the flame here while leaving his seal each step of the way. He came with a plan because the mysterious old man had dug a pit for him, one that he had no choice but to jump down. The land of the fire source had something he needed. Others were not aware of this item's existence, but it was indeed located in this place. Outside of being recorded in many ancient scrolls, the memories of the old man from Immortal Demon Grotto also contained information about it. Because of this, Wuxia knew this place quite well despite it being his first visit. He also had a treasure that could aid him in searching for this elusive item, heaven reckon. Chapter 22:12, Our leisure fella headed deeper into this land. More and more flames jumped on his body, so he looked exactly like a member of the fire tribe, also known as a fire kin. He met others along the way, alchemists, firekins, and treasure seekers. While crossing a valley, he saw a grassy field spanning for some length. The grasses here were also on fire and completely red in color. They swayed with the wind, resembling a forest on fire. A crowd was forming here. One youth occupied a large area with his fellow disciples. With an imposing aura and an expensive robe, he commanded the disciples while yelling at the others in the valley, "Stand outside this boundary right now, all of these firehawk grass belong to the everlasting kingdom." The cultivators were naturally unhappy. Some glared and one even retorted, "That's too greedy. We even have disciples from Longevity Valley in the crowd, how can you be so unreasonable? Because we are the everlasting kingdom." The youth remained arrogant and aggressive, not giving a damn about the furious crowd. "We're the strongest sect in this system, isn't that enough? Plus, it's not like I'm not leaving areas for you all. Look over there." Having said that, he pointed at a corner with a very, very tiny grassy plain with a pitiful number of firehawk grass. "That's way too sparse for the winter fire insects to nest," one person complained. "That's your problem, not mine." The youth waved his hand and said, go now, don't bother us." The crowd was infuriated yet helpless. Everlasting was indeed the strongest sect in the system. In fact, they were even overshadowing Longevity Valley. Furthermore, this youth came from the Wu, a clan very close to the royal family. No one wanted to mess with a noble from there. Those who do not obey, kill. Wu Yan's eyes turned fierce as he threatened those who didn't want to leave. "Did you hear our young lord? Back off." His fellow disciples began chasing the crowd away. The other cultivators had no choice but to acquiesce. They were here for the winter fire insect, not to die. There was no need to antagonize Everlasting or lose their lives over these insects. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear our young lord's command? Scram now." One disciple began pushing a youth who was just standing there. His gray robe indicated his shabby background. His face turned red from being pushed back. Young Lord Wu, I'm from the Song, also a clan in Everlasting, so I'm your fellow disciple." The embarrassed youth struggled to speak, showing his inexperience. "You? That Song Yuhao from the Fallen Clan?" Wu Yan glanced at the youth and said. Yes, I'm Song Yuhao. My ancestors once contributed greatly to the kingdom." The youth named Song Yuhao hurriedly nodded, thinking that Wu Yan was accepting a fellow countryman. "That's a very long time ago," Wu Yan said with contempt. "Not just any random dog or cat can represent Everlasting. Your Song clan only has a few people left, not qualified to call yourselves members of Everlasting. Scram to the side." Yuhao was insulted to the point of being frozen. "Get going already." The disciple who pushed him earlier became more aggressive. Yuhao woke up from his daze and hastily shouted, "Young Lord Wu, my mother is very ill and bedridden, requiring the insects to save her. Just let me stay, give me a chance since I only need a few, the rest is yours." "Not my problem. Leave or leave your head behind," Wu Yan uttered coldly. Yuhao was on the verge of tears, completely lost on what to do. Scram. The disciple continued pushing him out of the boundary. I only need a few to save my mother. Tears formed in his eyes. Men didn't cry for no reasons, but he was nearly doing so because of his mother's grave situation. Many cultivators sympathized, but they didn't wish to offend the Wu clan and Everlasting. Don't worry, finding winter fire insects aren't hard. A calm voice came behind him. He turned around and saw a very ordinary-looking guy. Right, but only this place has firehawk grass, the insects will only show up where they are. Yu Hao appreciated the consolation, but his mind was on fire, wishing to save his mother. Li Qiye pointed at the other side and said, "There are some over there. But there are so few of them, those insects won't come." Yu Hao said weakly. "Who told you that?" Li Qiye chuckled, "There is an exception to everything, the world is known to surprise people. Just wait and see." Having said that, he dragged the youth over and slightly kicked the sparse grasses with his foot. "That's impossible." One spectator shook his head. "Those insects love firehawk grass because they get to eat the flame essence and make nests below. There aren't enough over there to attract them." Everyone felt that Li Qiye was only trying to make the boy feel better. I'll just buy a few from young Lord Wu in a bit." Yu Hao was pessimistic. He was willing to go bankrupt over just a few blades of grass if Wu Yan were willing to sell. He would pay any price to save his mother instead of just watching her die. Li Qiye smirked, "If I say they are here, they will be. Just wait a sec. As for that group over there, they won't find a single one." Wu Qian immediately heard and snorted, "Bold prediction, huh? If your few blades of grass over there can attract the insects, then the sky would fall." Li Qiye ignored him and took out an old tree, the one beneath Ivory Gap. It looked unwilling to follow his orders, but he stroked it with his finger. It had no choice but to take roots in this particular field. "Don't worry, when the grasses begin to burn, all the insects here will be yours, as many as you want." Li Qiye told Song Yuhao. "In your dream." Wu Qian said with disdain, "If you can dig insects out of that place, I'll swallow all the soil here." Li Qiye grinned after hearing this and said, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Wu Yan haughtily responded, "A few blades like that can't attract any insect, in fact, just one is enough for me to eat the soil here. But on the other hand, you too would need to start eating if there isn't any." "Good, no problem." Li Qiye smirked. The crowd exchanged glances. Everyone felt that Li Qiye was being too confident because they agreed with Wu Yan's opinion. Yu Hao was speechless. He got dragged into this bet by Li Qiye before he knew it. Chapter 22:13, All eyes were on the firehawk grasses. One took note of the time. It's almost the time for the grasses to burn. Poof. Sure enough, the fresh grasses ignited with smoke and fire. The smoke rose to the sky. It was similar to hay being burned. The fire crazily intensified and seemed impossible to extinguish. Everyone held their breath, aware that this was the time when the insects would come out. This was a harvest season of sorts, just not their harvest. The grasses would burn every once in a while. During this process, the winter fire insects hiding deep below would come out and devour the fire essences of the grasses to empower themselves. That would be the best time to capture them. It didn't take long before the grasses all became ashes, leaving behind only the soil. "This is it," someone murmured. "Start digging." Wu Yan ordered the disciples from his clan. They instantly started digging up the ground in order to find the insects. "You're not starting?" Wu Yan looked around and sneered at Li Qiye and Song Yuhao. "No rush, you first." Li Qiye smiled back. Wu Yan grinned and coldly said, "Enjoy this moment because a bit later, you'll be eating all the mud here." "We'll just see about that." Li chuckled. Wu Yan was quite annoyed at the constant rebuttal and glared angrily at Li Qiye. Yu Hao was horrified and pulled Li Qiya's sleeve, signaling him to back down. Faster, I want to see them swallow the mud. Wu Yan shouted at his group. Loud rustling noises continued as they dug out the whole area, but not a single insect could be found. Young lord, there's none. A disciple reported. Wu Yan's expression changed as he yelled, how can this be? You all didn't dig deep enough then, keep going, flip the ground over and bring me these insects. The disciples had no choice but to keep going. The pits grew larger and deeper, but no insects could be found. This doesn't make sense. The spectators were perplexed. One said, just 3 inches should be enough to see them, but they went much deeper now and found none. This has never happened before, to the crowd's astonishment. These insects would always come up to devour the fire essences of the grasses. Wu Yan seized the entire field but couldn't obtain a single one. Keep going then, 3,000 feet or whatever, get me those damn insects. His expression turned unsightly as he screamed off the top of his lung. He had made a strong bet earlier, so there was no backing down. Our turn. Li Qiya leisurely said after seeing the failure of the other group. The crowd's attention darted towards him. They didn't believe that he could find the insects, since Wu Yan's field was hundreds of times bigger versus their corner plot and its few blades of grasses. There was no way the insects would ignore the large field for these random grasses on this side. Wu Yan scowled, my several hundred plots got nothing, so stop daydreaming. Start eating now and I'll spare you from eating the entire field after we find some. Don't be so sure now. Li Qiya remained nonchalant, we'll see who will be the last one smiling. He pointed at the old tree after saying this, sending it back to his fate palace. The tree had begrudgingly obeyed while thinking that it was a waste of its talents, so it didn't wish to stay out any longer. The incomplete tree was completely inconspicuous. No one recognized it either in this place. The truth was that in all of 3 immortals, few could understand its magical properties. Even regular ancestors couldn't recognize it, let alone these ordinary experts. After recalling the tree, he told Yu Hao, start digging. We're really doing it? Yu Hao lacked confidence after seeing no insect in that entire field. Their tiny plot shouldn't have attracted any insect, just like Wu Yan had said. Do what I say. Li Qiya demanded. Yu Hao had no choice but to pick up a hoe and started digging. He could already see himself eating the mud, feeling quite sorry for being dragged into this mess, but it was too late to do anything about it. Ignorant fools. Wu Yan saw Yu Hao still trying to dig and said, wait till I find some, I'll make you swallow all the soil here. His eyes flashed with a frightening murderous intent. No one was allowed to disrespect their everlasting kingdom in this system. A while after Yu Hao's effort, a spark came out of the ground, as bright as a hidden treasure. He seemed to be struck by lightning, jolted and drowned with excitement as he started digging even harder. What is that? The fiery spark attracted everyone's attention. He finished digging a large pit, finding fiery balls the size of a face-washing basin within, and picked one up. Upon careful inspections, they were actually fiery insects resembling silkworms, just much longer. They squeezed together and formed circles as if something was attracting them. That's why they looked like fiery balls at first sight. That's winter fire insects, someone shouted. So many, must be more than 1,000. Another guessed. I can't believe it. The spectators were amazed. It was impossible for so many insects to gather at this small plot. Even this entire field can't produce so many winter fire insects. An experienced alchemist chimed in, it's almost a miracle to find so many below that small plot. The crowd looked at Li Qiya with strange gazes, wondering how he knew there were insects below. Chapter 22:14. The people here naturally didn't know that the old tree was a peerless immortal medicine. Wherever it was, it could definitely attract a bunch of winter fire insects, causing them to squeeze together. Thus, the real attraction in the small plot was the tree, not the sparse firehawk grasses. Yes, they're really winter fire insects, my mother is saved. Song Yuhao held the ball of insects with both hands while emotionally trembling with tears. He gathered his wits and picked out a few insects before leaving the ball in front of Wuxia. Young noble, I only ask for 6 to prolong my mother's life, the rest is yours. Wuxia didn't bother looking at the insects. Consider it a gift, I have no use for them. What? No, I can't take them, they're too precious, Yuhao stuttered, still not fully composed. Just do what I say. Wuxia asserted. This event came too sudden for Yuhao, so he was left in a daze. He risked his life to come to this area for these insects in order to save his mother. Just obtaining a few was more than he could ask for, but this guy had just given him more than 1,000. Others felt the same way. Wuxia was being too generous. These insects were relatively pricey, and 1,000 of them was a fair amount of money. Plus, he was giving it to a stranger on top of that without any hesitation. Truly unbelievable. Young noble, I will forever remember your kindness and will work like an ox for you. Tears finally streamed down his cheeks as he kneeled and bowed his head. Wuxia accepted the grand gesture before waving his sleeve, stand up. Yuhao got up and stood to the side, carving this act of generosity into his memories. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had an unsightly expression. They still couldn't find a single one, but Wuxia's group found so many. The winner of the bet was as clear as day. Time to eat all the soil here, right? Wuxia casually remarked while staring at Wu Yan. Wu Yan turned red then white, completely awkward. He decided to go tough. We're not done digging yet, what's the hurry? Okay, I'm a patient man anyway, but remember to do it in a bit or I'll force it down your throat. Wuxia said with a smile. Go, dig everywhere, find these insects for me. Wu Yan shouted at his fellow disciples. Everyone could see who was the winner. Even if Wu Yan were to dig 3,000 feet below, he wouldn't be able to find as many as Wuxia. The disciples tried and tried, completely futile. Not even a shadow of one could be found. The only thing clearly visible was the ugly expression on Wu Yan's face. It's over. A spectator murmured. Right, at least lose with grace when you're betting. This is throwing away the reputation of everlasting. Some were already unhappy with him, so they started jeering and sneering. Wu Yan was certainly affected, but there was no way to get out of this. It's about time, eat up already. Wuxia demanded again. The Wu disciples had dug out a huge pit, so the soil taken from the ground was the size of a small mountain now. Wu Yan retorted and decided to play dirty. Time? We didn't specify the time. It can be 1 day, 1 year, or even 100 years. Our bet isn't over until I see some insects. Just be straight and say that you can't handle losing such a little bet. A loser like you still dare to call yourself a disciple of everlasting? You're throwing away its reputation, but I guess this reputation is crap already anyway since it groomed someone like you. Wuxia sneered. Wu Yan angrily shouted back, Brat, you can insult me, but not our kingdom. Doing so will end in an irreconcilable feud. Everyone knew that he wanted to change the topic and push a crime onto Wuxia. All eyes were on Wuxia now. A wise person would know to back off because this particular crime was indeed a big deal. No one wanted to antagonize a behemoth in everlasting. Nothing good would come of it. So what if I'm insulting everlasting? Wuxia didn't damn a damn, it can't be that great if it produced someone like you. Song Yuhao was startled and pulled on Wuxia's sleeve again, telling him that he was playing with fire. Ignorant fool. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold and ferocious as he uttered, Death to those who insult our kingdom. He would never miss this chance to take care of the guy in order to renege on his bet. People would focus on the new topic instead while he had a perfect reason to kill the guy, taking down 2 birds with 1 stone. You and what army? Li Qiye didn't bother glancing at the group. Many quietly shook their head. This was not a wise move because Wu Lian could continue on this path now. Li Qiye was putting himself in danger. I see, looks like you won't apologize. Death it is. Wu Lian aggressively went on, go, capture him alive, I want him to taste a fate worse than death to know the consequence of insulting our kingdom. The Wu disciples put down their hoe and other tools. They surrounded Li Qiye with their weapons unsheathed, eyes brimming with brutality. Die, brat! They slashed and hacked, channeling all of their prior indignation and anger on him, seemingly wanting to dismember the guy. Li Qiye simply waved his hand and all of the disciples got blown flying. He laughed and started walking towards Wu Lian. Dogs like you dare to prance around in front of me? Die! Wu Lian remained calm and took out a gigantic cauldron. It poured down endless flame towards Li Qiye, wishing to burn him alive. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye and casually pointed straight forward. The entire cauldron crumbled and its flame extinguished. Wu Lian realized that he had met a master and tried to flee. Alas, the moment he turned around, Li Qiye picked him up like a little chicken. The spectators glanced at each other. They didn't expect Li Qiye to be so powerful due to his ordinary appearance. They felt that he was just a nobody, but a nobody couldn't subdue the Wu young lord so easily. Even if Wu Lian was a domineering idiot, he was still a strong cultivator. You're not leaving until you swallow all the soil here. Li Qiye smiled deviously. You brat! Touch a hair of mine and our Wu clan will never forgive you. Everlasting will cut you to pieces. Wu Lian was scared out of his mind and billowed threats. Chapter 22:15. Undaunted by the threat, Li Qiye smiled and said, Everlasting is nothing in my eyes, not worth mentioning. Offend me and even if you're the son of a true immortal, I'll eradicate you. Come on now, be a good boy and start eating. This was definitely a declaration of war towards Everlasting, at least in the eyes of the crowd. If his words were heard by a big shot from Everlasting, that kingdom would never be able to swallow this anger. Li Qiye grabbed the youth's hair and sealed his body before forcing his mouth opened. He then lowered the youth's head to the ground and started going in a circle around the mud with him, treating his teeth like a plow. Of course, his teeth weren't as tough as a plow, so after a full round, his front teeth were broken. Blood and mud filled his mouth. A man takes responsibility for his words. Since you have lost, I must force you to have your fill. Li Qiye dropped him and picked up a handful of soil and stuffed it into his mouth. He was forceful enough to cause the boy's eyes to go white, unable to breathe. He finally stopped when it was completely filled and patted his hands. All right, this is enough. I'll spare your dog life for now. Provoke me again and I'll flay you. Wu Lian was unable to speak and could only glare back while panting. The spectators were dumbstruck by this scene, thinking that this youth was so ruthless. This public humiliation was worse than just killing the boy. All right, the show is over, time to go. Li Qiye wiped his hands clean and tidied his clothes before leaving. Song Yuhao had the wits to follow Li Qiye and shouted, Benefactor, please let me have your name. No big deal, don't worry about it. Li Qiye left too quickly and Yuhao couldn't catch up. He stood there in a daze. After a long time, he realized something and quickly left. His mother was still waiting for him back home. Meanwhile, the disciples from Wu took a while before removing all the mud and soil from his mouth and throat. Useless idiots. He slapped these disciples, deciding to vent his rage on them instead. Little animal. I swear to never share the same sky with you. I won't forgive you for this. Wu Lian stared towards the direction of Li Qie and roared. His eyes were engulfed with hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear the guy to pieces. The spectators realized that a feud had been created on this day. Li Qie continued for the deeper regions. The flame from the source became stronger and stronger, nearly to an unbearable level. Because of this, fewer people were around along the way. After reaching a certain depth, even a true god could be burnt to ashes. He was holding something now, Heaven-Reckon Ruler, the one he got from the Golden Shrine. This was a heaven-defying treasure from its own epoch and had an amazing origin. It wasn't meant for combat but was magical enough, capable of measuring the heaven and earth, the past and future, even the wills of the heaven. The tip was glowing and pointing towards a particular direction and kept on making adjustment as he walked around. It bent to his whim, capable of pointing him towards his desired destination. Just like that, he was heading for the hiding location of the treasure in the land of the fire source. Few items in this world could hide from the calculation of this ruler as long as the user wished so. It meant that it could provide an answer to the location of any treasure or secret. The flame on his body still intensified. At this point, one could no longer see his features, only that he was a walking flame. The ruler eventually led him to a place with an ocean of surging magma. The heat here made intruders feel as if they could be rendered to ashes at any moment. It was hot enough to instantly melt the weapon at the true god level. Li Qie didn't think twice before jumping into the magma and was submerged. Though the heat was impressive, it had no effect on him. Remember, Li Qie had experienced the Sea of Tribulation before and its terrifying lightning currents. This was nothing to him. He continued to sink towards the seemingly bottomless ocean. After a while, he eventually reached a layer of pure water. Splash! A refreshing and cool feeling permeated throughout his body. It was quite unbelievable to find such clear water beneath the ocean of magma above. During this comfortable descent, he found many creatures living beneath. Some fish swam around him, water plants and other vegetation could be seen, spiral shells and conch were playing. This was an incredible world existing beneath the all-melting magma, a paradise for aquatic life. The temperature of this water gradually decreased. The cool temperature turned chilling then freezing. Once it reached a serious level, Li Qie turned ablaze. It was the flame he has been gathering ever since he came to this land. It danced around his body like a playful spirit and chased away the coldness to protect him. The colder the water, the more powerful and bigger the flame. The intense drop of temperature wasn't enough to extinguish the flame on his body. The two of them cancelled out each other. Just like that, his feet eventually made contact with the bottom. The glow on the ruler became brighter as if the item he was searching for was right here. Whoosh! The flame on his body surged like a tsunami into the ground. It seemed excited and happy as if it was coming home. Strange enough, he didn't feel cold this time around despite the flame leaving him. Chapter 22:16. The muddy layer eventually cracked with something coming out a while after the flame went inside. It looked like a silk string but definitely not made out of silk. No, this was a river of stars condensed into the size of a silk string. Upon careful inspection, stars and other celestial bodies floated around this string. Scorching suns exuded powerful heat. These suns were actually made from the flame protecting Li Qie earlier. These suns were the things illuminating this galaxy, resembling decorative rubies of sorts. The string started circulating around Li Qie's hand as if it had its own life. The rays touched his skin like little tentacles. Just the slightest movement could scare them. Finally, the string itself obediently coiled around his hand like layers of bandages. Next, they ignited into flame in entirety. Strangely enough, this flame didn't hurt him at all. Instead of an unbearable feeling, it was a feeling of warmth like water running through his hand. It ended with the string of stars being burned completely. The suns also dispersed, leaving behind tiny silver threads. Small they might be, they were the most essential outlines for an entire universe. This framework of thread continued to play around, seemingly creating time and space. It was silver in shade and had a fiery glow, looking quite animated and lively. It wove together into a spark that kept on changing shape. Perhaps it was deriving something amazing. Finally, the silver spark exploded like the end of a sun and turned back into silver threads. These threads shot towards all 8 directions and disappeared into the water. Who knows where they were going? Wuxia didn't give chase and only smiled with a comment, "A fine item indeed." He then looked at his ruler before putting it away. There was no need to worry about treasures with this thing in his possession. Poof! Another flame once again completely covered him, allowing him to float towards the surface. Meanwhile, the land of the fire source became quite lively. A fire lotus was about to bloom, so this attracted many experts, especially from the fire tribe. This was a godsend opportunity for them. The fire lotus in this land was a unique and precious flower. Though it wasn't a material for alchemy, the moment when it started to bloom, it would release a type of flame that could refine a cultivator's body and remove impurities. Thus, it would increase the physical constitution on top of lowering the chance of chi deviation. Firekins were close to fire at birth. They loved using these lotus flames to purify their body. The effectiveness was much higher for them versus the other races. More and more people poured in with circulating rumors and news. "I saw the martial goddess from Vermilion, so beautiful," a young male disciple excitedly told his friends. "She's also here?" The young guys were naturally ecstatic to hear this. "It's true. I saw her crossing a magma river yesterday. She's really strong and crossed it so easily. You know, a grand true god once carelessly fell down there and got melted. She, on the other hand, looked like she was taking a stroll. That's why she's the most amazing female genius in myriad lineage, worthy of her title as the martial goddess." The young fella elaborated. "Vermilion martial goddess is indeed amazing. She's on the same level as the 3 young nobles." Someone else agreed with this sentiment. Wu Bingning was known as Vermilion martial goddess. Not only was her upbringing prestigious, but her talents were also amazing enough to let her become a true god at such a young age. Her system had high hopes for their strongest genius. Furthermore, she was also a kingdom-toppling beauty. So many people in myriad lineage lost their mind over her. I heard she followed the alliance to attack insane court system. Looks like she contributed greatly this time. An older cultivator said. That's for sure. The alliance suffered heavy losses, nearly 10,000 elites died, only the ancestors came back alive. The fact that she could come back too showed what she was capable of during that expedition. An elder from Vermilion stated. Everyone knew about the result of this battle at this moment. However, they have obtained their goal. The 3 insane blood gods were dead while Insane Court had to sign another agreement. This was a win to some of the systems. Of course, they have only heard this from the words of the surviving ancestors. They publicly announced that it was a hard victory, but they successfully killed the mastermind behind it all, forcing Insane Court to sign another agreement. The ancestors certainly chose their words, but they weren't exactly lying. The insane blood gods were dead, it didn't matter who had actually killed him. Furthermore, Insane Court was still following the same agreement. It didn't matter which side actually forced the truce. Only the upper echelons were privy to this knowledge. Wu Bingning being a hostage wasn't announced just yet. After all, it would shame the alliance and have detrimental results for both Vermilion and Wu Bingning herself, hurting their prestige and reputation. Thus, everyone in myriad lineage thought she came back triumphantly with the ancestors. Many felt nothing but respect and admiration for her feat. They knew that Insane Court had sealed its gates and was on alert. Attacking this system was the same as invading a tiger's lair. It required a lot of courage for her to join the ancestors on the battlefield. Women are just as amazing as men. The martial goddess is an exemplary model for our young generation. In fact, I think she's definitely better than the three young nobles in this aspect. Her courage puts men to shame. Chapter 22:17 Miracle Young Noble is also in the land of the fire source right now. Someone brought this up after a comparison was drawn between the goddess and the three young nobles. Really? Some became excited right away. Is he here to refine a batch? Or for some treasures? Who knows? A disciple from a great power in this region said, I saw him walking to the Lotus Pond accompanied by several famous members of Longevity Valley. Only someone like him can go with the big shots. Someone said with envy. It's not strange that he can go there because he should be on the same level as a true god. Plus, his alchemy is peerless. His source boost and longevity pills are the best right now. Both the young and old want to ask him for help, so he'll have a good chance of becoming a true emperor on top of being an amazing alchemist, a chance to catch up to Alchemy Immortal. A disciple from Everlasting was proud of Miracle Young Noble. Everyone glanced at each other after hearing such high praises. No one refused this because he was indeed quite exceptional. This was a great genius from Everlasting, rumored to be a grand true god. Some even believed that he was so close to being half-step true emperor. Who knows if this was true or not? The date when he took the reign of Everlasting drew closer. All of this made him one of the three young nobles in myriad lineage. The three were Miracle, Dragon, and Conqueror. They were the three most promising candidates to become emperor. Miracle might not be the most talented or the strongest among the three, but his cultivation soared like crazy. In the beginning, he was inferior compared to the other two and almost had zero chance to be considered part of the trio. Later on, his cultivation speed became as swift as the wind and caught up to these two, maybe even surpassing them. The group of two became the group of three afterward. The reason for his success in cultivation was obvious, his source boost and longevity pills. Coming from Everlasting, he had an innate advantage in alchemy, not something the other two could compare to. This was the most powerful kingdom in Longevity System. Their power could even be greater than Longevity Valley. Moreover, their alchemy and knowledge of medicine were top-notch. Miracle inherited all of these legacies. Even the Pill King highly praised him before. Many true gods asked him for help with longevity pills and gave him handsome payments. On the other hand, his source boost pills increased his cultivation as well. This allowed him to be on the same level as the other two young nobles despite being less talented in terms of cultivation. His arrival here caused quite a stir. Many youths were willing to follow him, even big shots and true gods from the last generation due to his alchemy abilities. The young ones wished for the source boost pills while the old wanted the longevity pills. Thus, he was always a welcome sight wherever he went. The crowd was very envious that he was qualified to enter the Lotus Pond. This was a place only meant for elders and ancestors, usually sealed off to everyone else. Fire lotuses were everywhere, but the best ones were in this pond, far more valuable than the rest. The pond was actually a valley of lava. Standing at the top and looking down, one would see the valley resembling a lake spanning for 100 miles with extremely hot lava. This lava was as hot as a branding iron while violent bubbling was occurring on the surface. The weak couldn't come close at all since that would be a suicidal endeavor. Strange enough, lotus flowers were actually growing in this terrible temperature. The main difference between the ones here and those outside was the red hue from the heat. They varied in size with the ones closer to the center being larger, especially the buds. The ones here also had a faint golden border as a unique characteristic. Not all of them were red, however. The two lotus flowers in the very center were the biggest on top of possessing a different color, one was yellow and the other silver. The big one had stems the size of an arm. When the bud fully blossomed, it would be as big as a palm as well. This one looked as if it was made from pure gold. The other one was slightly smaller, seemingly cast from silver. That's the Lotus King and Lotus Queen. Even the big shots from the last generation were coveting these two flowers due to their benefits. Miracle Young Noble and the older great characters have entered the valley. Other geniuses also followed them. Wu Lian and his peers were the next to enter. They sealed the entrance and stopped everyone else from coming. Get back! Get back! Wu Lian was as aggressive as ever and shouted at the crowd, "The pond is full now, only successors and elders can enter. If you're not anyone important, stand to the side. There are more lotus flowers over there." Having said that, he pointed at a small stream near the valley's entrance. There was indeed a stream of lava flowing out from the pond with many lotus flowers growing there. Of course, these ones were inferior to those in the pond. A few older cultivators were quite annoyed at his imperious action. Most could accept this monopolistic tradition. Ordinary cultivators couldn't get close to that pond at all. It was a world where the strong takes all. The problem was Wu Lian's contemptuous attitude, offending everyone present. So fierce, huh? Wasn't that fierce when he was eating dirt? Someone else quietly murmured. Wu Lian heard this and his expression soured. Who? Get the hell out here. The speaker wasn't stupid enough to stand out and had already hidden in the crowd. Wu Lian was trembling with rage now. Being forced to eat dirt and soil was too humiliating. He had regained some confidence with Miracle as his backing now but was still embarrassed after someone brought this up. Humph. Tell that animal that I'm waiting at the lotus pond for him. Come here if he dares. I'll dip him slowly in the lava, melting him inch by inch. He vented with a twisted expression. Chapter 22:18. Such brutal words from Wu Lian actually pleased the crowd. They have known of the previous humiliation event, so his fury now was a sight for sore eyes. Wu Lian felt quite good about the silent crowd, unaware of their schadenfreude. Sooner or later, he would have his revenge, letting Wuxia taste a fate worse than death. That would be the time for him to blow off steam. Why would he be afraid of Wuxia now that his young lord, Miracle, was around? He didn't give a damn about the experts from all the clans. After being quite content with himself chasing away the others, he entered the valley and stood next to Miracle like a servant. The fox was exploiting the tiger's might to the chagrin of the crowd. Alas, they couldn't do anything outside of scowling. They didn't want to provoke him because his background was indeed mighty. Plus, Miracle was here too. No point in provoking such a petty and prideful man. Elders, gentlemen, please pick your lotus flowers. Miracle was very respectful towards the big shots and geniuses here. The best ones were the golden and silver flowers. The latter was a bit inferior in comparison. Next were the ones closest to the center. Normally, seniority determined the first pick. No, young noble, you go ahead. A polite response came about. A few big shots here had a greater position and status than Miracle. Ultimately, he was still only a junior. However, these big shots who were ancestors wanted to ask him for help, coveting his rare longevity pills. Thus, they decided to flatter him. In my opinion, you should take the King Lotus. A genius like you deserves it. A minor true god said with a smile. Miracle certainly thought so too. However, he modestly answered, Senior, you're too kind. I am only a nobody, inferior to everyone here in terms of age and experience. I can't accept this. No way. Another big shot smiled. Young you may be, your accomplishments are still peerless. Last time around, the King Lotus was taken by Longevity Master. Now, you're also qualified to take it. I don't dare, how can I shamelessly compare myself to Longevity Master? Miracle remained humble. Longevity Master was the current sect master of Longevity Valley. Her status was much higher than the Emperor of Everlasting on top of being exceedingly gifted. Her reclusiveness didn't deter her world-renowned fame at all. Despite knowing that the big shot was only flattering him with this comparison, Miracle still felt quite good inside. In this system, Everlasting had strong military prowess and claimed to be on the same level as Coiling Dragon system. Alas, they were still only a sect below Longevity Valley, still not a system. Longevity Valley was still the main branch, so even if they were stronger, they couldn't replace the valley. No need to be so humble, young noble. This King Lotus should be yours. A different ancestor added, I heard the martial goddess is also here, so please excuse me for this bold suggestion, let her have the Queen Lotus. Good idea. The minor true god busily agreed, she's another incredible genius, so right, the Queen Lotus should be hers. I agree. Miracle responded instantly with a beaming smile, the future looked quite bright right now for him. Vermilion Martial Goddess was a great beauty and genius with so many fans in myriad lineage. Miracle was no exception. He believed that he was a good match for her. In fact, Everlasting once thought about asking Vermilion about a potential engagement. So now, when everyone here made this decision, they clearly tried to match the two of them together. This lowly one agrees. Wu Lian began flattering as well, young noble, you are the greatest genius in our kingdom, versed in both alchemy and cultivation, certainly a true emperor in the future. Meanwhile, the goddess is the prettiest with unbelievable innate gifts. The two of you are a match made in heaven, the King Lotus for you and the Queen Lotus for her. What a fitting decision. Watch your mouth now. Miracle scolded despite loving the statement in his mind. Nevertheless, keeping up a gentlemanly appearance was necessary. The big shots could read him like a book but didn't say anything else. Though they wanted to flatter him, they didn't wish to make such blatant comments about the goddess. She was a big deal as well. Brother Wu is right. A young genius had no qualm, young noble, you and the goddess are perfect for each other, crafted by the heaven and earth. This guy truly wanted the finest ranked source boost pills from Miracle. Of course, some of the geniuses here didn't like it too much since they were fans of the goddess too. The elated Miracle responded, please, these comments are not very proper. It wouldn't be good if the goddess were to hear this. Spring had come for him. He could already see this unfolding into reality, the scene of him embracing the beauty. I've seen shameless people before, but to this extent? Quite rare. Someone sarcastically clapped and interrupted the joyous atmosphere. Everyone looked over and saw an ordinary youth standing outside of the valley with a grin on his face. It was naturally Wuxia who had just returned from underground. He heard these sycophants and didn't give them any face. It's him. Someone recognized him right away. Not long ago, Wuxia had forced Wu Lian to eat dirt. Now he had offended everyone here. It made everyone curious about his identity, what made him so bold and not give a damn about offending Miracle. This was definitely a verbal slap, so Miracle's expression became unsightly. You! Wu Lian's eyes flashed with fury. He gritted his teeth, wanting nothing more than to mince the guy to pieces. Fellow Taoist, please stop. No outsiders are allowed past this point. A disciple from Everlasting stopped Wuxia from entering the valley. Bam! Wuxia waved his hand and all the disciples got blown flying. He didn't look at them twice before making his entry. Everlasting was playing the role of a host to the big shots and geniuses here from various sects and system. Miracle was the one in charge of this reception, so there was no way he would take such disrespect in stride. Chapter 22:19, it didn't take long before Li Qie made it to the pond. He gave the lotus flowers a quick glance, not giving a damn about the rest of the people present. "Little animal, you dare to come here?" Wu Lian shouted at him before turning towards Miracle. "Young noble, he's the one who insulted our kingdom." He didn't mention about their feud or that he was forced to eat dirt, only the matter of reputation and face. The goal was to turn Li Qie into an enemy of the kingdom. Miracle young noble slightly grimaced while looking at him. "Your action is out of line. Not to mention whatever happened in the past, your disturbance today is rude towards the ancestors and heroes who are here to participate in the lotus election." He was far more eloquent than Wu Lian. Not only did he represent his kingdom, he also brought the ancestors and big shots here into the mix. "Is that so?" Li Qie smiled. "This isn't your house. I can come and leave whenever I want on top of teaching a lesson to those who try and stop me." The direct and domineering response made the spectators outside the valley feel quite good. Miracle and his group's monopoly of the pond had antagonized the crowd. It's just that they were too afraid to say anything. Thus, Li Qie's fierce intrusion was naturally a crowd pleaser. Miracle's expression soured as he slowly said, "The fire lotus flowers are limited so the ancestors have a priority for their Tao enlightenment. This has been the tradition for millions of years." Li Qie interrupted him and smiled. "Rules or not, I don't give a damn. My words are the laws, so today, this pond is mine." Miracle was shocked to hear this, same with the ancestors and big shots. If he were to take over the pond, would they get their share at all? "So arrogant, who do you think you are?" An easily provoked genius yelled at him. "Ignorant fool, doing this in front of the ancestors and our young noble? Your death will not be a pleasant one." Wu Lian cried out. Miracle also glared at Li Qie and said, "You must be able to back up your words with skills if you want to monopolize the pond. It has always been an issue of seniority for the lotus flowers, so today, to put it frankly, you're not qualified to take some." He was being quite direct. Anywhere in the system was virtually Everlasting's territory, so he was afraid of no one, even if Li Qie was a master. It didn't matter how strong he might be, provoking Everlasting meant asking for trouble and potential death. If young noble Li isn't qualified, then who is? "You?" A cold voice joined the fray. Despite its aggressive nature, the voice was still very pleasant. People followed the voice and saw a supreme beauty. She was unbelievably gorgeous, affecting people to the very core. "Vermilion martial goddess!" a spectator shouted after seeing her. Everyone suddenly became excited, especially the young cultivators due to her beautiful appearance. Even those who have never seen her before have heard of her fame. Just like the rumor, she's not only powerful but is also as pretty as a goddess. One male cultivator couldn't help himself from admiration. Those who have seen her before were still smitten all the same. Some forgot about everything around them. Miracle himself fell into this trap. He had seen her before and fell in love at first sight. Martial goddess. Even the big shots from the last generation had respect for her, albeit for a different reason than the rest. It was because she represented the young generation in the assault on Insane Court. Treading deep into the enemy's territory was something difficult even for the war-hardened combatants, yet she still came along. This was worthy of respect. Miracle forgot about everything else and came forward to greet her. "Please excuse the late reception, Miss Bing." Miracle was all smiles, revealing his most handsome appearance. He himself thought that he was quite dashing right now. Alas, Bingning only gave him a quick glance before walking to Li Qie's side. Her attitude made it a bit awkward for him. He hastily said, "I have saved the Queen Lotus for you, it's very suitable for physical purification." Young noble Li wanted all of the fire lotuses, so let him divide them, she said flatly. With that, she held his arm, seemingly quite intimate and obedient. They walked together until they made it to the King Lotus. He didn't focus too much on the flowers, only on the actual water. The scene became quiet. Everyone exchanged confused glances with each other. The goddess in everyone's mind looked so docile standing next to Wuxia and even helped him up the king lotus. It was as if she would listen to all of his commands and act as his strongest supporter. This was the beloved jewel of Vermilion Martial Court, a phoenix belonging to the 9 firmaments. Such nobility and prestige. However, she was showing so much love to an unknown junior. No one could accept this, so they instantly viewed Wuxia as an enemy. Miracle's expression kept on changing. He was jubilating before and thought about winning the beauty over. Now, he was overwhelmed with jealousy. He gave an eye signal towards Wu Yan. His hound instantly understood and shouted again, "Little animal, this is the territory of longevity system, not a place for you to do as you please. The pond is not yours, all the ancestors and clans will never allow such disrespect to happen. You must be tired of living." He couldn't finish before Wuxia grabbed and threw him into the lava. It instantly melted part of his body into ashes with smoke everywhere. "Young noble, save me." Wu Yan was scared out of his mind, not expecting Wuxia to attack before so many ancestors and Miracle. How impudent. You think Everlasting has no capable men? Miracle stepped up and took out a divine sword, pointing it straight at Wuxia. "Li, spare yourself from this mistake and let go of our kingdom's disciple, or we will never let this go, not until death. No one's afraid of your everlasting." Bingning answered before Wuxia could, "I'll take you on if you want to fight, no need for the young noble to waste his time." She looked even more beautiful than before when stepping up, causing everyone's heart to beat faster. Chapter 22:20, Wu Bingning's sudden involvement shocked Miracle. He stood there frozen, not knowing what to do. His complexion kept on changing color. The guy didn't want to go all out against her because he thought there was still a chance for them in the future. Even if he was ready to drop all friendly pretension, he wasn't confident in winning. As a grand true god, he wasn't necessarily weaker than the other 2 young nobles. However, his talents were definitely the weakest, so he had to rely on pills for a strong cultivation. Thus, he had no advantage to speak of when going against her. Everlasting didn't focus on offensive Grand Dao and didn't possess that many primordial merit laws since it was only a kingdom in this system. This wasn't the case for Qingning. They were in charge of Vermilion system, the orthodox branch. She cultivated primordial laws since youth, so this was a great advantage. Moreover, their progenitor's title was Martial Ancestor. His fame was built on his might and martial arts with deadly techniques. Even if his cultivation was better, he might still lose in an actual fight. Thus, the situation became quite difficult for him. To help or not to help? The former might not be beneficial since it might create an enemy out of the goddess and Vermilion. As a kingdom, opposing a system required further deliberation. They definitely didn't have the upper hand. The spectators were pleased once more to see his struggling expression. They were annoyed at his happy attitude earlier. "Miss Bing, I do not wish to oppose you, but this guy is way out of line." Miracle told her before shouting at Wuxia, "Release our disciple already or become our kingdom's enemy forever. I want to see that." Wuxia didn't look back and pushed down even more. Wu Yan's scream echoed across the valley as he was entirely submerged down the lava and became ashes. Miracle had no chance to save him even if he wanted to at that moment. "You!" He rushed up in rage, but Bingning blocked his path. "Miss Bing, you want to oppose us for the sake of a nobody? You think that's worth it?" He couldn't help raising his voice at her. "You think my Vermilion is afraid you're everlasting?" Bingning coldly responded, "You should be happy that it is me fighting you. If it was young noble Li, you wouldn't even have a chance to resist." Miracle's face became unsightly. In his mind, she was looking down on him while praising Li Qie. Being shown such disdain by a crush left him trembling with rage. It sounded like an insult, but it was indeed the truth. If it was her, out of consideration for the alliance, she would show mercy towards him. Li Qie would kill the guy before he could blink again. Miracle was a genius indeed with few rivals in the same generation, but Li Qie could slaughter ascenders without any difficulty. The atmosphere grew tenser along with Miracle's fury. Poof! At this moment, the lotus flowers suddenly blossomed. The buds began to spread, revealing the petals. They exuded a tiny flame that carried a pleasant warmth like bathing in a hot spring. The two in the center were especially beautiful. The golden lotus was dazzling with golden rays. No one could look straight at it. This resembled a lotus seat beneath a Buddha. The silver lotus was amazing as well. The blazing flame oozed out like melting platinum, an incredible scene. "It's happening!" a spectator shouted. "It's a rare chance, let's get started." The big shots near the pond began jumping onto the flowers, waiting for the flame to purify them. "Miracle young noble, let's put his aside and talk after the process," one of them told him. This was out of goodwill, giving the young noble a chance to back off without losing too much face. Ultimately, Everlasting was an underdog compared to Vermilion. Miracle hesitated after hearing this, still thinking about the right move. After the petals have fully spread, the flame on each of the lotus intensified. They shot out crystallized rays of light that could pierce through everyone's body, washing away the impurities and imperfections. Now, some ancestors closed their eyes, waiting for this illumination process to refine their body. It was a very enjoyable and beneficial event. Poof! The lotus flame was going in full force like a volcanic eruption. People would never forget such a magnificent scene. The lucky ancestors waited and waited with their eyes closed. After a while, they felt that something was wrong. The flame on each of the lotus wasn't actually splashing on them. Some opened their eyes and saw that the flowers were indeed exuding flame, but these individual flame waves were being siphoned by someone else. They looked towards the direction of the flame streams and saw a frog-like creature. It opened its mouth and sucked in all the lotus flames. Ribbit. Its mouth was like a terrible black hole. The flame waves had no chance to escape. Of course, this ugly frog was naturally Li Qie's myriad cauldron. It was taking in the flames from the golden and silver lotuses as well. The ancestors were stunned to see this. Their rare opportunity was being stolen by this ugly frog. There was no word to describe their current feelings. Ribbit. After eating the last strand of flame, it jumped on Li Qie's shoulder and playfully stuck out its tongue as if it was still hungry. Chapter 22-21, The frog stole everyone's attention. No one knew where it came from. Belch. The cauldron was hiccuping, looking quite full. This purposely vexing appearance worked, everyone wanted to beat it up. All the flame here got taken by it to the chagrin of the crowd. Now everyone realized that when Li Qie said he wanted the entire pond, it wasn't actually for himself but rather this frog. The ancestors here were treated worse than a frog. They naturally became angry, hating the frog and also its master. A while ago, the big shots and ancestors didn't try to take any side. That was a feud between Miracle and Li Qie, so they didn't want to get involved. But now, his frog had taken their lotus flames. Their gaze at him was no longer as friendly as before. Some were extremely furious. Many were more than willing to fight Li Qie right now, perhaps kicking him several times to rid themselves of grievances. The spectators didn't feel the same way. As stated prior, they were annoyed at the monopoly of the pond by the big shots and clan members. So now, Li Qie's frog was making them feel better. Li, you have crossed the line. Do you not give a damn about the rest of the world? Miracle angrily shouted. You're right. Wuxia answered without looking at the guy, few in this world can get into my sight, and certainly not your group, so why should I give a damn? Both Miracle and numerous ancestors didn't take this comment in stride. Li, do you dare to come out and fight? I want to see how capable you are. Miracle cried out with an ugly expression. Challenging the young noble when you can't even take me on? You don't know your own limit. Bingning sneered at Miracle. Miracle's expression turned red. The young geniuses and ancestors here didn't express their attitude. She was saying that they must get past her before challenging him. Of course, they didn't feel that she was being arrogant. She was qualified to do so, strong enough to fight anyone among the three young nobles. Plus, her involvement in the alliance wasn't something everyone could do. Not all of the big shots or even the young nobles would dare to do so. All wanted to live instead of being buried with insane court. But this wasn't the case for Wu Bingning. She risked her promising future to march. This courage and confidence alone overshadowed those before her. Wuxia ignored the group and casually raised his hand. The lava from the pond suddenly surged as if the whole place was exploding. Retreat! One ancestor was astonished and commanded, leaving the valley with haste. Everyone else also retreated right away. Even masters would fall after being submerged under this lava. They all knew the power of the lava here. Boom! The lava level continued to raise just like a volcanic eruption. There seemed to be no end in sight as they poured out of the ground. Buzz! A strange sound occurred. This monstrous lava was melting the sky itself and the temperature was rising. The lava from the depth was even hotter than the one on the surface. The slightest contact would melt the body instantly, leaving a big hole behind. This surging liquid instantly surrounded Wuxia and Bingning, wishing to eradicate them completely. A flame emerged around Wuxia, nullifying the heat from the lava completely. At the same time, a flower with a cold flame appeared beneath Bingning. This flame covered her completely and any lava that struck it became cold as well. The crowd was stunned at this sight, not knowing what the duo was up to. Are they suicidal? One big shot murmured. A flame was dancing around Wuxia's palm. The lava was quite thick but it was being melted by this new flame. It didn't take long before a hole was melted out of the lava surrounding them. However, what they saw was not the outside world but rather a new dimension with extreme heat. He touched her forehead and his own flame covered both her and her flower. Let's go. They traveled through the hole in the lava and reached another place. Their disappearance made the endless lava fall down back to the pond. It was as if nothing had happened. Where are they? One clan disciple asked, are they ashes now? It's not that simple. Something is going on. A powerful ancestor became serious. Alas, he didn't know the exact answer. This related to a secret unbeknown to them. This was the reason why Alchemy Immortal dragged the land of the fire source down to his own system. People began to leave since the lotus flames were all taken. Some waited outside but the duo didn't appear again after a long time so they gave up as well, including the still furious Miracle. He was infuriated not only because Wuxia killed Wu Yan and humiliated him in front of the crowd. The jealous struck him worse, his crush was actually so close to Wuxia. His eyes flashed a murderous bloodthirst before leaving. He swore that he would kill Wuxia sooner or later, regardless of the guy's identity. Who is that Li guy? His relationship with the goddess is special. One ancestor thought to himself. After all, any man who could earn Bingning's favor was definitely extraordinary. Alas, the older people here didn't recognize him. Meanwhile, the young crowd was overwhelmed with envy and jealousy so they didn't think about anything else. Chapter 22-22, the duo saw a world of torrential waves of lava just like a primordial beast. This was an ocean of lava, each wave assaulted like a flood of beasts. When the tide reached the highest point, it could reach the sky vault and melted through space. This seemed to be their world, the origin of all the lava. The liquid at the lotus pond seemed to have been leaked from this place. Alas, the liquid storm was unable to hurt the two of them shrouded with the flame. Perhaps this flame had the same origin as the lava, so they wouldn't hurt each other. Go! Wuxia shouted, and his heaven reckon flew out. Buzz! It circled like a boomerang around the surface, creating ripples in its path and hitting one wave after another. After loud explosions, a large gap cracked from the ocean as if a monster was emerging. Splash! It was a bridge made out of crimson stones, not by men but perfectly crafted by the heaven and earth. It crossed straight to the sky, seemingly connecting to another place in the endless universe. Go now. The ruler had returned to Wuxia. He gently took her hand as they took their first step on the bridge. Bingning was obedient and let him touch her own while following him. A sense of security permeated. There was no need for words, Wuxia had won her trust and was more than reliable enough. Even if they were at the most perilous location in existence and the sky was falling down, she would still feel safe while holding his hand. What? Do you need me to carry you? He playfully whispered during her brief pause. She regained her wits and felt her face becoming hotter after hearing this. When she looked at his profound eyes, she found them fatally attractive, rendering others helpless. She immediately turned away, both bashful and angry at her own lack of self-control. She stomped on her foot and pouted, "Don't even think about taking advantage of me." For some unknown reason, she took solace and found the whole experience quite sweet, chasing away all of her troubles. Let's go, there is a long way to go. He smiled and ignored her permission. The shy girl let him do as he pleases, revealing a rare bashful appearance. She lowered her head and pink cheeks before following right behind him. Wuxia walked towards the far horizon with the help of the bridge. They looked quite slow, but each step encompassed the distance of an entire world. Moreover, each step was quite calculative and deliberate. A Tao rune would appear at the bottom of their soul like rippling water. Space itself felt the same fluctuation. The truth was that the bridge was only acting as a spatial medium for them to travel a far distance. Along the way, she would steal glances at him before looking down. The normally fearless martial goddess was acting like a young girl. This resulted in a beautiful picture indescribable by words. Time flowed in this persisting atmosphere. She suddenly wanted time to last forever, hoping that this path would never end. You were quite lucky to find that wintry flame flower. He spoke and broke this magical yet slightly suffocating air. Your frog led me to a cave with it. Bingning answered. The magical flower that appeared earlier below her feet was named Wintry Flame. It was invaluable due to its cold flame, capable of nullifying other flames. It's not a frog, the name is Myriad, a unique cauldron capable of devouring all fire seeds and alchemy materials in the world. This is on top of being an extremely capable cauldron for refinement. Bingning was quite surprised, not expecting the ugly frog to be so amazing. However, she did find it quite amazing while following it. It traveled freely in the land of the fire source to locations feared by the true gods. It didn't give a damn at all, swimming through the scorching flame and lava. Where is this place? The journey so far was longer than she expected. They were far away from that ocean of lava, all the way up in the sky now. There were stars, suns, and moons all over the place. Shooting stars crazily sped through the silver galaxies, some in the shape of maelstrom, a moving scene indeed. We're here for an item. Wuxia smiled and said, the land of the fire source has this name because the world is only seeing one side of it, the bare surface, the entrance, the mouth of the volcano. Its size is actually beyond imagination. He paused for a bit here. The world thought that the entire land has been connected to the system by alchemy immortal, but the reality is that a system can't accommodate something of this size. Thus, only the entrance is really known at longevity system. Wu Bingning was completely surprised, not knowing that there were more mysteries to the land of the fire source. After a while, she asked, "You're coming for the supreme treasure here?" There were rumors of an unbelievably amazing treasure in this place, but not even true emperors have seen it before. Yes and no. He gently shook his head. This fire source is very connected to the treasure. Taking it is not easy at all, that's why alchemy immortal couldn't do anything despite knowing a little bit about it. Then how do you know all of this? She took a good look at him and became skeptical. His knowledge seemed to be much greater than that of an ancestor from Insane Court. There aren't that many things I don't know in this world. For example, I know that your martial ancestor has planted something in your system, not wanting the public to know. He smiled and revealed. How do you know? She became startled. This was indeed true, existing only in the records. She wasn't qualified to know this classified date until after she became the successor. He replied, "Nothing is new under the sky to me because I've read many books. As long as one is knowledgeable enough, they can figure out anything. Seeing a single spot and know that it's a leopard. It's just part of deducting." She stared at him, not believing that he had read their system's ancient scrolls at all. They were stored in a private library blocked off from all outsiders. Chapter 22-23, Li Qiye smiled and went on while Bingning was still taken aback. "If I ever enter your system, I can take over it too." She didn't believe him at all. "Impossible, you're an ancestor from Insane Court, so you have cultivated its merit laws and scriptures. How can you take over Vermilion?" Maybe by force, only by seizing the Vermilion's nest, but I would be the first to stop you if it ever goes there. She protested coquettishly with a glare and a touch of worries. Her distrust was reasonable since Li Qiye was not a disciple of her system, so how could he take over them? Just his background alone as an ancestor from Insane Court prevented him from doing so. "Who says I cultivate merit laws from Insane Court?" He smiled, ready to tease the girl some more. "Aren't you an ancestor there?" she said with a flash of surprise in her eyes. He went on, "An ancestor from Insane Court must cultivate its merit laws? It's only a position. Don't tell me you're a fake." She wondered but quickly let go of this thought because he could control the Tao source from Insane Court. Ultimately, there was something off about him, that he didn't seem to be from this world at all. "I'm the real thing." He chuckled, "But let's shift the topic. Your martial ancestor is considered unbeatable in terms of physical combat, but how many people know about the origin of your system and his martial arts abilities, such as the 12 variations?" Her eyes turned bright after hearing about the 12 variations. The 12 variations were the apex techniques of Vermilion, the ultimate merit laws of their progenitor. They encompassed mental meditation and cultivation methods, not just physical moves. Rumor has it that they represented and were the culmination of his lifelong learnings. Later on, it is said that he passed them down to 12 disciples, one each. Because of this, these disciples were called the 12 ancestors by their descendants. For a multitude of reasons, later on, the majority of the variations was lost, leaving behind only 5. Some in myriad lineage believed that if they could regain the 12 variations, perhaps the Vermilion Martial Court would become the strongest system in this world, surpassing Yang Radiance. You have learned 3 moves but unfortunately, unable to exert their real power. Wait until you become a true emperor, you will be able to connect the 3. Li Qiye glanced at her and assessed. "How do you know all of this?" She had no lack of astonishment while speaking with him. Only 3 out of the 5 variations that they still had were connected, not the other 2. Thus, it was either to do the independent ones or to do the 3 connected ones. The connected ones were quite powerful, requiring a massive amount of energy to empower them. Due to the incomplete nature of what was left behind, training in these variations resulted in all types of deficiencies. For example, Bingning chose the connected 3, relying on her innate gifts and willpower for a successful cultivation. However, when actually using them, her energy right now couldn't finish the entire move, stopping at the first variation. Back during the ambush, she didn't have a chance to use them before being subdued by Wuxia. Just one glance makes it apparent. Wuxia said, "Both your talents and Dao heart are capable enough. Since you were able to cultivate these incomplete versions, there is a chance in the future to actually finish all 12 after a redo." "What do you mean?" Her eyes batted, instantly understanding the implication. "The future is full of possibilities." He smiled. She didn't relent. "You know the 12 variations of the martial ancestors? You actually have them?" Nevertheless, she was still skeptical because how could he have their system's lost techniques? But from what he was saying, it sounded as if he had them all. "You'll know in the future." He gently stroked her hair and said. "Spill it already." No longer caring about her image of a cold goddess or a nice girl, she pinched him and continued with a fierce expression, "I'm taking some meat off if you don't tell me." She wasn't as shy and cold as before, resulting in a cuter look. Okay, little girl, I concede." Wuxia raised both hands in the air. "When the time is right, I will train you in finishing the 12 variations." She immediately let go, standing there petrified from shock. Despite being mentally prepared, the confirmation still astounded her. Even the greatest ancestors in Vermilion would be dumbstruck after hearing this, let alone her. The Vermilion court has been weakened after losing the 12 variations. Though they had no lack of merit laws, some from martial ancestor himself, these laws were no match for the complete version of the 12 variations. It would be earth-shattering if they could find these techniques again. Really? She became excited. This was the truth, it would be a piece of news worth jubilating over. He continued playing with her hair and smiled, "Others might lie to you, but I take my words very seriously. They are more precious than anything else." "Humph, you're only good at praising yourself." She glared at him, looking attractive enough to cause souls to flutter to the clouds. He smiled and continued moving forward. "How do you have our 12 variations?" She pulled his hand back and forth, wanting to find the answer. "Be honest, did you stole it from us?" This cat-and-mouse game went on for a bit during the journey. They eventually made it to the end of the stone bridge. The scene here was magnificent, catching Bingning off guard. A majestic sun was before them. No, it couldn't be due to a lack of heat. Anyone this close to a sun would be rendered to ashes. It was a star looking much more beautiful than any unchanging sun. It also exuded fire, consisting of numerous fire seeds. Some seeds were the size of a torch, some were erupting in an endless manner. Another was a vast ocean with waves of fire. Others had the shape of a glacier, freezing an entire direction. It looked as if all the fire seeds in this world were born on this star. She finally understood why this place was called the Land of the Fire Source. This was perhaps their birthplace, quite a shocking realization. Chapter 22-24, Chapter 22-24, Fireseed Star. Wu Bingning was shocked to see this massive star. No one would worry about not finding the right fire seed when this thing was around. The fire seeds were very important during a refinement process for alchemists. The good ones were exceedingly rare. This star ahead had virtually all of them. The only problem was not thinking of the right one instead of not being able to find it. If an alchemist could come here, they would become ecstatic, being able to get any fire seed they want. Ribbit. The myriad cauldron came out of nowhere and jumped into the star. It opened its mouth and began to devour all the fire seeds. This was a glutton dealing with an endless feast before him and instantly went all out. 2 hands weren't enough in this case. Li Qiye smiled and reached forward, creating a flame in his palm. This resonated with the star right away. Numerous seeds became excited and jumped up to the sky with silver strings right behind them. Upon careful inspection, one would find that these were the strings Li Qiye got underground a while ago. They scattered away, but who would have thought that all were here right now? The flame jumping on his palm became excited, seemingly summoning all of its friends. The fires from the seeds and the silver strings rushed for his palm. They condensed together to form a larger one. It seemed to have an irresistible temptation, leading the flames from the seeds towards Li Qiye's palm. The silver flame became bigger and bigger. After fusing in the thousands of seeds, its color started to change, sometimes as resplendent as crystal, or red like dragonfire, or pure like chill fire. The shape and form were changing as well, flowing like water or spinning around like a spirit, or as mad as a storm. Once this flame was strong enough, the seeds stopped sending their fire. All of them calmed down and returned to their initial position. The star itself looked as if nothing had happened here. Wu Bingning stared at his flame and asked, "Are you collecting the flames from the different types of seeds?" There was no doubt that his flame encompassed virtually all types of fire affinities now. It could change to whatever it wanted. Right and wrong. Li Qiye smiled. It does contain the essences of fire, capable of changing into any type, but it's not here to collect. In fact, it is also a type of fire seed, existing in all of its brethren. I'm simply reverting it back to its original form. Existing in all the seeds? She was surprised, unaware of this particular seed. It is called Myriad Flame, quite ancient and rare, hiding in all the other seeds. In order to grasp it, one must gather them together in this place. Otherwise, it would only be in an incomplete form. Li Qiye chuckled. This was all new to her. An ancient type of flame that could change to any other type, the dream of many alchemists, truly a priceless treasure. Come. Li Qiye gestured at the cauldron. It bellowed and begrudgingly flew back into his palm. Nevertheless, it still turned back one last time for another gulp, sucking in more flames till its mouth was completely full. Bingning didn't know whether to laugh or cry after seeing this greedy frog. Before leaving, she still looked up at the star one last time and realized something. So, the supreme treasure of this land is this star. That's right. Li Qiye smiled. This is it. Coming here would allow one to find whatever fire type they want. Of course, they would need to be strong enough to do so first and understand the prerequisite mysteries. All fire seeds are part of this star. One can take away some seeds but never the star itself. She quietly listened and understood. So it turned out that Alchemy Immortal understood the place well enough, it was just that this supreme treasure couldn't be taken away. Li Qiye led her back to the land of the fire source. She sighed after taking in her adventure just now to a different world. Where are you going now? She asked. Taking a trip to Longevity Valley. He stared towards the horizon. Oh. I heard there are beauties everywhere there. Don't tell me that's what you're salivating for. She glared at him with this guess. You're completely right, beauties left and right, that's how to enjoy life. Go die. She stomped his foot and that wasn't enough, so she stomped it again while gritting her teeth. Our martial goddess is definitely jealous. He teased, still as pretty as ever while jealous, my heart is beating so fast right now. No one is getting jealous because of you, stop daydreaming. She rushed ahead to hide the redness on her cheeks. Li Qiye chuckled and took his time following her. They didn't get far before hearing loud commotions. A cavalry flew and stopped before them. Their aura was fierce, clearly a powerful group. The word, martial, carved on their banners was especially intimidating. Anyone who recognized this symbol would certainly back off. Vermilion. Some bystanders recognized this and understood the meaning behind a cavalry like this. An ancestor from that system was here. Some believed this famous sect was much more powerful than Coiling Dragon and should be similar to Yang Radiance, placing it in the top 3 in myriad lineage. Thus, its ancestor being here was quite a frightening matter. However, they saw it stopping in front of Wu Bingning and felt much better because she was the successor who could lead a battalion. It wasn't strange for more troops to be here with her. Otherwise, it would be quite a big deal for soldiers and disciples to come here in Longevity Valley. Chapter 22-25, My Lord. The cavalry kneeled on the ground and shouted in unison. Wu Bingning slightly frowned and asked, General Wu, why were you waiting here? My lord, we are here to escort you back to the system. The leader respectfully said. Her expression soured. After arriving here, she had sent back news of her whereabouts to Vermilion, that she was safe. She didn't expect for the troops to come here so early. She took a deep breath and said, General Wu, I will come back when the time is right, no need to worry. The kneeling general opened his mouth but hesitated. Binger, it is dangerous outside. Come back and recuperate for now. An elderly voice came about. Disciples carried a palanquin forward with an old man sitting inside. This was a true god with a pale expression and withering vitality. Nevertheless, his eyes were still as bright as ever. Ancestor. Bingning was surprised to see him. This particular ancestor was the one who attacked Insane Court a while ago. I'm here to welcome you back after hearing about your new situation. The ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. Despite returning with his life, he was grievously wounded. In fact, all the other ancestors suffered in the same manner. They rushed back to recover in order to avoid lasting damages. Nevertheless, he still left his isolated session early in order to see Wu Bingning. She made a sacrifice so that they could leave. Thus, he returned the gesture by personally coming here. Alas, she thought that the time had come. Certain things were inevitable. She composed herself and said, I am ashamed of myself for making you go this far. It's just that I'm currently busy and will return later. The ancestor hastily responded, I don't think that's a good choice. The system needs you, just go back with me lest there are further complications. She didn't answer and truly didn't want to go back to Vermilion due to the worries and problems back there. Is this a kidnapping? Li Qie, who was behind her, finally came up, you need my permission first. The other disciples naturally didn't recognize him, but the old ancestor remembered the person who nearly killed him very well. It's you. His already pale face turned snow-white as if meeting a great enemy. He raised his hand and the disciples unsheathed their weapons, entering a state of war. They surrounded Li Qie with haste. One must praise them for being well-trained with impeccable reaction time, worthy of being from a top sect. Want to fight? I'm always ready. Li Qie smirked while looking at the troops. The jolted ancestor had seen Li Qie's domineering style and ruthless means before, killing without batting an eye. He eventually gestured again to tell the disciples to back off. He knew that ordinary experts were no match for this man. Sir, I am only here to welcome a disciple back. I'm sure you are a man of your words as well. He took a deep breath and said. He was aware that fighting Li Qie now wouldn't solve anything. Plus, he wasn't that confident in winning. I do not forbid this as long as she wants to come back herself. But if she doesn't, then whoever forces her hand would need my permission first. Li Qie smiled and said. The ancestor was in a tough spot and looked over at Wu Bingning. A fight was inevitable if they were to force her back. I'll return to the system with the ancestor. She finally made up her mind. The ancestor felt much better after hearing this, no longer anxious. Little girl, if you don't want to come back, then don't. No one can force you to do anything when I'm around. Li Qie stroked her hair. I know. She met his gaze and nodded. Running is not the answer, I will deal with it. She wanted to return to Vermilion and deal with this inevitable problem instead of running away. Very well, go then. He said, we'll meet again soon. I am everywhere when you need me. With that, he touched her forehead and it glowed with a buzzing sound. He had left behind a mark. As long as she wanted or was in danger, he would know instantly. She stared deeply at him while tightly holding his rugged hand. Who knows when they would meet again? I'm going. She bit her teeth and turned to join the cavalry. Go. She jumped on a horse and gave the command without looking back. The disciples quickly followed her. The ancestor cupped his fist towards Li Qie and said, we had misunderstandings in the past, today, all the enmity is gone. We welcome you to visit Vermilion if you have time in the future. Of course, this was only a polite exchange, quite empty in sincerity. I also want to visit Vermilion one day, but you all should start to pray now that I will be there for a drink, not for a massacre, because no one in your system will be able to stop me then. Li Qie threatened, still with a smile. The ancestor's expression darkened after hearing this. He had no strong rebuttal against this fierce man because his retort would be even fiercer. I don't condone violence that often. Li Qie continued nonchalantly, I only want you to know that she is under my protection. I don't give a damn about your system's business, but since she chooses to go back, I want to see her perfectly fine the next time around. If she is hurt or was wronged, then don't blame me for not giving you a warning. My wrath can make the world sob and the ghosts howl. Watch yourselves now. The disciples next to the ancestor were furious. Their system had never been threatened like this. Of course, they didn't know how frightening Li Qie was. The ancestor took a deep breath and said, I'll remember your words, sir. Then scram before I change my mind and not let anyone leave this place. Li Qie posed with both hands behind his back, exuding an intimidating aura. The ancestor cupped his fist again and hastily left with his disciples. After they left, he stood there and gazed at the horizon before sighing. In his mind, her problem was not a big deal since he could easily deal with it. Alas, this depended on whether she wanted to take care of it via force, to go all out against her seniors. In the end, he set off for Longevity Valley to accomplish another goal, not for the beauties like Bingning had said. When Alchemy Immortal dared to use the word longevity to name his sect, it wasn't only because of his expertise at crafting these pills. The word longevity here had a deeper meaning with more mysteries behind it. Li Qie was coming for these mysteries. The pills alone weren't enough to win his interest. Chapter 22-26. As Li Qie left the land of the fire source on his way to Longevity Valley, he met a female Taoist. She was rather beautiful, around the age of 30. She wore a loose robe fluttering with the wind, but this didn't deter others from seeing her wondrous curves. The winds pushed back and forth and they began to show, the shy, rolling hills. This hidden jewel made others want to carefully appreciate it even more. One could see her 100 times without becoming bored. She certainly looked heroic and had the graceful temperament of a Taoist. Her complexion was as bright as the moon and eyes as dazzling like the stars and willowy eyebrows. One wouldn't be shocked seeing her for the first time, but her beauty required time and patience. Each time seeing her again, people would find something new. The Taoist placed her palms together after seeing him and greeted, "Blessed be the Supreme. Nice to meet you." Li Qie couldn't help but smile, also placing his palms together. "Oh merciful Buddha, it is excellent to meet you." A third party would definitely think that Li Qie was messing around. Buddhism and Taoism were at odds and he was certainly not a Buddhist disciple, yet he still performed their rite. What could it be outside of deliberate teasing? However, the woman didn't mind at all. She smiled in a natural manner. Benefactor, fate connects the two of us. Her smile was like the return of spring, capable of melting the heart. He smiled back. Taoist, indeed we are, why don't we make something of this? Go on. The woman had an amicable flow to her. How about a wife? Will you be my Tao companion? He placed his palms together and asked. The sudden request would make others think that he was insane. This woman had an incredible identity and a prestigious status right now. Talking to her like this meant being tired of living. You're quite straightforward, benefactor. She wasn't angry at all. That's who I am. Wuxia smiled. If we are connected by fate, then as the adage goes, we'll meet wherever we go. If that's the case, then let's not be sticklers to formalities. Come with me, I'm in need of a wife. Then why must I go with you and not the other way around? Since you claim to not like adhering to conventional ways, follow me back to Longevity Valley. Her autumn eyes were gentle. Just a wink was charming beyond words. He smiled while rubbing his chin and taking a good look at the Taoist. She nonchalantly met his gaze, her own full of elegance and insight. That's not a bad idea. He concluded, what's in it for me? Does your valley have many beauties? As many as there are clouds in the sky. The moment you are there, you'll be the moon surrounded by the star, it'll be an amazing time. She had a good sense of humor. An outside listener would be astounded again because her attitude and tone right now weren't matching her actual status, more like a madam of a brothel finding customers. My heart is beating fast now, looks like we're connected by fate indeed. Wuxia placed his palms together again. Similar people do walk on the same path. The Taoist returned the gesture. My title is Longevity Sage, our fate is proven by our meeting despite the sea of people. This was an awe-inspiring title, the Lord of Longevity Valley, the ruler of Longevity System, one of the two great Taoist sages in myriad lineage. The Emperor of Insane Court was no match in comparison because it had fallen. She was famous alongside the other sage, the sect master of Yang Radiance with the title of Untethered. Her cultivation was unfathomable. She was well respected and the valley continued to grow under her leadership. Right now, Wuxia was teasing someone of this level, he truly possessed the gall of a tiger. Nevertheless, she remained in a good mood and continued to humor him. Not everyone could do this, not after obtaining a high status. Wuxia continued on, let me add on to this fateful connection. I was actually planning on joining your valley in the first place, not expecting to meet you here, sage. Looks like our meeting was destined, will you fulfill it by walking with me, hand in hand? Perhaps, if it is meant to be. She dodged the request without being impolite. One could stare at her beautiful smile for an eternity. She continued on, wait until I understand the world, then I'll think about accompanying you. Then you're not going to the valley with me? What business is worthy of your attention? He asked. Mundane matters for the sake of benefits and fame, truly vexing. She replied, a spectator watches the mundane world from afar while an impatient person is pressed with urgency and desires. This applies to me so I must go take a look. Do you want me to come along? I am a good cheerleader and will be more than happy to accompany someone who is connected with me through fate. He joked. Benefactor, your desires are not mundane matters, what you spectate is the light above us all. Trivial matters are not your concern, I shall go alone. She smiled and said. Very well, but if you need me, just say the word. I will bear the world with you. He half-jokingly said. I appreciate your kind thoughts. She continued, you should go rest at Longevity Valley first and meet the disciples there. I'll return later to discuss the Tao with you. Is that all right? He looked at her and asked, what role will you give me to enter? Maybe as your Tao companion? She chuckled in response, a bit early for that, benefactor. We have a spot open for a chief disciple, are you interested? Of course, you can go there first and see for yourself before making a decision. Anyone else would be slack-jawed after hearing this. The chief disciple role of Longevity Valley was certainly prestigious, similar to a successor. This person would eventually become the ruler of the valley one day. Such a role should be reserved for their own disciple after intense deliberation. But now, she was giving this role to an outsider? She seemed to be quite at ease, as if this position wasn't important at all, like she was recruiting a regular disciple. Chief disciple? He mused and said, a romance between master and disciple, quite exciting indeed. I'm itching to experience it. Then you agree, benefactor? She smiled. How could I say no? The world is fleeting and ephemeral, so I need to make the most of it. I'll be your chief disciple and take a look at the beautiful sceneries of your valley. She wrote a letter before handing it over to Wuxia. Take this to the valley and someone will receive you. Wait until I come back and we can talk about anything. He smiled. Good, it sounds like you have no problem with me womanizing over there. If you are capable, go for it. She smiled. Wuxia smiled back, his eyes suddenly became resplendent and gazed frighteningly straight at her. Is immortality possible? 1. There's no direct English translation for these two expressions, as far as I know. She is using the Taoist version, Miao Zai, while Wuxia is using the Buddhist version, Shan Zai. Although, I haven't seen the Taoist version that often while the Buddhist one is everywhere. Chapter 22-27. She looked straight at his profound radiance and placed her palms together. Blessed be the Supreme, immortality only exists in the desire of men. Is that so? Wuxia replied, then what's the point of Longevity Valley? Alchemy Immortal didn't only plan to make longevity pills. It is limited to speculations. She smiled. For example, why are you so sure that there is a path towards immortality? Wuxia said, it's quite hard for such a thing to exist under my stringent requirements. But your Longevity Valley, no, our Longevity Valley has a particular item. No need to hide it from me since we'll be Tao companions later on. Will you show more trust? So you are here for immortality. She said. I'm here because of fate and you found me because of fate. He smiled mysteriously. Excellent, excellent. Her smile brought the spring back. If this originated from fate, then let it end with fate. We need to treat it with sincerity and cherish it. Fate comes and go, so we need to do more than that. The word, fate, requires effort. Wuxia said, only through hard work by the two of us would this fate be able to withstand the test of time. Otherwise, this so-called fate will only be calculated schemes under a flowery guise, don't you think? She gave him a long stare before answering, everything happens for a reason. If you are here for longevity until immortality, you will search for it. This is already made up in your mind. Not necessarily. Wuxia shook his head, I might be here for longevity, but which one? You are also longevity, so perhaps I am here for you. She replied after thinking, well, no rush if you want to live forever. How about staying at Longevity Valley for a while? Wuxia smiled, that's fine, I can wait that bit more. Well, come for longevity, maybe I'll leave with longevity too? She didn't answer, not minding his joke. Alright, I'll go ahead then. He went on towards Longevity Valley. She watched as he left before withdrawing her gaze and gesturing again, excellent, excellent. Afterward, she focused on a different direction and started walking. The valley was the main branch of the system and had full authority. It was the lineage of the progenitor, so it possessed numerous scrolls from him. No other sects could match it in this regard. This was a system with many powerful players, too many to count. The strongest were everlasting in 100 pills, influential across myriad lineage. Some even believed that in terms of military, Everlasting had surpassed Longevity Valley. A few disciples from there claimed their sect to be the greatest in the system. From this, one could speculate about its strength and ambition. On the other hand, the main branch seemed to be keeping a low profile. It was flourishing under the rule of Longevity Sage, it maintained its focus on alchemy. A few believed that later on in this generation, the valley could monopolize the alchemy scene completely in Myriad lineage. All in all, they worked on alchemy and rarely got involved in territorial and political disputes. This wasn't the case for Everlasting. Their military might was renowned and continued to expand both their troops and territories. Ultimately, both Everlasting and 100 Pills couldn't take the top spot from Longevity Valley. For many eras now, there have been numerous sects like Everlasting. They eventually turned to ashes while the valley stood tall. Everlasting's ambition to replace Longevity Valley was as clear as day, but this was easier said than done. The sect wasn't actually a valley but rather a massive mountain range. It was full of life like a green dragon laying on the ground. One could smell the faint medicinal fragrance even before reaching the valley. This was perhaps slightly exaggerated, but one must admit that the valley had the most materials and ingredients in Myriad lineage. Their gardens were simply superior. The wild materials were one thing, their cultivated seeds were the finest. An estimation stated that more than half of all the ingredients on the market came from the valley. A massive city was right outside with people coming and going in their carriages, cultivators and experts from all over the place. Some came on vacation and to widen their horizon. Others focused on business, a few got here to ask the valley for medicines. The famous Longevity Pills here rarely made it to the open market. Only big shots could buy it since it wasn't an issue of money. On the contrary, their medicinal prowess was open to everyone. This art of theirs was on the same level as their alchemy and pill refinement. Famous tyrants, unknown juniors, and even mortals journeyed here for health reasons. The valley possessed the hand of an omnipotent god and the heart of a kind human. To a large extent, they would not refuse anyone who came searching for a cure, and the success rate was high. This only boosted their reputation, so many people owed the valley their lives. Thus, a few experts believed that the thing maintaining the valley's position was not their alchemy, but rather their medical prowess. When Wuxia got to this mountain range, he saw buildings and people all over the place. He climbed the stone steps for the entrance. This wasn't open to the public since beyond the gate was the actual territory of Longevity Valley, the place for cultivation and gardens. He was naturally stopped by the guard disciples. He smiled and gave the letter from Longevity Sage. The disciples recognized the seal and became respectful. "Young noble, please follow me. You'll be staying at 100 Flowers." They quickly prepared a place for him to stay after receiving the command from the sect master. One could feel the richness of life wafting in the air, quite pleasant and comfortable. It swept away fatigue and refilled vigor. This was the most amazing thing about this area. Due to the high concentration of plants and ingredients here, the valley possessed a massive life force. 100 Flowers was spring year-round. Flowers bloomed in full swing. One would never want to leave this place. It was a very famous palace in Longevity Valley. In Myriad lineage, just bringing up this name alone could stir the crowd, especially the young male cultivators. It had 3 things in abundance. First, flowers; second, talents; third, beauties. This was the gathering place of the most exceptional and beautiful disciples in the valley. The most gifted ones were all here. It never had a male disciple until now with Wuxia. Longevity Sage certainly kept her promise. You guys just need to watch a Chinese drama with a monk to visualize this. They also do this, using Shan Zai whenever possible while placing their palms together. When someone commits suicide, Shan Zai; during a redemption moment, Shan Zai. You guys get my drift too? I shouldn't even use excellent for this because it wouldn't make sense. In this particular scenario, she is being pensive/reflective about the event just now, or even thinking about the future consequence, not being literal. Chapter 22-28, The perpetual spring season here filled the place with life. Foliage, plants, willow trees, all inviting people to come. One could open their eyes anywhere and see a variety of beauties. A man would definitely forget his way back home. A cold and prideful lady like the winter apricot was watering a flower pot, a smiling girl was chasing after a deer, a gentle woman was picking some medicines. The climate was perfect but the population even better. His appearance here attracted many gazes. Some bashfully smiled at him while the colder ladies only glared. A few were friendly enough to nod their head cheerfully as a greeting. This was an assault on one's vision. Any other man would abandon his lover in this new scenery, but Wuxia leisurely strolled and perused the landscapes instead. A man in 100 flowers was a curious matter, but not just any man, he was a chief disciple. After this news was known, more female disciples came to take a look. The majority kept a distance with an expression of surprise and shyness on their face. After all, few male disciples could even visit this place. The curious ones continued to steal glances while the bolder ladies pointed at him while quietly discussing with their best friends. He was a monkey in a cage, on full display for all the ladies. Of course, he didn't mind at all and maintained a natural expression. This nonchalant style of his attracted even more attention. This was indeed a special case. More importantly, this chief disciple was ignoring them. Normally, a chief disciple was a successor, the future leader of Longevity Valley and the system in the future. The problem was that Longevity Sage was still young on top of being quite powerful. It wasn't the right time to appoint a successor. Because of this, the position of chief disciple has been left alone until now. If it wasn't for the letter from the sect master, everyone would certainly think that he was a fake. However, the seal couldn't be faked, so this chief disciple was the real thing. He looked more like a new groom visiting the bride's family. The ladies were watching and smiling at him. His skin was thick enough to ignore all of this while feasting with his eyes. What a brazen man. One disciple didn't approve of his blatant gaze towards the girls. She was right. His eyes showed no restraint, whether it be the beautiful sceneries or the pretty ladies. He would stop and took his time appreciating their charm. The girls here didn't have the same shamelessness. No one could withstand his invasive gaze. They felt naked and began to realize something about this new male disciple while quietly muttering one word, pervert. Most didn't know his name, so pervert became his moniker. Nevertheless, complaints and coquettish protest were still very pleasant to the ears. Of course, one would need to be shameless enough to handle being called a pervert so many times. Wuxia was such a guy, evident by the natural smile on his face. The girls became increasingly vexed while his smile became increasingly brighter. The cute cries and murmurs from the girls actually livened up the place. Because he was the only male disciple, he couldn't stay at the same place with the rest of the female disciples. They prepared a courtyard in a remote location. He was satisfied with this arrangement. He didn't go outside and meditated about the Grand Tao instead. This place full of life was incredible for cultivation. A session would be filled with this refreshing affinity. Someone came to visit him right away, a great beauty at that. Shapely brows, big and round eyes spirited enough to tell a tale. They also flashed with a crafty glint just like a little fox. Her complexion resembled the peach blossom, skin tender and white. More importantly, her bright smile was irresistible, causing others to feel close to her right away. She wore a light pink dress with a skirt draping down to the ground. It accentuated her beauty even more. Though her face and figure weren't on the same level as Wu Bingning or Longevity Sage, she was still very attractive in a more approachable manner. This little sister's name is Fan Miaozhen. Nice to meet you, first brother. She didn't act like a stranger and bowed to greet him, a perfect first impression. So this was the first sister of 100 Flowers, a genius at alchemy. Li Qiye assessed her carefully as if wanting to see everything. She was much bolder compared to the other girls. She stood before him and waited until he was almost done before smiling. No wonder why the sisters are saying that first brother is a pervert. No girl can handle such a blatant stare. But you can. Li Qiye remained seated, nonchalant yet imposing. Because I'm the first sister. If I act shy, then no one in 100 Flowers will come and take care of you. Gotta grow some thick skin to come here. She winked with her wavy eyes. He chuckled, who knows? Maybe I have a special taste, preferring blushing girls over a bolder one that will scare me away. Any other girl would become quite embarrassed after hearing this comment. One that can scare you away must be quite bold. I'm afraid I can't do it. She smiled. He continued staring at her without any reservation. It was both out of line yet so natural. I'll be uncomfortable if you keep staring, first brother. She finally pouted. As the adage goes, like master, like disciple. Longevity Sage's disciple is quite extraordinary. He praised with a smile. No, first brother, your comment is about the wrong person. It should be aimed at you, not me. Only a visionary like master would pick a disciple like you. We sisters will surely need to keep our eyes wide open for the future. I myself will require your guidance later on. She said with delight. She finally squatted down but still managed to keep a graceful appearance. You're here to test me? He asked, amused. Of course not, I'm simply telling the truth. A playful glint flashed in her eyes. Plus, we sisters would never dare to test you, first brother, given your great abilities. Testing me indeed. Don't bring your sisters into this, it's just you wanting to figure me out. He shook his head in response. Chapter 22-29, First Brother, you said it, not me. Her cute eyes looked quite pitiful as if she was innocent. He was completely immune to this cute act of her and smiled, don't make me hit your butt on the first day. She was scared and took one step back, looking for some sympathy. Even if you're the first brother, you can't pick on a weak little girl. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond. The playful girl had another idea and tilted her head to look adorable. I've never heard about master taking in a first disciple. May I ask where have you been all this time? Still trying? Or are you questioning me in your master's stead? Li Qiye asked. Of course not, I do not dare to do so. You misunderstood my intention, first brother. If master heard this, she'll definitely yell at me but I'm only curious right now. She pouted and said. What a little girl, only learned wily stuff. Li Qiye shook his head. It's fine to tell you. In the past, I was a monster, nothing was too evil for me and lives were trash, but I've grown old and it is time to retire, that's why I will be your first disciple at Longevity Valley. Wow, so you had such a glorious past, first brother. She wasn't afraid at all but had the expression of a fan. Her eyes wanted to learn more, so you reigned across myriad lineage at one point? This fangirl nearly salivated from the fandom, only 1 point short of hugging his thigh and worshipping him. Myriad lineage is nothing, only another spot in the wide world. Li Qiye nonchalantly said something that would be considered a boast by most people. The moment I join the fray, I can sweep through the myriad worlds, completely invincible for an eternity. True emperors and progenitors can't reach the apex in comparison. First brother, if you're really that amazing, doesn't that mean I can parade around like a crab? If anyone dares to touch a hair of mine, I'll just say your name and they'll piss their pants. The excited girl made lively gestures. Pop! He interrupted her by slapping her well-rounded buttocks. What are you doing? She leaped back, dropped the act, and stared at him with caution. She was still a grown-up girl, so it would be strange if she didn't react in this manner. Not really an idiot, I see. Wuxia smiled while rubbing his hands. You got some meat on your bones, quite soft. You're the idiot. She glared at him with a red complexion, feeling quite annoyed. If you have kept up the act, I would have stripped you naked on top and see how long you can keep it up. Wuxia smiled. She retorted, no wonder why the sisters said that you were a big pervert, they're completely right. How shameless. Yes, and you should be afraid of me too like the rest. Wuxia chuckled. The facade stopped as she changed her expression again and smiled. First brother, please excuse my rudeness earlier. Having said that, she bowed as an apology. She indeed came to figure him out, especially his origin. This was her responsibility as the first sister of 100 Flowers. Miaozhen was confident in her master's abilities, and that she wouldn't let just anyone be the first disciple of their sect. That's why Miaozhen became curious about what Wuxia could do to win her master over. Wuxia sat there calmly and accepted the apology. First brother, we're all very curious about you, wanting to see your display of heroism and impeccable techniques. She quickly became casual again. I'm a bit tired, another day. He closed his eyes and waved his sleeve. He had given the command, so she bowed again. Please rest well, first brother, I'll be back to see you later. She left saying this. Despite her playful nature, she was smart enough to know when to back off on top of being very attentive and considerate. Wuxia seemed to be sleeping, lost in meditation. He absorbed energy in this seemingly vast expanse not located in Longevity Valley or 100 Flowers. Everything seemed to have disappeared. His primordial tree was growing quite well, not to a sky-piercing level just yet, but it was full of leaves now. The rustling of leaves would be everywhere with a breeze. Of course, it could eventually reach the sky. A particular flower was growing on it now, a nameless type of a fair size. It didn't look special in any way at first, but upon closer inspection, one would see its stamen absorbing faint Tao light. It was made out of the tiniest laws of the Grand Tao. Nevertheless, there were so many of these laws. They were profound, just one alone encompassed many different types of Tao. Just one could make someone spend an entire lifetime and still wouldn't be able to understand it completely. The blooming process was only the beginning, part of him creating a new Tao. This won't be the only Grand Tao, so Wuxia still had a long way to go before creating a new system. The blooming flower contained a massive amount of primordial energy. All laws and Tao seemed to be born in this place. Once it bloomed fully, this Grand Tao would ripe. Wuxia continued his breathing and became one with heaven and earth. No, it looked as if he was the one creating everything. He was the source of space and time and even the myriad realms. Longevity Valley always enjoyed quiet and peace. The majority of its disciples loved alchemy, so it didn't have a violent nature. This was doubly true for 100 Flowers. The girls here either went outside to learn more about the Tao, or spent their time reading medicinal and alchemy texts. Wuxia's stay was a peaceful one. Though Fan Miaozhen often came to see him, she kept the perfect amount of propriety and didn't interrupt his meditation. She even ordered disciples to not come close. Today, he finally returned from his mental pilgrimage and came out for a walk. The female disciples here have accepted his presence, but some still smiled and blushed upon seeing him. The bold ones still gossiped among themselves. There was no lack of curiosity about him. However, they couldn't find out anything before the Valley Lord returned. Wuxia didn't act like a stranger during his stroll, treating the place like his own courtyard. 100 Flowers, like the rest of the sect, had plenty of rare herbs and grasses. Some extremely precious ones were left growing among the crevices and gaps. He was now in a deeper location with a lake, a very unique one. It was almost a hectare of space. One half was ice with a chilling energy while the other half was surging lava and smoke. This was indeed a rare sight, a combination of yin and yang, ice and fire. In the very center where the two affinities joined together was a spring. Chapter 2230. The hot spring had its water, clearly defined from the rest of the lake with water vapor obscuring visibility. Such a place was very inviting. However, it wasn't meant for people. A water plant was actually growing there with tiny branches, crooked. An unbloomed flower was growing on it. Its long stamen were growing quite well, draping downward almost like a beard or a waterfall. Watching from afar, it looked like this flower was the thing pouring out the spring water, quite a magnificent spectacle. Alas, when looking closely, one would find that this flower looked a bit weak, on the verge of withering at any moment. A girl was sitting on the lava side, resting her chin on both hands while staring at the flower in a daze. She wore a green dress and had peculiar features. Her eyes were full of energy, her features innocent and elegant, transcending, even. Not quite a goddess just yet, but if she were to walk around this valley with her long skirt, one would certainly mistake her for a goddess. Ice-fire plant, quite rare. He sat down next to her and casually said, She was still distracted and replied without looking at him. Wuxia didn't mind and continued on, the young bud will have a hard time growing. It will die after leaving this ice-fire spring. So that's why someone spent a lot of effort moving the entire spring to this place in order to plant the flower. Right, a senior took several thousand years just to plant it here. The girl nodded, her gaze didn't move from the plant. It's sick. You see it too? She finally turned around to look at him with a flash in her eyes. It's as clear as day. He chuckled. You know alchemy? She became interested right away. He looked back at her and smiled, just a little bit from reading random books. This was a humble answer because few in this world knew more about alchemy than him. He had spent generations learning this field. He asked, Do you like alchemy? Yes. The girl hastily answered, I started studying alchemy at a young age, and a senior asked me to take care of this plant. It has been growing very well until recently, it became sick for some reasons. I can't figure out the cause. She felt defeated after saying this. Despite her considerable knowledge on alchemy, this plant still managed to vex her. She scoured through the books but couldn't come up with the illness. It's not sick in that manner. Wuxia chuckled and shook his head. She was a skeptic. Then why does it look like it's on the verge of withering in the last several days? The problem is not the plant itself. He explained, you are focusing on this aspect, thinking that it's sick, failing to see the crux of the issue. What is it then? She wasn't quite convinced that someone around her age could be better than her. She was one of the top experts in Longevity Valley or even in all of Myriad lineage. Nevertheless, her gentle disposition balanced out her prestigious status. Anyone else in her shoes would have started arguing with him. The problem is inside the spring. He said. How can that be? The spring is the same as always, what's the problem with it? She became surprised. The spring is fine too, but there is a new guest there, a neighbor for the plant. He smiled. I've been taking care of the plant, never noticing any invader. She didn't believe him. You'll find out soon. He said, take 100 uses skin, stone root, cracking frozen terrain, grind them all to dust and throw it into the spring, then you will have your answer. Really? She hesitated for a moment. This formula was new to her and plus, she knew the effects of the individual ingredients. Just try and see. If you know alchemy, you know that these ingredients can't harm the spring anyway. He smiled. The girl pondered for a moment and agreed with this line. She decided to carry it out right away. I'll do it. After a while, she came back with the ingredients. Longevity Valley was the biggest medicinal treasury in Myriad lineage, and the things he mentioned weren't that rare. She ground them down to dust before scattering them all over the spring, not missing a single corner. There was no reaction from the spring afterward. What's going on? She looked at him and asked. To which he responded, be patient, you'll get your result soon enough. More time passed. Eventually, the spring boiled with bubbles, and inside these bubbles were tiny worms. Their corpses were all around the surface, resulting in a chilling and nauseating scene. Some didn't die completely and would squirm around. The girl was scared as well. What are these things? Ash maggots. He revealed, after maturing, they will lay eggs beneath the lava. These eggs can survive for millions of years. One day, when the temperature is hot enough, they will suck in worldly energy. This is the reason for your plant sickness. Ah, I've heard of them before. The girl understood right away. She had read about these worms but haven't seen them before, that's why she couldn't connect the dot. No wonder why she failed to diagnose the plant. She then bowed deeply towards him. Thank you for the beneficial lesson. My name is Qin Xiaoyao, please continue to guide me in the future. The girl had a fascinating and unique air. When she bowed down, it still seemed so natural and beautiful, a sight for sore eyes. Wuxia. Wuxia stated his name with a smile. I know who you are, first brother, you're the only male here in 100 Flowers. I just didn't expect for you to be an alchemist too, no wonder why Master chose you. Looks like I have much to learn from you. This smile of her exposed all of her gentle charms. It's no big deal, I just know a little bit. He said. Your words are putting me to shame. If you only know a little bit, then I don't even know past the elementary level. She simpered before going on. I heard about you from senior sister a few days ago, but I didn't dare to disturb your isolated session. What a coincidence for you to be here and solve my problem. Chapter 2231. Oh my, I haven't introduced the two of you, but the flirting has already begun. A voice suddenly interrupted the two. Fan Miaozhen came out of nowhere and teased the two, acting as if they were hiding something from the rest. Qin Xiaoyao wasn't as bold as the crafty Miaozhen, so her face blushed like the Red River and pouted, Senior sister, you're picking on me again. Miaozhen laughed and told Wuxia, Xiaoyao is our 100 Flowers' youngest sister, loved by people and flowers alike. Don't bully her, first brother, we simply won't allow it. Wuxia couldn't do much against this eccentric girl and only shook his head. But Xiaoyao's alchemy skill is peerless in Longevity Valley, you need to spend more time with her, first brother. Miaozhen looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Xiaoyao was the youngest in 100 Flowers, but she displayed amazing talents for alchemy. She was in charge of plant cultivation and medicinal formulas at the valley right now. You're doing it again, senior sister. Who doesn't know that you're actually the most talented here with your pill-making skills? The young girl turned red and quietly said. This was the truth as well. Because of her strange act, some forgot about her incredible talents. I'm feeling quite good to hear such praises. We, the three ladies, are incredible geniuses in Myriad lineage, maybe our master really knows how to teach. Miaozhen cheerfully joked and was received quite well by the other two. I'm talking about me and little sister Xiaoyao, so you have met two of the three ladies. I can introduce you to the last one if you are interested. She continued on. So it turned out that Longevity Sage had three direct disciples. Miaozhen was the oldest and Xiaoyao was the youngest. The second one was named Mu Yalan. Why not? He smiled. Then let's go. Miaozhen smiled, I want your opinion on which of us three is the prettiest. I need to take care of the plant, the two of you can go ahead, senior brother and senior sister. Xiaoyao said, a bit afraid of her first sister's constant teasing. This was the case for everyone in 100 Flowers. Alright, I'll let you off this time. Miaozhen smiled and started pulling Li Qiye away. She had no qualm about touching a male before marriage, just like a little girl. The two of them ran out of 100 Flowers. When serious, she was a graceful lady. When acting crazy, she could cause a lot of headaches. There were plenty of buildings and houses outside of the valley, some temporary tents as well. This was a branch of the sect, Medicinal Hall. It took in all patients from around the world. The moment they got here, the scent of medicine was quite strong. This place was lively with cultivators and mortals needing help. Longevity Valley was unique in this sense. Normally, mortals were no different from ants. Cultivators wouldn't give a damn about them. Medicinal Hall didn't see it that way. They welcomed both cultivators and mortals. Plus, the price was very fair or even free for mortals. This added to the sect's good reputation. Moreover, some mortals chose to stay here to learn medicine as well. Doctors from this branch eventually spread out all over the places. Plenty of patients were waiting, wounded cultivators and mortals on the verge of death. Luckily, the place had enough doctors from both the valley itself and the students. She pulled him into a courtyard all the way inside to find a woman sitting down and reading a patient's case history. The woman wore a plain dress with her hair tied up high. Her brows were lightly drawn like the smoke over yonder the mountain. Her eyes were bright and animated. When she focused, they emitted a frightening glow and an imposing aura. She wasn't old, but her demeanor was the opposite of this. She was a lotus at first sight, noble and unreachable. However, upon closer inspection, a winter apricot flower was the more apt description, cold and keeping everyone away. This was one of the three ladies of Longevity Valley, the second sister, Mu Yalan. All three were experts at different things. The oldest was good at pill making, the youngest good at alchemy, the one in the middle was good at medicine, capable of bringing people back from the brink of death. Yalan, let me introduce you to a handsome fella. Miaozhen dragged Li Qiye inside while shouting, not giving a damn about her image. Yalan helplessly looked up and frowned. Is there something, senior sister? She resembled the first sister more than Miaozhen. Miaozhen tapped Li Qiye's shoulder and said, what do you think about him, Yalan? A good match for you? With that, she elbowed Li Qiye as if she just did him a favor, that they were the closest friends. Li Qiye didn't know whether to laugh or to cry after seeing this. Yalan gave him a quick glance and said, Sister, I have many patients waiting. She then went back to reading her chart. Just messing with you. Miaozhen coughed and said seriously, this is our first brother, a direct disciple under master. I'm taking him here for an introduction, don't be arrogant now. When she wanted to be serious, she was imposing enough, worthy of her seniority. Yalan looked at him again and nodded for a greeting. First brother, your fame precedes you. Of course, this was only a polite speech. She had no idea who the hell he was beforehand. After the greeting, she went back to reading. She remained cold and distant to him as well. First brother is good at alchemy and pill making, medicine too, a master at everything and had inherited master's legacies. Miaozhen began boasting, you should be asking him to learn more about the mysteries of medicines. I will surely ask first brother for help when I have time. Yalan casually answered without looking up. Her response was actually out of respect for Miaozhen. A first brother appearing out of nowhere wasn't worthy of respect. Well, why not today? Miaozhen elbowed him again and blinked, seemingly wanting to play the role of a matchmaker. Li Qiye smiled and felt that the cold girl wasn't as interesting to him as Miaozhen. Sister, I actually have a lot of patients recently. Would another day be alright? There was no doubt that Yalan wanted the guests to leave and had no intention of talking to Li Qiye. At this time, a disciple came in and reported, "Hall Master, the Poison King is here." Having heard that, Yalan stood up right away. "Invite him in right away, I'll be right out." She then told Miaozhen, "Sister, I have a patient requiring the help of Poison King. I need to go see him, please excuse me." She also nodded at Wuxia, a polite goodbye of sorts, before leaving. Chapter 2232. After Yalan left, Miaozhen elbowed him for the third time. "First brother, time for you to shine?" "Shine what?" He gave her the side eye. She smiled back, "Of course, to capture our junior sister. Don't you see, that Poison King is here, he's in love with her for a long time now and was courting her for who knows how long. This is a good chance for him because she needs help. What does that have to do with me?" Wuxia shook his head, not caring about the matter. She circled around him while blabbering, "You can't put it like that. As the adage goes, keep the goodies within the family. Second sister is so pretty and talented on top of being kind, where else are you going to find a girl like her? How can we let that jerk from Everlasting win her?" Wuxia looked at her and said, "Are you trying to protect your sister or just want to antagonize Everlasting?" "Both." Miaozhen wasn't embarrassed after being figured out and said, "A girl like second sister should marry a genius in Longevity Valley, such as yourself, first brother. As for Everlasting? I'm annoyed by those pretenders long ago. It's my responsibility to take them down a notch." She didn't try to hide it at all. Of course, this wasn't a personal feud of hers. Everlasting considered themselves the strongest lineage in the system and had wanted to take over Longevity Valley for a long time now. The ambition was there, the only thing stopping them was fear of the unknown. As the first sister and in spite of her playful demeanor, she had insight beyond her peers. That's why she was very cautious about this sect. "That still has nothing to do with me." Wuxia shook his head again. "Who says? You're the first disciple of the valley, so you bear the responsibility of protecting it, am I wrong here?" She glared at him and angrily said. Wuxia rubbed his chin, "That might be true, but I don't think flirting is part of the description. Of course, if you want to take Everlasting down a notch, you need to give me something good. As the adage goes, money can buy anything. It's probably not that hard. Let me destroy that Poison King's morale, then if necessary, you'll win second sister over. Our jewel can't be given to an outsider," she said. "Win her over?" He smirked, "I normally don't do something like this, unless it's a buy one get one. If I take your second sister, do I get the first sister too?" "In your dream." She blushed. A bold girl was still bashful when this type of topic came up. She scowled, "You're quite greedy for wanting a harem, how lowly." If you want both of us sisters, you need to contribute first. If you destroy Everlasting, not to mention just me, you can marry all three of us." This might be a joke, but she certainly considered Everlasting to be a threat, hoping that her first brother would be able to do something. "My heart is beating so fast now, hugging all three beauties together. Such romantic luck." He smiled. You can daydream once you take down Everlasting. But before that, it'll only be a grand dream." She felt her face becoming hot and retorted. "Looks like you think quite highly of me, confident that I can destroy Everlasting. I didn't know I was so capable, I'm so overwhelmed from earning the love of a beauty." Wuxia joked back. Of course, he didn't look overwhelmed at all. "No need to talk so much," she said, "not just anyone can be the first disciple of Longevity. Master's wisdom is impossible to fathom." She declared it without any hesitation, showing her absolute confidence in her master. "I feel like I'm walking on air now after all the praise." He smiled, "However, if I'm truly so amazing, then I can't marry just anyone. Even princesses and goddesses can only be my feet-washing maids. No time to waste, the enemy is knocking on our doors already, go and break him already. She ignored whether he agrees or not before dragging him out again. Meanwhile, Mu Yalan was personally greeting the Poison King from Everlasting, Huang Quanwei. Senior brother Huang, thank you for taking the long journey. Yalan cupped her fist. Her attitude was polite yet distant. She always acted like this regardless of the situation, maintaining a distance with everyone else. It's perfectly fine, even if I was farther away, I would fly after hearing your invitation, junior sister Mu. All the troubles are nothing. He excitedly said with a pair of eyes filled with love and greed. He could stare at her forever without getting bored. Despite his grand title, he was still very young, looking quite dashing with his white robe just like a scholar. However, because he surrounded himself with poisonous creatures all year long, he had a sinister aura that makes others shudder uncontrollably. He was a disciple from Everlasting and the junior brother of Miracle. Nevertheless, their two paths were different. His research was on medicine, but this derailed into poisonous grasses and insects. His crush on Yalan was no secret. Moreover, he thought quite highly of himself and believed that he was a good match for her. Plus, his background from Everlasting meant that he was a proper groom for Longevity Valley. The seniors from Everlasting approved as well. If he could marry a genius from Longevity, it was all pros and no cons for their kingdom. I have a patient from a side branch of the sect. He accidentally got poisoned while finding some medicines in a ravine. This poison is quite fierce and I can't remove it completely. You are the best in this aspect, so please help. She said slowly. She was in charge of the hall and normally didn't participate in curing regular illnesses. However, this was an elder of a side branch. She tried several times and failed, only able to stabilize the wound and stop further spreading. She had no choice but to ask Huang Quanwei for help. Everlasting and Longevity are family, so I will help you with everything I got, even if it means jumping into a boiling cauldron. He said while his eyes couldn't avert from her beautiful face. I hope you will be able to cure the elder. She gently nodded. At this time, the duo of mischief made it in. Miaozhen smiled and said, we'll also see the elder and see how he is doing. Quanwei didn't dare to show any slight and cupped his fist after seeing her. Senior sister Fan, long time no see. I'm sure your pill-making skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Miaozhen rarely left the valley, but she enjoyed a great status in the system. No way comparable to your poison skill, junior brother Huang. Miaozhen was acting respectable and elegant right now, nothing can be better than your presence. Looks like the elder will be just fine, we were worrying for nothing. He quickly responded, you're too kind. As long as the elder is indeed poisoned, and I don't mean to brag, I will have an antidote. He arched his chest proudly after finishing the sentence. Of course, this was well deserved. No one in the young generation was on the same level as him, hence the reason why he was the Poison King. Good. Miaozhen nodded. I plan to ask first brother on checking it out, looks like there is no need to trouble him now. Yalan stared at Wuxia for a bit. She didn't know whose idea it was. Perhaps Miaozhen was dragging him into this mess. After all, she was aware of Miaozhen's cautious attitude towards Everlasting. This gentleman is. Quanwei finally noticed Wuxia. 1. Wanting a harem is a weird choice of an idiom from the author. A literal translation would be, wanting the happy fate of the man from Qi. This was a tale about a man who had a wife and a concubine, so it became an expression for a man wanting multiple loves, or a sarcastic/jealous retort, in this case. This would make sense in a modern city novel, where everyone is expected to know this tale. However, this is the Xianxia world where Earth and the old dynasties from China and these tales do not exist. Using it here is acceptable to Chinese readers, because the expression transcended the historical accuracy and became part of the daily vernacular. For an English reader, this isn't the case and can be jarring/confusing. I changed it to harem for readability, but know the origin of the phrase and why I chose to change it too. Wow, another historical idiom. The literal translation would be grand dream from spring and autumn. Spring and autumn was a period of 6 kingdoms before unification by Qin. The dreams here were the dreams of the rulers, wanting to be the strongest of the 6, and that's their goal. However, Qin's ruler had a much clearer goal: destroy the others to unite China. Thus, this expression is about having unrealistic ideas and dreams. 3. This guy has a super grand name. Huang equals king, Quanwei equals authority and prestige. Chapter 2233. A while ago, Huang Quanwei didn't pay any attention to Li Qie because no matter how one looked at it, he was too ordinary, just a regular disciple at best. This is the first disciple of our sect, also our first brother. Fan Miaozhen introduced Li Qie. First brother? Quanwei was surprised because he has never heard about this person before. He was under the impression that Miaozhen was in charge of the young generation. Oh, I see, your fame precedes you, first brother. Quanwei didn't dispute this and cupped his fist. Longevity Valley was the orthodox branch, so in theory, the first disciple of this sect was going to inherit Longevity Sage's role, a very prestigious position. However, Quanwei didn't care too much. Li Qie wasn't famous at all, let alone compared to the 3 ladies. Inferior to his own junior sisters, one could see that this first brother was in name only, most likely average in skills at best, just like his appearance. He probably got lucky from joining the sect early for that generation and becoming the first disciple before everyone else. Thus, Quanwei felt superior to him still. Li Qie only smiled back at the greeting. This annoyed Quanwei, feeling that Li Qie was putting up an act. He asked, "So you also understand poison, first brother?" He was one of the 3 most talented in Everlasting, well respected by many others. So now, this first disciple dared to treat him like this? Our first brother knows everything: pills, medicines, alchemy, poison, you name it. Miaozhen jumped in. Ah, I see, excuse me then. I would definitely like to learn from you, first brother. Quanwei didn't believe this at all. In his mind, Miaozhen was only defending the valley's honor. If Li Qie was actually this gifted, he wouldn't be an unknown character and would have been much more famous than their group of 3 in Everlasting. After all, she couldn't let others make fun of their first disciple. We can't wait any longer since the elder's wound is quite serious. Brother Huang, please show us your skill. Yalan slightly frowned before suggesting. She could tell that her senior sister was trying to use Li Qie to take Quanwei down. Of course, she wasn't protecting Quanwei either and only interrupted out of worries for the elder's wound. The poison needed to be cured with haste. She also didn't know anything about this first disciple. Her nature was much simpler than Miaozhen, only focusing on medicine and not about the changes in the world or other struggles. Thus, she didn't think about this person as much as Miaozhen, as well as the implications. It wasn't that she didn't believe Miaozhen's claim about Li Qie, she just didn't wish to risk the life of a patient. Picking the renowned Poison King for this task was certainly the right choice over a guy she had only met for the first time just now. Sure thing. Quanwei smiled, let me see the elder's poisonous wound, then I'll ask first disciple for help if I don't understand something. Another humble yet empty comment from Quanwei, he didn't even bother looking at Li Qie as he spoke. As long as the wound was actually a poisonous one, he wouldn't need any help, not from a nobody. This was his chance to perform in front of the beauty. Perhaps his supreme poison mastery could win her favor. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go see the elder. Miaozhen pulled Li Qie inside. The other scene was a striking contrast. Quanwei bowed towards Yalan and gestured, "Junior sister, you first." This was no contest. In his eyes, a dashing genius like him was 1,000 times better than someone like Li Qie. "Brother Huang, please." She politely nodded and entered with him. On the wooden bed was an old man of a stout stature and a fierce pair of eyes, almost eagle-like. His appearance was certainly imposing, unlike his current state. He seemed to be in pain, tortured by the poison resulting in considerable weight loss. After seeing Li Qie and Miaozhen, he barely sat up and said, "Miss Fan, please forgive me for not being able to stand up to greet you." His last name was Yang, an elder from a side branch of longevity. Even Yalan failed to cure the poison, only able to stop it from spreading. "No need for such formality, Elder Yang, we're family." She spoke with the bearing of a first sister. Yalan and Quan Wei came as well. The elder quickly asked, "Miss Mu, is there a way?" This has been a test of his sanity, writhing in pain the entire time. He would have died if it wasn't for her, so now, he placed all of his hope on her since she still hasn't given up. "Don't worry, Elder, we will find a cure for your poison," she said before introducing, "I have invited a famous doctor for you. This is Poison King Huang, I'm confident he can do it." "Ah, virtuous nephew Huang, my pleasure." The elder became excited and quickly cupped his fist. "Your mastery of poison is matchless, looks like this old man is lucky enough to meet a true master." "You're too kind, Elder." Quan Wei remained humble but was feeling pretty good inside. He was winning a lot of face in front of his goddess, and soon, he'll be able to show off his skills. "I'll leave it to you then." The elder heaved a sigh of relief. The title of Poison King was quite famous and his skills left no room for doubt. He would certainly have a way to cure this poison. Meanwhile, Miaozhen had been watching Li Qie only. She smiled and said, "Elder Yang, our first brother is also a poison master." Li Qie smiled after seeing the sudden recommendation. "First brother?" The elder didn't know who she was talking about. "This is the first disciple of Longevity Valley, also our master's highest seniority disciple." Miaozhen pushed Li Qie forward. "Since when did the sage appoint one?" The elder was surprised because this position has been left unfilled. He has never heard about this matter before. "You will need to ask my master." Miaozhen smiled, "Our first brother is good at everything, alchemy, medicine, poison, whatever. He's the pride of our Longevity Valley." She sounded like an ant at a market praising her own merchandises. Li Qie couldn't help but become amused. "Good at everything?" The elder became surprised again and was still skeptical. He was still an elder, albeit from a side branch, and should have heard of such a gifted disciple. "If you don't mind, our first brother can give it a shot too," Miaozhen suggested. Yalan was feeling a bit helpless at her senior sister. Their relationship was quite good, but Miaozhen was frankly an eccentric little devil, a source of headache for everyone. Longevity system has many poison research, but how many are actually masters at this art? Quan Wei stepped up while proudly arching his chest. Chapter 2234. Huang Quan Wei stared sharply at Li Qie, even to the point of being aggressive. This was clearly a provocation. He wouldn't miss this chance of showing off in front of his crush, to let Yalan know that he alone is the best master of poison. He was completely confident that in the entire system, no one could surpass him in this regard. If he couldn't cure it, no one else could. Thus, he had no problem challenging this first disciple who got lucky enough to become Longevity Sage's student. Well, the elder hesitated. Though Miaozhen recommended Li Qie and said that the guy was a master of everything, he had never heard of him, let alone seeing the guy's abilities. This wasn't the case for the Poison King who was world-renowned. Yalan was the one to speak. "Brother Huang has learned about poison for several decades on top of traveling quite far to get here. I'm sure he can do it." She had no prejudice against Li Qie, only thinking that this was the best route. One had evidence of his skill while she had never seen the other before. Risking the elder's life was too much to ask. "Don't worry, junior sister, I will cure Elder Yang, he'll be up and jumping in no time." Quan Wei became excited after seeing Yalan picking him. Her recognition of his skill was the greatest boost of confidence. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could take the beauty home. "That sounds amazing," Elder Yang said. He didn't want to risk his life and was very skeptical. Alas, he didn't dare to refuse out of consideration for Miaozhen. So now, Yalan had done him a huge favor. Meanwhile, Li Qiye stood there without expressing his attitude. Miaozhen glared and elbowed him. The guy didn't respond to her at all. "Elder, let me have a look." Quan Wei was eager to get started. The elder opened his robe to reveal the wound on his chest. It was quite serious, the size of a palm with burn marks all around and a sulfuric scent. He had ointment applied but it was useless. The black marks on the wound were spreading, showing that the poison wanted to move on to the rest of the body. Fortunately, Yalan was talented enough to stop it for now. So strong. Quan Wei was surprised to see this wound. "This is," even Li Qiye took another glance. "Senior brother, you got a clue?" Quan Wei noticed his interest and asked with an arrogant expression. "It's not just poison." Li Qiye chuckled. "Do you have an antidote?" Miaozhen smiled and asked. Quan Wei sneered and said, "I'm afraid you are misdiagnosing it. This is indeed poison, and a strong one at that, able to spread all over the body in the blink of an eye." "Yes, yes." Elder Yang added, "I was picking some medicine that day but something ambushed me, piercing me right on the chest. I turned black but I sealed all of my veins and meridians. Later on, Miss Mu forced the poison back to the chest and saved my life." "Did you get a good look at the creature? Is it the size of a fist with sharp fangs, plated head, and a stinger?" Quan Wei inquired. "You're completely right, when I took it off my chest, my energy had killed it but its appearance is just as you described. You know what it is?" The elder was excited. "Senior brother, do you know what it is?" Quan Wei didn't answer the elder but asked Li Qiye instead. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't care for the provocation. "Looks like you don't know much about it." Quan Wei assumed that he didn't know anything and continued on, "It's a devil claw louse, born in places with high temperature and humidity. I bet you were at the mouth of a volcano, or near one." "Yes, completely right." Elder Yang knew that he had met a master. These lice hide in the dark, very good ambushers with lightning speed. Just one sting is usually fatal due to the fast-spreading poison. Quan Wei elaborated. "No wonder why you're the current poison king, I'm definitely saved." The elder became ecstatic. Quan Wei looked over at Li Qiye to show his superiority. This was his time to show off before Yalan. As for this so-called first brother, he was only a stepping stone. He carefully looked at the wound before concluding, "It's a louse indeed, but the strange part is that the poison seems to be sealing you. Maybe when you sealed off your veins, the poison also sealed you off, or maybe too much time had passed and the poison had spread all over, or both." Yalan added, "Makes sense." When the elder called for help, despite sealing off his veins, the poison had already spread all over. Later on, I forced it back to his chest but probably not in entirety. This poison is sealing his true fate, resulting in this painful state. The elder smiled wryly and said, "If it wasn't for the seal, we would have abandoned this flesh already. Please utilize your masterful ways and remove the poison." For cultivators, being poisoned was a difficult task, especially ancestors who were strong enough. They were virtually impervious to poisons. However, in the rare case of affliction, they could instantly abandon their flesh and destroy the body, running away with their true fate. As long as the true fate was around, they could rebuild their body. It would only be a great loss but no real threat to their lives. This wasn't the case for the elder. His true fate was sealed inside his own body by the poison, so a physical abandonment was out of the question. His true fate was bound to his body right now. Don't worry, this louse is fierce but it can't trouble me. I just need half a day to take care of this. Quan Wei was completely confident. Virtuous nephew, you're my savior. The elder was in a great mood. It's too early for a conclusion. Li Qiye gently shook his head and reminded Quan Wei. You have a different perspective? I'm listening, senior brother. Quan Wei said impolitely. This poison is very strange, you need to rethink then rethink it again before making a decision. Li Qiye repeated. That's probably the case for you, but I am the Poison King. A devil claw louse is nothing, no need to waste time thinking. Quan Wei said. I'm confident in your abilities, please act fast to avoid further complications. Elder Yang agreed. Junior sister, what do you think about his opinion? Do you think we need more time thinking? Quan Wei wanted to show off and asked Yalan, ready to listen to whatever she says. Chapter 2235, Mu Yalan looked over at Li Qiye before nodding at Huang Quan Wei. Please go ahead, brother Huang. She ultimately decided against taking any risk based on the given information. Very well, I'll start. Quan Wei sneered at Li Qiye again, quite pleased with himself. He took out a pouch of various poisons. Elder, it might be painful, I will need you to bear it. Don't worry, virtuous nephew. This old bones of mine can handle it. The elder said. Quan Wei chose a bottle of ointment and began applying on the wound. The elder felt a cool sensation, all the pain have disappeared. Virtuous nephew, this is an amazing ointment, removing the pain torturing me for several days now. The elder became astonished. This is black jade, an antidote personally created by me. Any other poison would be cured right away. Quan Wei said. Brother Huang, you can actually make it? Yalan was surprised as well. The formula for black jade had been lost long ago, even their valley only had an incomplete scroll. Plus, the disciples here didn't focus on poison too much, not caring to research it any further. Yes, I looked through so many texts before finding a way to make up for the missing pieces. This black jade of mine can cure anything. Chuanwei's ego was being fed in full right now after seeing her surprised expression. Your poison mastery is indeed peerless. She praised. No way, it is inferior compared to your medicinal abilities. Quan Wei responded. His mood couldn't be better right now. Nevertheless, he didn't stop and took out several needles and inserted into the elder's important meridians. Now! He shouted and his needles lit up. Under his empowerment, black lines appeared around the elder's body, the remnant poison. The old man started to twitch, clearly feeling the pain from this process. Alas, he didn't groan even once. These black lines were forced into the chest area. Quan Wei was fast and added more needles into the chest cavity, sealing the poison there. At the same time, his black jade ointment was doing work as well. The wound gradually turned white with smoke coming out. The elder was drenched in sweat but he felt much better than before, as if the poison was being removed. I'm so impressed right now, you expelled this poison so easily. He excitedly said. Not yet, this is only removing the hidden poison from your system. In order to cure it completely, we need other medicines. He humbly said, but his slightly smug expression told the tale. Of course, I was saved the moment you got here. The elder was all smiles, happy at the thought of being free from this terrible poison. Elder, hold on a while longer, the next step will be very painful. Quan Wei took out a bottle. Your bottle will end his life. Li Qiye warned before Quan Wei could use it. This got the attention of both Quan Wei and Yalan. do you know what you're saying? This is an antidote, why would it take his life? Don't be ridiculous now. Chuanwei's eyes turned cold as he spewed out aggression. Virtuous nephew is indeed saving my life, not the opposite, don't speak nonsense now. Elder Yang was unhappy and would have shouted at Wuxia if he wasn't the first disciple. Just a charlatan. Wuxia calmly said. What do you mean? Yalan looked at him and said. The right medicine for the right illness, anything else is risking people's lives. He smiled in response. The right medicine? Quanwei raised his voice. The poison is from a devil claw louse, a creature near a volcano containing true fire in its poison, rendering the veins. This bottle is a mix of centurial ice lotus and deepwater glacier, perfect ingredients versus this poison. If this isn't right, then what is? Brother Huang's explanation is logical. Do you have something else in mind, senior brother? Yalan nodded in agreement and asked. Virtuous nephew, I believe in your skill, no need to listen to someone else's nonsense, please start. The elder unhappily said. If the elder wishes for it, then please go ahead. Yalan then told Wuxia, senior brother, please don't disturb him during the process. Yalan had nothing against Wuxia but she didn't wish for any interruption. Wuxia simply smiled and didn't bother explaining. Miaozhen did the same, waiting to watch the fun. Elder, I'm starting. Quanwei said with a serious expression. Go for it, virtuous nephew. Elder Yang was mentally prepared. Quanwei opened the bottle and scattered the medicine on his chest. Sizzle and smoke came out as if something was burning. The elder had a twisted expression from the pain with sweat all over. There was no doubt that this process was excruciating. He tried his best while biting down in order to not scream. As more medicine was poured on top, the black wound became gradually fainter before disappearing altogether. The poison has been cured. Blood finally came out of the wound and Quanwei put away the bottle while heaving a sigh of relief. All right, you'll be able to get up soon. At this moment, the elder was struggling for breath. It took a while before he regained his wits and felt comfortable like never before. You're a miracle doctor, I will forever remember this debt. The elder got up and cupped his fist. I have learned from your poison mastery today, Brother Huang. Yalan praised as well, this is a huge weight off my back now that the elder is fine. It is my honor to help you, junior sister. Quanwei said right away. Yalan nodded. This whole ordeal has been quite stressful since she couldn't come up with an antidote. Senior brother, do you still have any pointer? The successful attempt left Quanwei complacent, no giving a damn about this first disciple. Wuxia still had a faint smile on his face. Poison mastery is a complex art, not just anyone can learn it. Quanwei thought the lack of response meant fear. In the present day, no one is my match when it comes to this art. Trying to do so would only be ignorantly displaying one slight skill before an expert. Quanwei was one step short of pointing his finger at Wuxia and scolding the guy. Strangely enough, Wuxia was rather docile and only stood there. Ah! Elder Yang suddenly dropped on the bed and began twitching again. Earlier, he didn't scream a single time like a real man during the healing process. But now, he constantly bellowed in pain. One could only imagine what he was going through. Elder. The group was shocked to see this. His face became whiter with a mist appearing around him and exuding a chilling aura to everyone nearby. What's going on? Quanwei was caught off guard. Yalan sealed the elder's meridians again with lightning speed. She fed him an emergency pill in order to protect his veins and true fate. Help me, the elder could finally speak again, but he seemed to be at his last gasp, unable to say anything afterward. The twitching intensified along with the cold aura. If I have to type virtuous nephew one more time. Chapter 2236. It was as if the elder had just gotten out of an ice pit. Even experts like the ones in the room could feel the cold biting into their bones. This frigid air intensified as the elder trembled with his teeth clanking together. Next, the mist was slowly turning into a layer of frost. What is going on? Yalan still couldn't stop the cold energy coursing through the elder like a flood breaking the dam, on the verge of turning him into an ice sculpture. Yalan had never seen such a monstrous cold energy before. Her medicinal skill wasn't enough to stop it. She stood there in a daze, thinking that it wouldn't be long before his death if they couldn't stop it. Poison King Huang Quanwei was even more stunned. He didn't know what was going on because in theory, that should have gone just fine. Alas, the elder's condition had deteriorated. The cold poison is invading him, Li Qie flatly stated. Yalan quickly composed herself. She was experienced enough to keep calm and remembered what Li Qie had said earlier. She stared gently at him and asked, "Senior brother, please save Elder Yang." The unemotional girl was anxious, not wanting to see a life slip away before her very eyes. He glanced at her and said, "Move, my turn." Yalan immediately stood to the side to make way for him. He came forward and checked the elder's pulse. The guy's hand was frighteningly cold. The sheer force of this affinity could instantly freeze someone. Quite strong, Li Qie stated before taking out the myriad cauldron. Poof! Its flame surged out and turned into long strings of fire flowing just like water. He began with lightning speed, channeling these strings into the elder. They penetrated each of the meridians and veins, acting as a substitute. He wouldn't stop shooting more and more strings like a rain of needles. They continued to flow all over the elder, too many to count. The elder looked as if he was made from fiery threads due to the sheer number wrapping around him. He was red just like a boiled shrimp. Flames continued to move inside his body. Each string seemed to have its own life as they made their way across. Any spectator would be blinded from the radiance. Moreover, Li Qie's technique was unique. Yalan herself couldn't truly understand them. This was a magical and precise process with extreme speed. She knew that she couldn't replicate this task. Each person had countless veins. To be able to channel these strings through all of them in such a short time, it required immense finesse and power, causing Yalan to gasp in astonishment. Miaozhen was watching Li Qie intensely with her big and round eyes. Remember, these strings were made from the cauldron flame. It meant that his fire-controlling technique was at the apex. A fire controller of this level would also mean that his pill-making techniques and alchemy were incredible. Sizz. The fiery strings flowed and burned away the cold poison, even the hiding ones, not allowing them to resurface again. He was displaying his abilities in full force, truly impressing the two girls. From this curing process alone, it was clear that he was versed in all aspects, medical, alchemy, and flame controlling. This great versatility and mastery far exceeded the two of them. Eventually, the flames gathered. Despite their power, they didn't harm the elder at all. It showed that Li Qie had reached a level where he could do whatever he wished just like a fire god. Miaozhen became more and more impressed and shocked. Longevity Valley was an alchemy lineage with plenty of masters, but they might not be able to find a second like him. Sizzle. The flame resembled flowing water now with a non-stop current washing everything inside his body several times before leaving his body. It floated in the air. Everyone could hear shrill screeching noises. Despite the low volume, they were unpleasant like needles pricking the ears, quite an unbearable sensation. The group finally noticed that the flame was surrounding something, a tiny poisonous creature only the size of a hair. It was entirely clear like crystals with two sharp fangs and a scary face. It ran left and right in order to escape, but this was a futile effort. Poof! The cauldron sent out a second wave of flame, increasing its power by several hundred times over, capable of boiling an entire ocean. The creature wiggled and screeched. In the end, it couldn't withstand the heat and became scattered ashes. Everyone was drawn in by this scene. It didn't last that long since the start, but Li Qiye's techniques were perfect and smooth, worthy of gasps and awe. More shockingly, they didn't expect for this insect to be hiding in the elder's body. The old man was dead for sure if it wasn't for Li Qiye. He recalled the cauldron and glanced over at the unconscious patient. He'll be fine. Senior brother, that was a type of ice poison? Yalan asked right away with a pair of eyes brimming with a love for learning. This was her first time seeing this, so she wanted to figure it out. An ice ghost. Li Qiye said. Ice ghost, from the legends? Rumor has it that it can kill people without being detected. She shuddered. She has only read about this legendary poisonous insect in the books, never seeing it in person before. Chapter 2237, That's a made-up creature, it doesn't exist. Quan Wei wasn't ready to lose the spotlight to Li Qiye. Don't blame the books for being wrong out of your own ignorance. Li Qiye glanced at him and retorted, just because you haven't seen it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The thing that doesn't exist is your knowledge. You. Quan Wei turned red with an ugly expression. He was complacent earlier but no more. The gap between the high and low vexed him. So what actually happened? Miaozhen curiously asked. An ice ghost is similar to a specter in the sense that it is elusive, formless, and can kill without being detected. But the truth is that it isn't formless, just another type of parasite on a poisonous creature. He explained, more often than not, the murderer is wrongfully blamed. Everyone would think that its host was the killer. The devil claw louse that attacked Elder Yang was the host. Of course, its poison was very formidable and continued to fight against the ice ghost even after its death. What I mean is that the ice ghost was being restrained by the poison of the louse inside the elder's body. Removing this poison resulted in the ice ghost going all out and invading the elder with its cold energy. He looked over at Quan Wei after revealing the last part. Quan complexion kept on changing color. Earlier, he was so confident in curing the elder, but he ended up almost killing the guy. He was the famous Poison King, but he had lost to a nobody today. This was a great blow on his ego. It's my fault for not being careful enough, ignoring your opinion. A great mistake. Yalan sighed and said. Li Qiye did warn them, but she chose to trust Quan Wei due to his reputation. Ah, the elder woke up at this time. He got up in fear and cried out with a pale complexion, "Am I okay? Elder, you are no longer in danger." Yalan consoled, "My senior brother had removed the cold poison in your body and killed the ice ghost. Everything in your system is gone, so you'll recover soon." The elder finally calmed down, vaguely recalling Li Qiye helping him before he blacked out. "Thank you, virtuous nephew, for bringing me back from hell." He said, "This old man has eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. How embarrassing." He chose to believe Quan Wei and even reprimanded Li Qiye, his savior. Recalling this left him embarrassed. Just a trivial art, can't reach the apex. Li Qiye casually replied. This response was a cruel slap on Quan Wei's face. Poison mastery represented everything to him. He was proud of being peerless in this art, allowing him to roam the world with a smug on his face. But now, this art was considered trivial by Li Qiye. His face became even more unsightly from the verbal slap. "Rest now," Li Qiye told the elder before leaving. "Wait for me, first brother." Miaozhen gave chase with a cheerful expression. Quan Wei wanted to show off before Yalan in order to earn her favor, not expecting to lose face because of Li Qiye. He didn't wish to stay and immediately said goodbye, then left Longevity Valley. As the duo was leaving, Miaozhen happily held on to Li Qiye's arm, looking quite intimate. You were amazing, definitely gave him a good beat down, we'll see if he dares to come back here again. She was looking quite cute, hee, that guy gave up for sure, maybe you will be able to win our heart soon too. Done with your test? He directly asked. Miaozhen was indeed crafty. Her other purpose was to test Li Qiye's abilities, to see if her master chose the right person. I had complete confidence in you, senior brother. I knew you would stop everlasting from being so arrogant and boost our morale, that's all, no other intention. She rolled her eyes, looking pitiful and wrongfully blamed. Li Qiye was unmoved, don't think I won't strip you and throw you out of 100 flowers. Senior brother, alright, I was wrong, I shouldn't have tried to test your abilities. She hugged his arm tighter and admitted her mistake, but you're a benevolent and magnanimous person and will forgive me this time, right? I won't dare to do it again. I'll make it up to you by bringing you some tea and a meal. This girl was very adaptable and wily, someone that was both cute and frustrating to be around. Better brace yourself before trying again later. He nonchalantly looked at her and stated. There will be no next time, I swear to the heaven. She raised her hand and swore, taking it to heart. Li Qiye only gave her a glance without responding. Hi, I know you're nice enough, I won't do it again. After seeing that he was fine, she grabbed his arm again and happily skipped forward. Li Qiye enjoyed his time at 100 Flowers. It was peaceful and quiet in the last 2 or 3 days. The little girl, Miaozhen, had run off somewhere and didn't come to bother him. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyao visited several times to ask for help with alchemy and plants. She was much more pleasant to be around due to her gentle nature, unlike the other scheming demoness. He answered all of her questions, so she left happily each time. Alas, his peace was broken this morning. A group of girls surrounded his courtyard completely. Good morning, first brother. They greeted after seeing him. First brother, senior sister said that you are gifted in everything and will teach us in place of master. I'm here today to respectfully ask for your guidance in pill making. One of them cheerfully requested. Another one excitedly said, First sister said that your knowledge of plant is peerless, the 3 of us want to grow a rare one, please help us. Before master left, she was teaching us meditation laws. First sister said that you know all of our merit laws, I'm not very good at cultivation, please correct. These girls outside of his door were chirping non-stop. Being wanted by so many beauties was a blessing but also a source of headache. Li Qiye grimaced, realizing the culprit right away. Suddenly, a cough interrupted the pretty voices. The girls looked back and saw a cold expression, as distant as an apricot in the middle of a snowfield. No one would dare to come close. Second sister. The girls quieted down right away. This was naturally one of the 3 ladies, Mu Yalan. The disciples in 100 Flowers were rather scared of her. They weren't close to her like they were with Miaozhen. If you all want to ask senior brother for help, don't do it like a bunch of bees. You need to organize a time with him first so that you don't interrupt his cultivation. She told the group. We'll come back tomorrow then. One of them smiled cutely. Many set up an appointment with him before leaving. There was no doubt that Miaozhen got them to come. Chapter 2238, the girls hurriedly left with a smile on their face, looking quite cute and charming. Only Li Qiye and Mu Yalan were left. He gave her a look and said, Come inside. After they entered the room, she cupped her fist, I have eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai, almost committing a grave mistake back then, please forgive me, senior brother. She has been thinking of him recently but due to the high number of patients, she couldn't leave until today. He waved his hand, it's no big deal, everyone will misjudge eventually. In fact, she was an excellent and responsible doctor. She wasn't completely at fault during the mishap while curing Elder Yang. Senior brother, your medicinal understanding is matchless. I have many things I wish to ask you. She stared with a pair of eyes eager to learn despite her still cold demeanor. Her abilities in this aspect were worthy of her title as a miracle doctor. Even in Longevity Valley, her skills were on the same level as teachers from the last generation. However, after seeing Wuxia at work, she realized the considerable gap between them. Moreover, First Sister also said that he was skilled in other aspects as well, a master of everything. Not to mention myriad lineage, a true master like that was a rare sight in all three worlds. Because of this, she humbly asked him for guidance. Go on. He didn't refuse her request. Yalan was happy that he didn't wish to hide his knowledge and quickly asked the questions that have been troubling her. The issues brought up were quite profound. Even a true master of medicine might not be able to show her the way. She definitely found the right person. This was someone who had studied for eras across different realms. He not only could answer but also did it in an incredible manner. She was immersed in this lesson. The snow around the apricot was melting away with excitement and her eyes lighting up. When it came to the good parts, she couldn't help quietly gasping in awe. In terms of talents among the three ladies, Fan Miaozhen was most likely the best. She wasn't the first sister for becoming a disciple, the earliest under Longevity Sage. Her talents were indeed the best. However, she was much more focused on cultivation compared to the other two. Mu Yalan was interested in medicine while Qin Xiaoyao was all about plants and alchemy. The two of them were hellbent on their respective field, thus they were so accomplished at such a young age. Miaozhen's pill-making was not bad either. However, she carried a heavier burden as the first sister and needed to work on the sect, unable to only focus on personal developments. This gave her a deeper understanding of the world compared to the other two. Meanwhile, Wuxia didn't hide anything and did his best because he found the girls to be pure and willing to be the best at their domain. It was relaxing and rewarding to teach them, so he was more than happy to partake in this task. Clang, 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 their time was interrupted by an urgent-sounding gong. Yalan was shocked to hear it. Something has happened to Master. She ignored everything else and left the room while the panicking noise continued. Next, people saw the bloodied Longevity Sage being carried into the valley. Her wounds shocked the entire place because her cultivation was unfathomable. No one knew how strong she was exactly. Thus, one could imagine the formidable strength of the culprit. Moreover, this person must have strong backing too. The sage was in charge of the system. Attacking her was the same as challenging the entire valley. The disciples assumed their post and became ready to fight. There were guards and sentries every 5 paces. A tense atmosphere pervaded the place. The ancestors entered the hidden cave to help the wounded sage. The rest of the disciples didn't know what was going on or who the enemy was. Boom! A green light gushed out with increasing intensity, eventually ending as a vast expanse above. Clank! A massive image of a cauldron appeared in this expanse. It flew towards the cave right away. The ancestral cauldron, the elders worried even more at this sight. They need this cauldron. All members didn't expect the situation to be so dire. This was the cauldron left behind by their progenitor, crafted from different materials all over the 3 worlds and capable of bringing someone back from death. Even under the most gruesome circumstances, the person only needed 1 strand of their soul in their body and this cauldron could save them. Of course, the valley didn't use it carelessly since it required a massive amount of materials and energy. The severity of the situation became obvious when so many ancestors and even the cauldron were assembled. The enemy certainly wanted the sage dead. So many disciples gritted their teeth in anger at this thought and wanted revenge, especially if something were to happen to their sect master. Besides the ancestors out of the sects or in crucial meditation, the other ones came to pour their power into the cauldron. The situation was tense because the rest of the disciples wanted to prevent a potential ambush. They protected the cave and felt the heavy responsibility. Nevertheless, there was a true sense of solidarity going on. All were ready to die protecting their sect master. Fan Miaozhen was even more determined and became quite busy with the administration. She even patrolled herself, truly showing off her abilities. With a full armor and weapon at the ready, she didn't show any sign of immaturity at all. Her commands were on point and meticulously thought out. This was the style of a capable general. Anyone who saw her right now would see a battle-hardened general, unable to see the resemblance between this and her demoness style. On the contrary, the first disciple was quite leisure. No one came to bother him at his little courtyard. The dreadful atmosphere went on for a bit, but fortunately enough, the enemy has yet to appear. This was a blessing of sorts because the valley was at its weakest. An assault might fail but would still leave severe damage right now. It looked like the foe was wary of the valley's power, not pursuing the sage to the very end. Of course, mounting a full frontal assault against Longevity Valley required deliberation. It was still in charge of the system with unfathomable hidden powers. Taking it down wouldn't be easy at all regardless of how strong one might be. Chapter 2239. The silence in the valley was as unbearable as the mind of its disciples, jumping at the slightest noise. Their weapons were unsheathed as they waited for days to pass by. They were ready to fight, unlike a certain someone who never left his room, simply focusing on cultivation. Wuxia meditated and was as still as a wooden statue. Buzz. After a long time, green leaves suddenly came out first before the old tree fully manifested from the ground. Wuxia had chosen to name this tree Longevity. Its leaves were rustling, seemingly very excited. Wuxia chuckled and patted it with a profound glare. Longevity Valley is indeed interesting with powerful ace cards. Quite unexpected. He naturally wasn't here to be a first disciple. His goal was something else and he simply played along with the others. He recalled the old tree before returning to meditation. This peace was broke several days later with a visit from Miaozhen. She wore a tight dress meant for battle, her mood completely different from before and was rather fierce. Nevertheless, she was still as charming and pretty as ever, causing eyes to bulge. A monarch from everlasting is here. She got straight to the point after seeing him. Due to the sage's injuries, the ancestors were preoccupied, so many tasks in the valley fell to the young generation. This was a true test for them. Miaozhen had a bigger role due to her status and personally presided over many matters. The current defensive plan was hers as well. She lived up to the expectation and became a great commander despite her young age. There was no doubt that she had prepared for this day. And? Wuxia chuckled. Her eyes narrowed, resulting in a serious expression. He came bearing gifts for a marriage proposal. Which one? Let me guess, Poison King Huang Quanwei and our doctor? He guessed. Yes. She nodded. The monarch wishes to see master and talk about the proposal. Wuxia smiled. This perfect timing was quite a coincidence. You just need to tell the ancestors. He said. The ancestors are either in isolated cultivation or empowering the ancestral cauldron to heal master. The rest are on guard at the cave. She revealed. She made it quite clear that it was up to them to decide. You're the first sister. Go talk to Yalan and the others and decide for yourselves. He answered. Yalan refused. Miaozhen continued, plus, I might be the first sister but you're the first brother. As the main disciple under the master, you should be in charge of this matter. This marriage proposal was no coincidence, so how could they agree? Plus, Yalan had no feelings for the Poison King. This proposal had no chance of success. You're already doing a great job. I trust that you can handle this matter. He smiled. Nice try. She glared at him. Don't think about running before the fight, it is time for you to bear the mantle. Fine, we can make the decision, but you will need to be the one telling their monarch. You want me to be the bad guy? Li Qie laughed. That could result in war. They are certainly not friendly, so once a fight starts, I'll be in the very front. So, are you afraid? She tried to egg him on. Mind game doesn't work on me, little girl. He shook his head and said. Don't forget, you haven't done anything yet as the first disciple, don't sit in the outhouse without taking a shit. Not telling you to join the battle is already treating you too nicely. She angrily complained. Watch your image now, you're the representative of our sect, how can you say such crude words? You're ruining your image as a nice girl. He teased. Stop blabbering, are you coming or not? She revealed her true nature after a few sentences. It looked as if she would give him a good beating if he were to refuse. Of course I am. I don't dare to disobey the first sister, the consequence of that would be so bad. He smiled sarcastically. She was furious and pinched his waist hard enough for him to open his mouth in pain. I'll tell you something, she said during their walk. The alchemy conference is happening soon, it's a day where the system worships the ancestors. Our valley has always been in charge of it. She carefully said. Li Qie smirked. Such good timing for someone to hurt the master just before this date. And now a marriage proposal too. That's why you know what needs to be done. She looked at him and said. What if I go firm? Keep in mind that I do not concede, the enemy must either lick my shoes or be the bones beneath them. Little girl, you need to be ready for the aftermath for dragging me out here. He said flatly, do you want to delay this or declare war? The former is better in my absence since I always go all out once I decide to do something. Miaozhen contemplated quietly before looking straight into his eyes, wishing to see into his soul while allowing him to do the same. I trust you. She finally nodded, though I don't know why Master picked you to be the first disciple, I still trust you all the same. Since Master isn't here, I will let you do as you please. Our three sisters have your back. Little girl, you might just be handing Longevity Valley to a devil. He laughed and touched her forehead before moving on. The monarch of Everlasting was waiting in a palace chamber. This was a stalwart old man with sharp brows and cold eyes. He had the most influence and authority in Everlasting right now among the monarchs after many successful conquests. Their emperor asked him to be in charge of this marriage proposal. He came quite prepared for this task. However, he has been waiting for a long time. Not to mention an ancestor, not even an elder got here to see him. Nevertheless, he remained calm and sat there in silence. He didn't mind the deliberate slight because the valley wouldn't be arrogant for long. Not long from now, the system would belong to Everlasting. Why? Because their kingdom was the strongest right now, far exceeding Longevity Valley in terms of military prowess. Whether it be an ordinary disciple or the nobles in that kingdom, they all thought that Longevity Valley had declined, way inferior in comparison to them. Furthermore, they have been in charge for long enough. It was time for someone else to take the reins. Chapter 2240, Everlasting Monarch sat on the main chair with a cold expression. His disciples stood to his sides with their hands resting on their sword's hilt and had a vicious glare, resembling a butcher sharpening their blade. Remember, this was Longevity Valley, the orthodox branch of the system. Disciples from any other powers would be docile in its territory to the point of being overly cautious about their appearance and manner. This wasn't the case for these disciples, acting as if this was their own backyard. It was as if they were ready to fight at the first sign of discord, not giving a damn about Longevity Valley. Time continued to pass and the valley still hasn't sent any big shot to greet the monarch. This was certainly intentional at this point. The monarch smirked. Not long from now, war and cries of anguish would engulf this place while he stood over all of them. The first disciple of Longevity Valley has arrived. Someone shouted. Li Qiye and Fan Miaozhen came inside with a few other disciples. He looked over at the monarch and said, "Why are you here?" Such an imperious attitude angered the disciples on the other side. Their master has swept through the realms, a true big shot in the system and a minor true god. The monarch's eyes turned cold, but he didn't burst out in anger. "Who are you?" "Monarch, he is our first disciple and also my first brother," Miaozhen said. "Miss Fan, I am here to see Longevity Sage." The monarch coldly responded. "The sage isn't someone you can see whenever you want. Spill it if you got something to say, don't waste my time." Li Qiye waved his sleeve and said. "You." The monarch's eyes became severe. "The matters I want to talk about can't be decided by a nobody like you. Monarch, our first disciple is in charge right now for all matters pertaining to the valley," Miaozhen said. Li Qiye looked like a junior in everyone's eyes, but Miaozhen's words carried some weight in the valley. "Fart if you must already, it's your honor to be in my presence," Li Qiye urged again. "How impudent." A disciple standing behind the monarch on the other side immediately shouted. "Slap them," Li Qiye ordered without bothering to look. Pop. Pop. Miaozhen personally slapped the guy without holding back, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. This guy wasn't bad, but he was inferior to someone like Miaozhen. He became furious, but the monarch held him back. "The valley is the leader of the system, even your emperor can't be arrogant here." Miaozhen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She wasn't as nice as Yalan and Xiaoyao, possessing enough decisiveness when it came to big matters. "Very well, it is my fault for not educating him well enough." The monarch glared at Li Qiye before speaking. They weren't in a rush before figuring out the valley's true strength. He continued on, "It's good that you can take charge. I came bearing good news. Everlasting and Longevity have been like family, no need for this aggression." With that, he clapped. The disciples outside carried chests to the hall and opened it. One chest of clear flame jade, one pair of lark jewel, 100 pounds of red steel ore, one bottle of exquisite spirit spring water, one sultry pin, one box of dendrobium orchid. The disciples called out the content before concluding, a total of 18 chests of treasures. The monarch stood up and smiled. "As I said before, I am here with joyous news. Longevity Valley's Dr. Mu is amazing and beautiful, at the right age for marriage. My nephew Huang is a pillar of everlasting, a rare genius. He and Dr. Mu are in love. Monarch, watch your words." Miaozhen interrupted him and straightforwardly denied, "My junior sister is a pure girl." She didn't give any face to the monarch after hearing him spouting nonsense. Ahem. The monarch cleared his throat and continued, "All in all, the two are a good match created by the heaven and earth. Because of this, I am here under the order of His Majesty to propose while bearing some humble gifts." This was before the exchange of the 8 words and ignoring whether the valley's acceptance. The monarch brought gifts already, almost forcing a marriage. Humble gifts indeed. 18 chests of treasures? More like 18 chests of scrap metals. "Take them away, return from whence you came." Li Qiye interrupted the monarch. Clank. Li Qiye also threw out something, a coin rolling on the ground. It exuded an imperial aura and true energy, suffocating the entire crowd. An imperial coin. Even Miaozhen was astounded by this extravagant display. Everyone stood there in a daze at the sight of this imperial coin. It was unbelievably precious. Other true stones of this level were extremely tiny. As for a coin cast from imperial metal, not many individuals or even sects were qualified to create them. But now, Li Qie had just thrown one out, clearly an authentic piece too. Even in Longevity Valley, only the high-level ancestors could use them. Ultimately, it was a precious type of resource for a Dao system. Throwing it away like trash was insane. Of course, Li Qie had the personal treasury of insane ancestor. One imperial coin was nothing since he had an outrageous amount. Though the 18 chests of treasures were worth quite a bit, they were still regular items, far inferior to a single coin. Everlasting Monarch didn't know what to do since he didn't expect such a development. Longevity Valley didn't need to break all friendly pretenses even if they were going to refuse this proposal. However, Li Qie was trying to break them down with money. A bunch of poor wretches wanting to marry my junior sister? Simply frogs wanting to eat swan meat. Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively and said, "Here, have this imperial coin, go back and buy some food." Miaozhen had a strange grin on her face. Using an imperial coin to buy meat? That could be an entire mountain of meat. The monarch and his group were at a loss. Some started thinking about whether they were really poor wretches or not. After all, their treasures didn't look like much anymore. The monarch took a deep breath and said slowly, "We come with sincerity, but most importantly, the two are a great match. Their social position and economic status are in harmony as well. Poor wretches like you dare to utter that phrase?" Li Qie insulted again, "My junior sister is far above your standing. Know your place." Miaozhen didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Their sect naturally wouldn't accept this marriage proposal. However, this refusal method was too aggressive, like stomping on someone's face or a backhanded slap. She thought that she was fierce enough, but after seeing him in action, she realized she was a bandit watching the Bandit King. "You need to watch your words, do not insult our kingdom." The monarch's expression sank. Regardless of the proposal, Li Qie's attitude was too rude. All in all, the valley was the first to drop the friendly act and not giving their kingdom any face. 1. The eye here is an imperious one too. 8 words are a summary of fortune-telling, one's birth data for astrological purposes, combined from year, month, day, hour. Each was replaced by 2 words, resulting in 8. Chapter 2241, Watch My Words. Li Qie smiled, "I told you already, it is an honor being able to speak with me. Your everlasting is nothing. If I'm in a good mood, then it can stay around, but provoke me and I'll treat it like an ant. Just one stomp is enough to crush it to death." The monarch's expression rightfully soured. Everlasting wasn't a random power. They were the strongest in Longevity System, capable of taking the rule from Longevity Valley. But now, he made it sound as if they were completely worthless. This was a blatant insult to the kingdom. The monarch and his disciples' eyes flashed with fury. No one has ever dared to treat them like this in this system. Their disciples could walk straight even before those from Longevity Valley. This was an unprecedented humiliation. "Junior, think before you speak." The monarch howled, "Everything has consequences, can you actually handle them? It's not too late to concede, I am benevolent enough to forgive you, otherwise, oh?" Li Qie smiled without a care in the world. The monarch glared at him and uttered coldly, "This marriage proposal came out of respect for both love and camaraderie, also to lead you all towards the right path, so we're the one reaching above our station?" Miaozhen interrupted him. "Miss Fan, to be frank, the world has changed. You need to view it with a different perspective lest you want to die without understanding why." The monarch smirked, leaving Dr. Mu aside, "You also need to find a good groom. Our crown prince is looking for a concubine." The monarch spoke without any reservation, seemingly prepared ahead of time. It was time for the disciples of Longevity to be angry. Miaozhen was their first sister, respected by the entire sect. On the other hand, Everlasting was only a kingdom beneath Longevity Valley, yet they dared to make this comment? It was a blatant challenge to the valley's authority, an insult, even. Me, a concubine? Miaozhen unexpectedly laughed. Your miracle young noble who only buys his fame wants to take me in as a concubine? He needs to look in the mirror first. Just another frog. Miss Fan, you won't be arrogant like this forever. Not long from now, you won't even be qualified to be a concubine. He'll just toy with you before throwing you away. Pop. His mockery was interrupted by a slap from Wuxia. He was simply too fast and the monarch didn't have a chance to dodge at all before blood started to drip out of his mouth. Idiot, last chance to scram now and keep your dog life. Wuxia said. You're dead. A monarch like him had never been humiliated like this, so he lost his cool completely. Kill him. The disciples next to him began attacking with their weapons. They weren't weak, quite skilled at close combat arts even. Their slashes had great teamwork, trapping Wuxia inside. Ants. Wuxia's figure flashed before he started his rampage. Rumble. Crack. Crack. These disciples got their bones broken. Some even turned straight into a bloody mush. More than 10 died just like that, no chance to scream. The monarch roared and seized this chance to attack. His pagoda turned into a mighty mountain and flew straight for Wuxia. This was an attack capable of destroying a mountain range. Child's play. Wuxia created a huge palm and crushed the pagoda in the form of a mountain into smithereens. The palm continued heading for the monarch. The monarch used his best art to try and stop Wuxia, but it was useless. He was blown out of Longevity Valley. The guy was bloodied, who knows how many bones have been broken just now. He was scared out of his mind while trying to get up from the mud. He wasn't the only one startled. Miaozhen was stunned too. Wuxia's power far exceeded her expectation. This monarch couldn't handle a single move from him. Before the monarch could run away, a voice leisurely came from behind him. Pretty tough bones, can still stand. What do you want? The monarch turned pale and staggered backward, realizing that he had kicked a steel plate. Wuxia chuckled. What I want? Gaze at the moon while enjoying tea with a few pretty ladies if I'm in a good mood. When I'm not, killing a god, maybe a few millions more. That's not a bad way to kill time. Unfortunately for you, I'm in a bad mood right now. I am the monarch of Everlasting with an army of millions, the trusted general of the emperor. If you do anything to me, my army will come and destroy Longevity. He shouted. That's great to hear. Wuxia rubbed his palms and laughed. It's been some years before my previous massacre. Recalling it makes me a little sentimental, mountains of bones and the stench of blood. Quite exciting, isn't it? Your army will be an appetizer. My body has been rotting, lacking exercise. Everyone else thought that Wuxia was only intimidating the guy, but not Miaozhen. She suddenly felt that he was speaking the truth, that he had massacred millions before and created mountains of corpses. She shuddered at this thought, at the true butcher standing before her. His smile was the smile of a devil, even scarier than his angry expression. Do you not know that Everlasting is the strongest, far above your longevity, and some of our members are beyond your imagination, not people you can ever afford to. The monarch continued to howl while running. He didn't get to finish before Wuxia gripped his neck. Resisting was futile, for he was an ant right now. Tutor, save me. He finally called out for help. Boom! Light exploded outside the valley, heralding the hymns of swords. Numerous divine swords flew out of the ground and floated outside the sect. Clank! These massive swords above the sky emitted a frightening energy. Not to mention the disciples from Longevity, even the cultivators and mortals in the nearby towns were horrified. Boom! The aura of a true god poured down like a waterfall. Remember, this was the territory of longevity. Someone exuding their aura in full like this was a blatant challenge to the sect's authority. Chapter 2242, An old man traveled across the sky using the swords like a bridge. His steps seemed slow, but he was crossing an unbelievable amount of distance to reach Longevity Valley. He wore a precious robe, eyes sharp like the eagle and a gray complexion. His beard was short and prickly like a hedgehog. The aura of a true god coming from him was ferocious and awe-inspiring. It roared like the ocean and shot to the sky in a majestic manner. He had no intention of hiding it and simply let the force ravage this area. This went against common courtesy and respect. One needed to play nice at Longevity Valley, so converging their auras were necessary. This was a blatant challenge, not giving a damn about the orthodox branch. Xiao Hongjian, the national tutor. A few cultivators outside the valley were surprised to see him walking on the Bridge of Swords. The gong of war resounded again in the valley. They were about to face a powerful enemy. Hongjian was the current national tutor of Everlasting. He was a powerful cultivator in the system in the past and was eventually invited by Everlasting, earning its trust. With the help of their pills, his cultivation soared even more. Some believed that he was an ascender at the first level. After a long time, the speculation changed into thinking that he was at the second level. This showed the strength of this particular kingdom. If the tutor was a second-level true god, then their ancestors couldn't be weaker. Tutor Xiao. The monarch felt as if he had been saved. All eyes were on Wuxia now. Both the outsiders and sect members had no idea of the present situation. Young friend, will you release the monarch and have a talk? Hongjian stared at Wuxia, imposing without needing aggression. As if I would listen to you. No one can stop me from doing what I want. Wuxia smiled in response. Young friend, think it over. The tutor continued, there exists a good proverb, don't kill the messenger, and that's all the monarch is. If you act without thinking, you will unwisely drag the valley into the fires of war. Is that so? Wuxia chuckled, I also like the fires of war, but I'll be the one sending the fire to wreak havoc. Those who try to do so against me are tired of living. Young friend, you can't handle the consequences. Kill the messenger of Everlasting is the same as declaring war, that's not something you can be in charge of. Please ask Longevity Sage to come out. The tutor sternly said. Wuxia waved and interrupted him, such a trivial matter is not worth our valley lord's time. I alone am enough to eat your insignificant kingdom for breakfast. The spectators gasped, including the disciples from the valley. They glanced at each other and felt that their first brother had gone crazy. Everlasting was the number one in the system right now, on the verge of surpassing their own sect. He boldly declared that he alone could take care of Everlasting, a lineage that had true emperors. A while later, people calmed down and gauged the situation. A few older experts thought to themselves that this was all part of a plan. Otherwise, there was no way the tutor could prepare such a swift passage at the perfect time. Everlasting has been growing at a rapid rate, especially under the current emperor. Their army was ready and some considered them to be the strongest sect in the system. On the other hand, the orthodox branch, Longevity, always kept a low profile. This made people think that the sun was setting on them, and that they were no longer suitable to lead the system. The sovereignty over the system was coveted by all. Gaining this authority meant becoming the orthodox branch, the representative. No need to further expand on the prestige of this. It was clear that Everlasting has been coveting this position from Longevity. War was inevitable, for a mountain couldn't have two tigers. So now, Wuxia's declaration just now made the relationship even tenser. Many could smell the stench of blood. How bold! Hongjian didn't appreciate the command since he had the duty to protect his kingdom's prestige. Let go of the monarch or death is upon you. Even longevity sage can't save you at that point. He threatened with murderous intent. This aggressive aura pricked the spectator's skin. Poof! The end of the threat was also the end of the monarch. Wuxia crushed him into a mist of blood. The guy didn't even have a chance to scream, let alone trying to resist. You misspoke. The right thing to say is that not even the heaven can save you right now. Wuxia chuckled. This stunned everyone. Wuxia was too unpredictable and didn't care about the threat from an ascender. They exchanged glances in rumination. A youth daring to provoke an ascender? Too bold and insane. Hongjian didn't expect this either since no one would do something so crazy. Brat, I will cut you to pieces. The lack of face given infuriated the true god. Clank. He clapped his palms together and a massive sword rushed above, large enough to shoulder the sky. Terrifying strands of sword energy poured down, each could kill 1,000 experts. The crowd wisely retreated after seeing this. In this split second, he unleashed a slash with shockwaves causing the mountains nearby to crack. Damn! Many experts became pale and said with dread, he must be a second-level true god to do this slash. Not smart for a junior to challenge an ascender, it's suicidal. Someone else murmured. They didn't need to watch to know that someone as young like him wouldn't be able to stop this terrifying slash. Boom! The result was the opposite of everyone's expectation since the slash was stopped. A pine tree slowly showed up behind him with its roots in the valley itself. Just one old branch alone had repelled the attack. Old it was and somewhat resembled a horned dragon. Its long leaves looked like tiny swords hanging on the branches. Sword pine. The tutor was the first to be shocked. Chapter 2243, A Pine Tree with Sword-like Leaves and a Trunk the Shape of a Dragon. Its size wasn't impressive but possessed a sky-splitting momentum. It easily stopped the gigantic sword from the tutor despite the slash's earth-splitting power. The ancestral tree answers. Miaozhen was shocked to see this. Not just her but everyone in Longevity Valley became stunned. It really is the ancestral tree. Some were in disbelief and eventually confirmed it after a closer inspection. This was indeed their sword pine. According to the legends, Alchemy Immortal planted 3 trees back then. They grew along with the sect and after so many years, they have become quite old, definitely the most ancient existences here. No one has seen these trees in action before, so they were no different from other old pine trees outside of their age. Some ancestors have claimed that they all had incredible powers, capable of killing true gods and contending against true emperors. One thing was for certain, earning their approval was necessary before using their power. This task has never been done before in the long history of the valley, until today. Though Wuxia was the first disciple, he got it by chance and it hasn't been that long. However, the sword pine had approved of him, this was quite astonishing. So many ancestors have tried before and failed. This newly joined junior, on the other hand, had earned this honor. Amazing, the Valley Lord has such incredible insight. One ancestor watching from inside noticed this. He took a deep breath at this unprecedented miracle done by such a young man. Xiao Hongjian's eyes bulged in disbelief. He knew about these legends as well, not expecting for it to happen against him. Break! Multiple divine swords appeared behind him, turning him into the Lord of the Swords. They rushed to the sky like a peacock spreading its tail. The sound of the sword him alone could pierce the 9 firmaments. All of the swords decided to slash at the same time. Even the sky was split apart with terrifying scars. 9 reincarnation slash. He roared the name of technique while his aura erupted in an endless manner, able to drown the entire area. The sword slashed downward and continued to do so in an endless cycle until the death of the enemy. Such a fierce sword Dao horrified the crowd. The sword Dao itself was impeccable. This fused with the power of a true sword resulted in a technique capable of wiping out a sect. Li Qiye was just as nonchalant as ever. Go now. He raised his hand and the sword pine's leaves immediately dropped downward. These branches and leaves became a barrier for Longevity Valley. This was a bulwark of swords, completely untouchable. The collision resulted in earthquakes and fiery sparks, a near-apocalyptic sequence. This was his proudest and most powerful slash. Alas, it couldn't break through the barrier, so the valley remained unharmed. The tutor's expression changed, realizing the might of this pine tree. Meanwhile, the crowd also understood the valley's true ace cards. This was the reason why it could maintain its reign over the system for so long. The unsuccessful attack made him decide to ride a sword away, leaving a circular trail behind. He knew he was no match for the tree, so out of the 36 stratagems, running was the best. Reputation, honor, prestige, all were meaningless before death. First, he needed to stay alive before worrying about anything else. In this blink of an eye, the sword pine became resplendent. Massive swords thrust out of the ground as if they were born from the tree, each was shiny like crystal. They became a crystallized wall stopping the tutor's escape route. Break! He didn't stop and channeled his own swords towards the wall. Boom! 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 His swords collapsed after the initial impact. Up! He had no choice but to flew upward even more in order to avoid the wall. Whoosh! One of the branches from the tree slightly moved. Just this little action alone allowed it to cross through the void with lightning speed. Not good. He could sense the danger and retaliated with another slash to sever everything behind him. This mighty slash didn't accomplish anything. The branch pierced through the slash, then the tutor's chest. Boom! Space crumbled with numerous silvery specks of dust like the breaking of glass. The branch had crucified him in the air. Blood began to flow down the branch with its beautiful yet shiver-inducing shade. His eyes opened wide to look at the branch. An ascender has been defeated so easily. People's mouth was agape enough to fit a boiled egg inside. They couldn't close it for a long time. Li Qiye stepped into the sky and appeared before the tutor. He smiled and said, "Killing a god isn't too hard. Taking down a true emperor would be more satisfying." The crowd became speechless. Miaozhen smiled wryly, no words could describe his domineering attitude. The ones outside didn't dare to say anything. It didn't matter whether the guy was personally strong or not. Being recognized by this ancestral tree was his power, enough to brag for an entire lifetime. Plus, he had just used it to kill an ascender. It was fine for him to make another bold statement. Li Qiye didn't have any trouble using this ancestral tree because he had the old tree plus the primordial tree. These heaven-defying entities allowed him to have control over the sword tree. The tutor had fear in his eyes. After all, few were truly unafraid of death. What do you want?" He bellowed and tried to struggle. Alas, the tree prevented him from everything, even the worst-case scenario of blowing himself off in order to escape with his true fate. Being trapped here meant that he was a fish on the chopping board, waiting for Li Qiye to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 2244, Li Qiye emotionlessly stated, "What else do you think I'm going to do outside of chopping your head? As if I would show mercy and let you go. Are you forgetting that I'm the national tutor of Everlasting? A generational ally with Longevity Valley, you will be breaking this friendship and declaring war." The scared tutor decided to change his rhetoric in order to survive. A generational ally, huh? Li Qie smiled. How convenient for you. Coming for a marriage proposal right after our valley lord is recovering from an ambush, wanting to marry our great doctor. Then at the point of conflict, you showed up quite fast too. Were you hanging around right outside? The experts outside glanced at each other. This was the first time they have heard about the valley lord's injuries. They understood right away. Everlasting wanted to use this opportunity to spy on Longevity Valley's true power. It's just a coincidence, yes, a coincidence. Hongjian didn't give a damn about face and reputation right now. These things were worthless before death. I see. Li Qie chuckled. So if my hand slip and chop off your head by accident, that's another coincidence, right? I guess I wouldn't mind such a coincidence then. The tutor knew that begging and conceding were useless right now. Kill me and you will bring about a disaster to Longevity. He took a deep breath and decided to make a threat. There are people behind this beyond your level, beyond Longevity Valley. You can't afford to provoke them. There are? Li Qie grinned. That's right. Hongjian thought he had a breakthrough and said coldly, they are from above, not to mention killing you. Destroying Longevity Valley will be all too Li Qie casually swung his hand before the guy could finish and lob off his head. Blood gushed out from the neck and stained the ground. His head rolled far away, his eyes still wide open. Dying in this manner was a complete surprise since his threat was useless. People I can't afford to provoke? Li Qie laughed. My mood determines everything, whether it be sunshine for all or a tempest that can make the gods tremble. There is no one I can't afford to provoke. The statement was uttered rather casually, but the content astounded the crowd. Eventually, the valley captured the surviving disciples who came with the monarch and took them to Li Qie. They kneeled, shivering and pale. Just a while ago, they came with their chest arched forward and their head held high. Now, they were fish on the chopping board. Li Qie glanced at them and swung his hand again. One head fell after another, a shade of red filled the soil palette. The last survivor was paralyzed with fear and had pissed his pants. Will you kindly send a message for me? Tell Everlasting that when I have time, I'll pay a visit and annihilate them. Li Qie said softly. Having said that, he threw the disciple away. A while after landing on the ground, the scared disciple ran, wanting nothing more than to grow 2 more legs to flee even faster. Meanwhile, the crowd and the disciples of Longevity Valley were speechless. The disciples were slightly indisposed, but a sense of excitement overtook this. All along, their sect has been keeping a low profile and didn't compete with outsiders. Despite being in charge of the system, they were forgotten by the rest of the world, unlike the other system's leaders. These leaders were supreme sects, capable of ruling and commanding their neighbors. This wasn't the case here since Longevity Valley didn't impose on anyone's sovereignty. Thus, when their disciples walked outside, they weren't special and scary at all. Some were even bullied by other members, for example, those from Everlasting. Now, Li Qie's style was the complete opposite, aggressive, domineering, unreasonable, and even tyrannical. These attitudes were missing from the valley. He didn't mind killing an ascender and destroy the pretentious facade of a relationship between the two powers by declaring war. The ancestors from the valley wouldn't necessarily be able to do this since they had a rather conservative policy, contrary to Li Qie who always went all out, leaving both him and the opponents no room to back off. This was the reason why the disciples here were having mixed feelings. Some of them were annoyed with Everlasting, wanting to teach it a lesson about who is the real master of Longevity system. His actions right now certainly made them feel good and proud, despite the potential implications of war. Is Longevity Valley about to break out of its shell? An outsider from the last generation speculated after seeing the first disciples' different style. Li Qie ignored all of the gossips and returned to 100 Flowers. In his eyes, killing an ascender was no different from crushing an ant. Everlasting had found a strong backing. Miaozhen, on the contrary, was very worried. From what the monarch and Hongjian's last words, they could tell that Everlasting didn't only want to take over. Someone else was adding oil to the fire. That's good, just makes the killing more interesting. Li Qie chuckled. You're having a good time after dragging us into war. She glared at him and pouted. So you prefer Longevity Valley conceding time and time again, and that will make Everlasting stop? That's your way of avoiding war? The only thing you're accomplishing by doing so is adding to their ego. He retorted. She had no response since she understood he was telling the truth. Everlasting wasn't doing anything right now, but they certainly coveted the system. This stalemate wouldn't last forever. Everlasting needed to defeat or even destroy Longevity Valley in order to carry out their ambition. That's the only way to take over the system and its power completely. Thus, it didn't matter how much Longevity Valley compromised, war was inevitable, only a matter of time. I need to know who is actually behind this plot. She sighed and said. All of the events in the last several days were part of a plan by someone. It doesn't matter. He said, before absolute power, schemes and plans are meaningless. That's easier said than done. Miaozhen didn't know what to do before this confident man. She felt that he would stay true to his words, which was strange because he was only a junior right now and didn't deserve her blind confidence. How's the Valley Lord? He asked. She shook her head. I don't know since I haven't seen her yet. I hope that she'll be fine with the help of the ancestral cauldron. Perhaps she was comforting herself by being so optimistic. Ultimately, the fact that they had to resort to using the ancestral cauldron was indicative of her master's grievous injuries. This made all the disciples in the valley restless, not just her alone. Chapter 2245. A brief lull passed by and Miaozhen stared at Li Qie with a sincere look. What if, and just what if something happens to the master, you won't just sit there and watch, right? She sounded quite hesitant when asking this. Though she desired for the master to be fine, she needed to prepare for the worst. Someone needed to take over the position, and in seniority, the next successor would be the first disciple, or Li Qie. Don't worry, she'll be just fine. He consoled with a smile. I'm just hypothetically asking. She took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. She was different than her two sisters in this regard, needing to think a lot more for the sect. Well, even hypothetically speaking, it won't be my turn. Li Qie didn't yearn after this position. But what if you can? She stared at him without blinking. Little girl, your idea isn't necessarily a good thing. I won't be staying at your sect for long, so don't place your hope in me. You might just find yourself giving the sect to a devil, letting it fall into damnation. He pinched her nose and said. Everything is possible, but I trust in Master's vision, and you. I'm sure of it. She calmly said. He smiled at her sincerity and responded, Don't worry, I guess I will participate because a massacre is always fun. This was a type of promise to her. That's good. She tensed up into an enchanting smile. Despite his current role right now, something told her that he didn't care at all. He was just a guest that could leave at any moment. But now, with his promise of his, everything became different. She could count on him at this point. In a few days will be the conference meant for ceremonial worship. This has always been our sect's responsibility with Master in charge. However, she can't preside over it right now, so it'll be up to us. We sisters will take care of the minor things, but you need to watch over the whole thing and make decisions. She happily said. So much time wasted just to get me to be the cannon fodder. He slapped her buttocks and said, Try this again with me and it won't end as well as this time. Pervert. She leaped back, blushed, while giving him a mean glare. The ancestors can't leave the valley right now. Normally, we and the elders can probably take care of this, but I don't think Everlasting will take this sitting down, so that's why we need you. She added. I understand. He leisurely said, if we're going to go all out, then we just need to be direct and destroy their nest. He was speaking as if he was only going to take down an ant colony, not the strongest sect under a system. Nevertheless, his fierce attitude gave her peace of mind and more confidence, no longer worrying about everlasting causing trouble. The day of the ceremony came quickly. The three sisters and Wuxia embarked towards this place called Alchemy Hut. Miaozhen carried a great burden since it was up to the young generation. Because of animosity and schemes from Everlasting, the remaining ancestors couldn't leave for the conference since it would leave the valley vulnerable to attack. It was too much of a coincidence for the sect master to be ambushed right before this particular event. This event was of utmost importance in the system with the majority of sects and clans participating. Though it was meant to worship the ancestors, it was also a way for Longevity Valley to remind everyone else of their position and control. Thus, only the Orthodox branch could preside over the ceremony, openly telling everyone else that they are still in charge. Due to the ambush, one particular development could have been Everlasting interfering with the ceremony due to the absence of the Valley Lord. If Longevity Valley failed to maintain control, Everlasting would take over and no one else would dare to oppose this due to their current power. At that point, they would be one step closer towards seizing the reign of the system. Replacing Longevity Valley would only be a matter of time. This was why Miaozhen thought that someone was behind all of this. The timing of the ambush was too much of a coincidence. Alchemy Hut was a sacred ground of the system, a place of pilgrimage. In a sense, it didn't belong to anyone alone, not even Longevity Valley. Thus, some considered it their ancestral ground. Many cultivators and alchemists journeyed to reach this place. Of course, it was no hut. The place consisted of numerous mountain ranges, verdant hills, and waterfalls. Of course, one couldn't forget about the trees and flowers. Deeper inside were magnificent mountains floating in the sky, hidden behind the clouds. They had stone steps leading to the sky. The largest one was in the very center and pierced straight up above just like a heavenly pillar. The sun and moon floated around it. One could see it from 1,000 miles away. Some believe that these floating mountains, especially the largest one, were the core of Alchemy Hut. There was a peculiar poem about this location. A young apprentice was asked, "Where does your teacher find his herbs?" The boy answered, "In this mountain, somewhere among the clouds." The mountain mentioned here was the one in the center. Rumor has it that Alchemy Immortal had cultivated, found herbs, and refined pills here. Some true emperors and progenitors descended from immortal lineage just to ask him for medicine. Of course, inferior beings came in droves as well. More often than not, Alchemy Immortal would avoid them by telling his followers to use the excuse that he was away finding more herbs. Thus, this poem was famous during his generation. Everyone who wanted to ask for medicines thought about it. As time passed by, the glory days didn't return. Without Alchemy Immortal, the top beings no longer visited. Alchemy Hut became desolate unlike before. Nevertheless, the cultivators in the system still considered this as their ancestral ground. Many alchemists would travel here at least once in their life. They all respected Alchemy Immortal, thinking that he had few peers in all of history. The conference was about to begin and this added some life to the area. Many disciples from various powers have arrived early. Longevity Valley prepared ahead of time. Their disciples were already here to greet people from all over the world. When Miaozhen's group showed up, many tasks have been carried out. This wasn't their first time taking charge of this event, so they were quite good at it. Chapter 2246. The reception at various points worked perfectly by the valley's disciples. Their first sister's presence only made everything flow smoother. The reception alone wasn't the problem but rather the actual ceremony and troubles looming ahead. This was why all three sisters came this time. A war could break out, so a good doctor like Yalan was crucial. At the same time, Xiaoyao's alchemy knowledge could prevent foul plays such as poison. With their help, Miaozhen was a tiger with added wings. Li Qiye was also necessary since he was her mental support. As long as he was around, she didn't need to worry about everlasting causing trouble. Of course, he didn't concern himself with menial tasks since she took care of everything. He continued to cultivate alone, waiting for his moment at the actual ceremony. Longevity Valley had a separate branch here at Alchemy Hut. Li Qiye didn't leave this place for several days in order to meditate. Today, he suddenly opened his eyes and smirked, a bit interesting. He finally left the room and the branch to start a leisure stroll. This place was beautiful with forests everywhere. Some had tree trunks just as big as the nearby hills. The place was full of life and an ancient aura. One could still see the old style of architecture from the past. There were plenty of buildings outside of the historical spots belonging to Alchemy Immortal. Though the hut belonged to everyone in the system, not just anyone can start something here. They required the consent of Longevity Valley before starting a branch. Longevity Valley was laxed about it, so one could see buildings everywhere, among the cliffs and pinnacles. The biggest attraction was still the main mountain. Li Qiye was climbing towards there and got a great view of the floating mountains nearby. They consisted of various sizes and shapes, some more majestic than others. They were connected by a series of stone steps and bridges. No one knew how tall the main mountain was since even the midsection was hidden in the clouds. Some waterfalls started from the top and hit several mountains before landing on the ground to be the source of rivers. Li Qiye enjoyed this magnificent scene and commented, "Alchemy Immortal was a character indeed, spending so much effort on this system. This whole place is magical." In terms of power, Alchemy Immortal wasn't a match for someone at Insane Ancestors level. Nevertheless, Longevity Valley wasn't inferior to any other system in Myriad lineage. This was speaking in terms of resources and other aspects, not just sheer power. Alchemy Immortal spent his whole life traveling across the three worlds in order to find treasure grounds and bringing them back to add them to his system. Li Qiye was impressed with the main mountain. The preciousness of this mountain is on the same level as the land of the fire source, but it is even more priceless in terms of significance for the system and Longevity Valley. The land of the fire source was incredible, but it was more suitable for alchemists and firekins. On the other hand, this particular mountain had many secrets unbeknown to future descendants. He continued his climb and the scenery only got better due to the high vantage point. However, the climb was difficult and reaching the main mountain was exceedingly prohibitive. From the ground up, there were steps leading to the highest point. Alas, these steps were extremely hard due to a magical weight. This affinity increased along with the altitude. Flying was impossible, even for true emperors. Only progenitors could travel unprohibited here. A supreme power was in charge of this place and enforced its laws on all climbers. In a sense, this was also a great examination location in the system. No one knew where this power came from. Some believed that Alchemy Immortal didn't want people to disturb him during pill-making sessions, so he added this restriction. Some said that this treasure ground was taken here from immortal lineage and this power was innate. Along the way, Li Qiye saw many other climbers starting from the base. In order to reach the top, one needed cultivation, determination, and Tao heart. Thus, some used this place to hone the latter two properties. Li Qiye also took the first step on this particular route. Strangely enough, he wasn't aiming to go higher. After finishing 2 mountains, he found a cave alongside a cliff. He sealed off space and meditated. A faint glow covered his body as space was being affected with ripples. His body turned ethereal as if melting with space before disappearing completely like snow becoming water. Days went on in this manner as more visitors arrived for the conference. The disciples from the various powers enjoyed this meeting. The old generation utilized this time to build relations while the young generation just wanted to make friends. Many excellent prodigies were present. They commanded attention everywhere, and the two most popular ones were Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu. Qingniu was known as a miracle doctor with peerless skills. He once proudly declared that no illness or injuries exist that he couldn't cure. Some believe that he wasn't inferior to Yalan of Longevity Valley, perhaps even one level higher. The two were different. She had a kind heart and people found it much easier to ask her for help. It was different for Qingniu. Due to his arrogance, he rarely helped others or demanded a sky-high payment. Despite his arrogance and lack of humanity, he was talented enough to be listed among the 3 talents. This group consisted of Poison King from Everlasting, Sacred Doctor Hu Qingniu, and Young Pill King Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was also good at Source Boost Pill, not necessarily inferior to Miracle Young Noble. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough comprehension for cultivation. His background was inferior as well. This placed him into the 3 talents and not the 3 nobles. He came from 100 Pill Gate, quite famous across myriad lineage. In terms of Source Boost Pill alone, it might be on the same level as Longevity Valley. Others called him Young Pill King, but he was very afraid of this title. The reason was very simple. His ancestor, Feng Shaochen, was the Pill King and he didn't dare to compare himself to the ancestor. This was why he never called himself the Young Pill King. Many youths were more than willing to befriend these two. Some said that if they were here, then it wouldn't be long before the Poison King comes as well. So many geniuses are here, quite a spectacle. If Miracle Young Noble comes too, this conference will be even more amazing. One youth said with excitement. Not just them. Let me tell you something nice, the 3 ladies of Longevity Valley are here too. A well-informed cultivator revealed. Really? The youths got out of control after hearing this. 1. Recap, we have 3 nobles, 3 ladies, and 3 talents now. Chapter 2247, The news of the 3 ladies attracted so many people. Their ears grew longer, wanting to hear more and more. All 3 beauties were very famous despite rarely showing themselves to the world, especially Qin Xiaoyao. They were beautiful, kind, and had great achievements in their respective field, pill-making, alchemy, and medicine. The cultivators around the system loved to talk about it. Plus, they were from a prestigious sect, the golden jewels of the system. It would be strange if men didn't adore or have thoughts about them. All in all, the 3 talents and 3 ladies were hot topics for the young generation. Thus, so many became excited after hearing about their arrival. When will we be able to see senior sisters? One youth felt his heart beating faster. Of course, they were in the right to pay the organizers a visit. Nevertheless, their goal wasn't out of formality and respect, just a chance to get close to the 3 sisters and hopefully make a good impression. I need to thank Dr. Mu for saving my life last time. Another's eyes lit up and excitedly said. True, she saved my uncle last year and I need to give her his gift of gratitude. Who knows if this guy was telling the truth? It was all about creating a chance to see the 3 because this was the opportunity. Seeing them later at Longevity Valley was too difficult. Even Hu Qingniu and Zhang Yan felt the same way. Qingniu met Xiaoyao during a herb-finding section and got charmed instantly. However, she was only interested in alchemy and plants. As for Zhang Yan, he visited the valley with a senior and saw Yalan from far away, resulting in love at first sight. Unfortunately, her cold disposition applied to all. He tried to court her but gained nothing from it. In the next several days, these youths came to visit the three girls with the excuse of asking on their senior's behalf about the sect master. The girls had their own problems, so they didn't see any of the visitors. One of the problems was Wuxia's disappearance. They asked the branch members, but no one saw where he went, and that he hasn't been back for a couple of days. This truly scared the group, so Miaozhen told the other two to start a search for him. It had to be done in secrecy, which limited the effectiveness of the search. The hardest thing was the moment they got out, groups of youth continued to follow. They tried to break away many times, but this was impossible. In the interim, Wuxia gradually took form again with rippling waves. He opened his eye and smiled. Others would hide such mysteries in the Tao source, but not this alchemy immortal fella, very unique. This is why Longevity Valley doesn't care about conquest and only focuses on producing plants and medicines. Many progenitors would focus on cultivation first, ending up with conquests and battles in order to reach the Tao. Alchemy Immortal broke this mold and focused on alchemy instead. Thus, his Tao system was also different. Others would treat their Tao system as a way to pass on their legacies. Alchemy Immortal, on the other hand, required great treasure grounds for refinement. He certainly took this into consideration when creating his system. All in all, Longevity system wasn't as powerful as Yang Radiance or Vermilion Martial Court in terms of military power, but it was certainly number one from an agricultural perspective. The main mountain in Alchemy Hut was unbelievably precious with something incredible in it. Logically, most progenitors would leave that in their main lineage or even their Tao source. Alchemy Immortal didn't do so since he had already left something else at Longevity Valley. Meanwhile, this item here at Alchemy Hut required its own space, and a mountain can't have two tigers. Wuxia didn't know that the girls were looking for him. He remained in the cave after returning from a different dimension. During his meditation, the primordial flower was no longer there since it was a Tao fruit now. It was still very young, not meant for consumption just yet. It looked like a pine cone but wasn't because it didn't contain any seed inside. The thing exuded a sparkling and translucent glow as if there were drops of dew inside. Upon careful inspection, these weren't dew drops but rather tiny stars, resembling mercury balls. These tiny stars had tiny trees, vegetation, mountains, and actual celestial bodies inside them. Everything seemed surreal, like an illusion, but they certainly existed. Wuxia called this Tao fruit a pine cone, a very normal name. However, its meaning was significant. One seed to form a world, one seed to turn into the myriad Tao. One pine cone was eternal, capable of deriving all the Tao and culminating into a Tao source. This was the most frightening thing about this first Tao fruit of his. Back then, he had controlled the sword pine, one of the three ancestral trees of Longevity Valley, after earning its recognition. In fact, he didn't need the longevity tree in order to do so. Just his Tao fruit right now could eventually create the Tao source of longevity system. This made it easy for him to control the system's power. Once this Tao fruit matured completely, he would have an omnipotent key in three immortals. The guy wouldn't need to cultivate the prerequisite merit laws to take over a system's Tao source and its power. This particular cultivation system created by him would eventually surpass everything, his biggest ace card for the final battle. He returned from the Zen state and sighed with a distant gaze, one Tao fruit to reach everything. Once I have 12, no 13, I will be able to break through everything. His eyes became profound. This was his grand plan, the reason why he created this cultivation system. Each Tao fruit would be different and had its own uses. Later on, when others cultivated this system, their Tao fruits would be different as well. Of course, his own would be unique and unsurpassable. Chapter 2248, he eventually left the cave and descended down the mountain. From the main mountain were multiple waterfalls pouring downward. The other mountains in the vicinity had waterfalls as well, but they couldn't compare to the main ones. The main ones looked like rivers from the heavens, one could see them from 1,000 miles away. The waterfalls eventually gathered into a massive lake at the bottom, looking no different from an ocean. Islands were hidden by the mists just like pearls on this lake, named Alchemy Lake by others. One could see boats coming back and forth. The islands did have natives, but the majority of people were just tourists. Wuxia focused his gaze at the waterfall streaming down the mountains and continued to be impressed by Alchemy Immortal. He walked alongside a particular stream to make his way down. Alchemy Hut had plenty of herbs and plants. However, there was one native thing only available in this place: alchemy wood. Rumor has it that there was one divine tree growing somewhere on the main mountain. Each year, some old branches would fall down along the streams. This process would take a very long time, so the branches were truly immersed in the water. They eventually sank to the bottom due to their immense weight and be covered by the riverbed. Another 1,000,000 years would pass, then these branches would become alchemy wood. Gestated by both the waterfalls and earth, they contained the essences of this land. This made it as precious as gold, or even more so. Just a tiny piece would be quite costly. A particularly old one would have a sky-high price. Many disciples in the system would try to find them in the streams. However, Longevity Valley didn't allow for reckless excavation, so it was quite hard to find them. Nevertheless, for a nobody, finding one would make them rich overnight. Wuxia followed the stream and watched the current. He was a bit interested in this special wood, but not in and of itself. He eventually made it to the Great Lake with its scintillating and golden surface, quite a beautiful scene. The dazzlingness of the lake didn't interest him as much as one tiny island with no inhabitants. There are spirits in all things, truly interesting. He commented with amusement. He took out a shovel and began to dig the shallow water, ignoring the mud and soil dirtying his robe. Mu Yalan and Qin Xiaoyao have been trying to find Wuxia for several days to no avail. This made them quite anxious until a disciple reported that he had appeared by the lake. The two ran there with haste with their fans right behind them. They didn't like these unwanted tales, but they couldn't chase them away either. They thought it would be so nice if their first sister was here. Fan Miaozhen had too many schemes. If she was here, she could easily lose these young fellas. Yalan and Xiaoyao didn't have this ability since they normally only focused on their own field instead of socializing. The two had no choice but to be out in public right now in order to find Wuxia. The most excellent among the crowd were Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu, cranes among a flock of chicken. They easily overwhelmed their love rivals. The two girls got on a boat and paid attention to the islands. Many suitors did the same. Miaozhen would have come up with ways to throw them into the water, but Yalan and Xiaoyao couldn't. "Miss Mu, are you enjoying the lake sceneries?" Zhang Yan came forward with what he considered to be his most handsome smile, one as bright as the sun. He was indeed a handsome fella with a strong background. Many girls considered him to be their prince on a white horse, but he only had eyes for Yalan. "Finding medicine," she answered coldly. It wasn't an act since this was her natural demeanor. "May I ask which kind?" "I'm quite familiar with the ones here, maybe I can be of service." The rather quiet Qingniu seized the opportunity to jump in. This normally arrogant doctor was a man of few words. He looked down on speaking to those he considered beneath his station. However, he wanted to show off in front of Qin Xiaoyao, hoping to make a good impression. "Thank you, but it is all right." Xiaoyao shook her head and refused in such a gentle manner. "The two of you are too reserved, we're all family, no need for that. Plus, Longevity Valley is the orthodox branch, it is fine for us to be the errand boys." Zhang Yan quickly added. "My medicinal trove has many different medicines, may I ask what you are looking for?" "Maybe I have it already." Qingniu came up with a way to make the beauty happy. "That's right, the two of you are being too polite right now. Longevity Valley's problem is our problem. Just let us help you find whatever you need. A different youth said. Yalan stopped replying and continued looking over at the islands while Xiaoyao politely shook her head. The two of them didn't talk about Li Qiya's disappearance, using finding medicine as an excuse. Zhang Yan and Qingniu became awkward since the girls weren't responding. Zhang Yan came up with something else and said, "Brother Hu, are there any interesting story during your medical journey?" "Not much, just busy with finding medicine and saving people. I suppose I've seen some interesting illness recently and spent some time researching them." Qingniu contemplated before answering. His answer was only to impress Xiaoyao. He didn't have time to waste saving people. Zhang Yan didn't have a response since he wasn't good at medicine. Talking about this subject would only make Qingniu look better. However, Brother Miracle is coming out of his cultivation and will participate in the ceremony this time around. Zhang Yan changed the topic. He knew about the relationship between everlasting and longevity, so this was a way to attract Mu Yalan's attention. I have heard rumors of him wanting to have a Tao discussion with longevity sage. Qingniu immediately replied. But he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing because the sage was the two girls' master. This particular topic could annoy the two. Zhang Yan wanted to strangle the guy. He might be a good doctor but was so bad at idle chatting. He could save people but could kill a conversation right away. This was driving Zhang Yan crazy. Chapter 2249. Fortunately enough, one quick-witted youth interjected, "Speaking of miracle young noble, I heard he came to the land of the fire source and met Vermilion martial goddess." "Yes, so I've heard too." A different one replied, "But there was a man hanging around the goddess, seemingly very close. I think his last name was Li, but his background sect is unknown." "Last name Li?" Mu Yalan, who was looking into the distance, turned around and asked. "Right." The youth noticed that the doctor had taken interest in the conversation and quickly said, "The goddess is incredible, the only youth to attack Insane Court in the Alliance on top of coming back unscathed. However, no one knows anything about her companion, just that they are very close. I believe there are rumors that their relationship is special, that's why Miracle Young Noble is antagonistic towards him, resulting in a clash." One more jumped in. "What does he look like?" The two of sisters glanced at each other while having a pretty good idea about this man. "Well, I'm told that this guy very ordinary look. No one understands why someone like the goddess would be with him. That's why Miracle Young Noble was annoyed and even wanted to do something about it." The youth responded. What happened next? Xiaoyao became interested because this was her first time hearing this story. "I heard this Li guy burned young noble Wu Lian from everlasting to ashes, then declared his intention of destroying it, quite a fierce style." The first guy who started this topic didn't want to lose and added. The two girls glanced at each other, knowing exactly who this Li guy was now. There are too many insane men in the world, ignorantly fearless. Just an ant wanting to talk about destroying everlasting? He overestimates himself. Hu Qingniu coldly uttered. Qingniu wanted to show off his speaking skill, but the atmosphere became quiet again. Outside of the two sisters, he and Zhang Yan had the highest status here. His frank statement left no room for others to retort without offending him. Zhang Yan went crazy again since they just got the beauty's attention. Now, Qingniu killed the conversation again. The world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yalan flatly responded, clearly on the side of this Li fella. Right, Miss Mu is completely right. Maybe that guy has an amazing background. Zhang Yan quickly flattered, that's why he dares to say whatever he wants. That's useless. Qingniu replied right away, everlasting is the strongest kingdom in the system with countless ancestors. Miracle young noble is an amazing genius himself. And nobody talking about destroying this lineage? That's just the daydream of someone who's tired of living. Zhang Yan almost vomited blood, not understanding why a medical genius was so socially inept, unable to read the situation. He wanted to break the guy's head and take a good look at his brains. Even a fool knew about the delicate situation between longevity and everlasting. Now, this Qingniu was praising everlasting, so the two sisters naturally wouldn't like it. Alas, he couldn't come up with a new topic. Miss Qin, what do you think about it? Qingniu continued on and revealed a rare smile. The world is full of ignorant fools. This guy boasting about destroying a kingdom is ridiculous. He might just be a youth that hasn't experienced enough tribulations. Xiaoyao didn't say anything and continued to stare at the lake. Everyone else was speechless. This guy didn't realize he had said the wrong thing and was feeling quite pleased with himself. It looked like no one could talk when this conversation killer king was around. Mu Yalan, who has been searching the area, suddenly noticed something. She softly elbowed Xiaoyao to get her attention. Xiaoyao saw a remote island with someone digging then. It was a man who couldn't be more ordinary looking. He was quite busy with pits and piles of mud around him. He was completely focused on the task as if he was trying to become a digging virtuoso. The two girls heaved a sigh of relief, then smiled after seeing who they were searching for, the first brother. Despite his dirty and muddy appearance, he was especially beautiful right now. As long as he was around, everything would be just fine and dandy. Yalan was a proud apricot in the snow while Xiaoyao was an orchid hidden deep in the valley. When they smiled, the youths lost their mind, instantly charmed by this gorgeous scene. The girls didn't know what Wuxia was doing, but they couldn't come over either. They told their fellow disciples to stop the boat in order to watch him. In their eyes, the mud pits resembled windows that would lead to another vast world. They didn't know what his goal was, but it certainly wasn't just playing in the mud out of boredom. The rest of the group looked over too. This was just another man that could be found anywhere on the street, nothing peculiar about him except his common and boring appearance. Qingniu and Zhang Yan believed that if they were standing side by side, no one would notice this guy over them. In fact, another random guy from the street could overshadow this guy, let alone geniuses like them. Alas, the two girls were completely fixated on each of his actions, as if nothing else in the world could be more interesting. They became sour. What was the point of watching this guy? The guy looked wretched when covered in mud, just like a beggar, certainly not a sight for sore eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yan shouted at Wuxia, full of annoyance. Treasure hunting. Wuxia answered casually without bothering to look at them. Oh? For what? Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask. A really good one. He replied without pausing. Miss Qin, that's just a muddy beach, but for some idiots, even a scrap metal found here could be considered a treasure. This penurious man at the bottom of society has never seen anything good. Give him a phoenix wood or raw alchemy branch, that might scare the crap out of him. Qingniu was one to never give face and had zero sympathies for anyone. He arched his chest proudly because he actually had these rare alchemy materials, more than 1,000,000-year-old. He wanted to show off to Qin Xiaoyao. However, she wasn't interested in them at all. She stared at the pits and said, "What do you mean by a good treasure? Mind elaborating? Are you digging for alchemy wood?" Zhang Yan could observe the situation far better than Qingniu. He could see that the two girls were interested in what he was doing, so he wanted to keep this mood up. As for whether this man could actually find something, he didn't actually give a damn and only wanted to use him for conversational reasons. Chapter 2250, Indeed. Wuxia replied, "Still digging. Digging for alchemy wood?" This garnered the attention of the youths on the boat. These branches were very precious. If you can actually find one, then you'll be so rich, maybe enough to join a good sect. One of them joked. Of course, they have never seen Wuxia before, so they didn't know that he was the main topic of their prior conversation. Just one piece, not that valuable. Qingniu looked at Wuxia and said with disdain, "A true god once carried a trunk of alchemy wood to ask me for help and I still refused." Having said that, he stole a glance at Qin Xiaoyao. Normally, the guy was stingy with his words, but he wanted to be cool in front of Xiaoyao, letting her know how many treasures he had and his prestigious status. This was ineffective, even the pit holes seemed to be winning against him. The only thing he won was the animosity of the youths here because of his arrogance. Alas, the guy was indeed qualified to do so. His medicinal abilities were incredible and he did refuse many great gifts. Zhang Yan scratched his head helplessly. This guy could kill a conversation at any moment. If he didn't know Qingniu for a while now, he would have kicked the guy off the boat for ruining his good chance at courting the doctor. It's not easy finding them in this place. Zhang Yan tried his best again to liven up the mood. The branches are often submerged deep in the streams. Digging like you right now won't be as effective because they are as heavy as steel. This is the alchemy lake, any wood found here would be at the bottom, it can't float up here or be stuck on this beach. Our Dr. Mu and Goddess Qin are both masters of this field. If they give you a few pointers, maybe you'll be to find some. Dr. Mu often uses them as an ingredient for her medicine and will know where they are right away. Go ahead, ask her. This guy managed to act helpful and praise his crush at the same time, so he was feeling quite pleased with himself. A good atmosphere was crucial to flirting. Otherwise, no one would bother speaking with each other. Alas, Yalan stood there quietly, still watching the digger. I see. Looks like I need to ask her for help then. Wuxia smiled and finally looked over at the two girls. Not just anyone can ask the two ladies questions. You are a piece of rotten, uncarvable wood, you can't understand anything even if they were to help you. Qingniu uttered coldly. Another cold water splashing to the face. Zhang Yan lamented his fate again. Everything is doable with sheer effort. Perhaps you can find them via this method. Zhang Yan eventually said. What he actually wanted to say was to tell Qingniu, "Boss, if you want to boast, then at least wait for the right moment instead of just jumping in like this and killing the situation." Indeed, all things are possible. Wuxia chuckled. Humph, finding alchemy wood in this place will be the miracle of the ages. Qingniu grew increasingly annoyed at Wuxia. The reason was very simple. He tried his best to please Xiaoyao, but she hasn't even taken a look at him. How could this ordinary man win all of her attention? Really? Wuxia absent-mindedly replied. Yes, it will be a miracle, and I shall reward you with a fortune. Qingniu uttered coldly. Then why don't we make a bet? Zhang Yan's eyes flashed as he came up with an idea. Brother Hu is an incredible member of longevity system. If you can win this bet, you'll benefit a lot. He told Wuxia. Qingniu snorted in response, fine, we can bet. I have a bottle of tiger tendon resin. If you can find a single piece of alchemy wood, it will be yours. Tiger tendon resin, that's an amazing medicine. This ointment caused quite a stir in the crowd. I heard this medicine is created from the tendon of a sacred tiger. It is a panacea that can flesh and bones grow again, very magical. Another youth praised. Qingniu was complacent and continued on, this is my secret formula, completely priceless. A sect once tried to buy it with a sky-high price but I still refused. He naturally glanced over at Qin Xiaoyao again. Oh, you must really be somebody then, to be so generous with this bet. Wuxia said. Wuxia's silly act amused the two girls, but they didn't expose his intentional mockery. Of course. Zhang Yan said, if you have heard of Doctor Who's name, then your knowledge is too shallow. Brother Hu, let's keep going then, let people know of your extravagance. Zhang Yan saw that the two girls were interested again with the bet. This was another good chance to get closer to them, so he egged Qingniu on. Qingniu was actually already feeling bad about betting a bottle of tiger tendon resin, but he decided to go all out after seeing Xiaoyao's interest. I have a root of mountain ginseng, 3 million years old. Needless to say, it is priceless. If you can find a piece of alchemy wood here, it will be yours too. Qingniu took out a wooden box. People could smell the rich and pleasant medicinal fragrance of ginseng even before he opened it. The crowd gasped at how extravagant the guy was being. Qingniu was pleased with this. He had plenty of treasures, so using the to boast was totally worth it. I'll join in too. Zhang Yan smiled. I'm not on the same level as Brother Hu, but I have a pouch of true coins, just a little bit more. His heavy pouch of coins should be worth a lot as well, though not as valuable as Qingniu's treasures. Me too, here's a box of young deer antler. Another youth added more. I'm in as well. Others began to join the bet. Pleasing the beauties and the two famous guys? Who wouldn't want to do that? It didn't take long before a mountain of treasures and money formed before Qingniu. Everyone was betting that Wuxia wouldn't be able to find anything. It won't end well for you if you can't find any. Qingniu told Wuxia. What will happen? Don't tell me you will kill me. Wuxia smiled. Zhang Yan said, not that much, it'll ruin the sceneries. If you can't find any, then just eat the mud here. One mouthful of mud for each pit. He was treating this man as a clown in order to entertain the beauties. That's a tough bet. Wuxia replied. It's too late to back off now. Qingniu uttered coldly. Wuxia looked over at the two girls and smiled. Pretty ladies, what should I do? How impudent. Qingniu immediately shouted. It's up to you. Xiaoyao smiled and played along with Wuxia. Well, the treasures are very tempting indeed. I would be lying to say that I'm not interested. If I actually find one branch, I will become very rich. Wuxia had a happy expression. Humph, daydream after you find one or start eating. Qingniu aggressively said. The guy was jealous because Wuxia could make the girls smile for some reasons with just a few words. On the other hand, he was going all out and they were still ignoring him. Chapter 2251, Eat Mud? Wuxia chuckled and said, then I better prepare myself. Having said that, he headed for the boat. What do you want? Zhang Yan frowned after seeing Wuxia approaching closer. The latter climbed on and smiled. If you all want to bet, then how can I do so with this dirty outfit? Get down, you don't belong here. Zhang Yan unhappily said. Earlier, it sounded as if Zhang Yan was doing Wuxia a favor. Alas, he only viewed the guy as a tool to liven up the atmosphere. He didn't give a damn about the guy, so he naturally didn't want him here. How could a nobody, a dirty one at that, be qualified to stand on their boat? A beggar like him would only dirty their boat. Is that so? Wuxia was already on the deck, leaving muddy footprints everywhere. Scram, you aren't qualified to stand here. Hu Qingniu became annoyed and shouted. Get down now or we'll throw you off. Two youths took the initiative and stopped Wuxia in his path. These were prodigies that looked down on vagrant cultivators, treating them like ants. They simply joined the bet earlier just to increase the stake and make it more interesting for the two ladies so that they would smile. They would never allow someone like him to be on the same boat as them. His unkempt and dirty appearance only made it worse. The other youths have already worsened the situation before the two girls could say anything. You're only a pawn in this bet, not qualified to sit with the bettors. Leave now, don't dirty goddess Qin's boat with your smelly feet. One of the two youths shouted. Li Qiye ignored them and told the two girls, I'm covered in mud, help me tidy up. This frank command shocked the young ones here. How dare this junior treat the two ladies like maids? How impudent! They all cried out. Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu were the most affected. Qingniu was ready to kill as he threatened, fool, daring to disrespect the ladies? I will have your he dash. However, the rest of his words was stuck in his throat. The cold Mu Yalan came over and held Li Qiye's arm, seemingly afraid of him tripping over. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyao was taking off his muddy outer robe. The two girls didn't care about the mud dirtying their own clothes while tidying him up like two maids. You're muddy too, a bath is necessary. Xiaoyao said. I'll go get things ready. Yalan immediately left. Xiaoyao walked Li Qiye into the underdeck and slightly pouted. First sister got scared out of her mind in the last several days because of you. Just a quick trip, don't worry about this trivial matter. Just one wave is enough to take care of them. Li Qiye said with a smile. Meanwhile, the crowd on deck became silly and stunned with their mouth agape and their wits gone. These two girls were the jewels of Longevity Valley, famous and beautiful. Many considered them to be unreachable yet lovable goddesses. They were now acting like maids towards Li Qiye, gentle and obedient. This was a treatment none of the crowd could enjoy. Those who shouted at Li Qiye earlier were especially embarrassed. Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu had nothing to say earlier. They tried hard to please the beauties and make them smile, but these beauties were now with another man. The most annoying thing was that this man wasn't a big shot at all, just a nameless junior. There were no words to describe this terrible feeling they had. What's going on? One youth asked with confusion. After a while, Li Qiye finally finished washing up. He felt quite good and said, a cup of hot tea would be nice right now after a hot bath. Everyone saw the guy stretching by the entrance to the underdeck and found him quite vexing. Mu Yalan even put another cloak on him. Xiaoyao smiled and said, luckily, I have another unopened bottle of snow condensation. Go for it, let's see how good you are. He smiled and said. I'm not as good as first sister when it comes to tea brewing. She humbly said, looking quite bashful. This ended with Xiaoyao brewing tea by the window while Yalan went to get a large chair. Li Qiye lay on it, half basking in the sunlight. Just a moment later, a tea fragrance permeated the air. Xiaoyao held the cup with both hands and said, this is spring tea, try it. Yalan accepted the cup and began serving Li Qiye. A beauty serving tea by one side? This was enjoying life, making everyone envious. The youths were speechless staring at this scene. The tea isn't bad at all, and Yalan's pastry skill is good too. He enjoyed both the snack and the tea. No one had anything to say but Qingniu did snort loudly. Li Qiye finally looked up after hearing the snort and looked at everyone. I almost forgot about the bet. Alright, let's continue. He smiled. Senior brother, stop playing with them. You know what you're doing. Yalan smiled and shook her head. She knew that Li Qiye would succeed for sure. The outcome of this bet was predetermined. I suppose I don't need to bet if they can't afford to lose. Li Qiye shrugged and said without a care. Who says? Qingniu scowled and said, unable to swallow this anger. He didn't want to back down in front of Xiaoyao and look weak. Just you or everyone else too? Li Qiye said with a smile. As long as you dare, the rest of us isn't afraid, we'll play to the end. Qingniu said with a sharp glare. Even though he was an arrogant person with no social skill, he was also very determined and competitive. Brother Zhang Yan, let's do it. He pulled Zhang Yan into the fray. Well, Zhang Yan hesitated. He eventually bit his teeth and said, if he wants to do it, then let's see if he can find some alchemy wood. The guy was smart enough to see that Wuxia had a special relationship with the girls. Their senior brother must certainly be amazing. Normally, he would never want to antagonize someone from the valley. However, he would look like a coward in front of his crush if he were to back off now. Thus, he chose to side with Qingniu. Chapter 2252, The other young ones began to think about the situation. In the end, they chose against joining the bet. They could see that Wuxia was close to the two girls, so there was no point in antagonizing the valley. It was still the current leader and the girls wouldn't like it. Moreover, they were love rivals with Zhang Yan and Qingniu. Why would they team up with these two right now? If they were to lose and be embarrassed, this would lower their standing in the beauty's heart. The group would be too busy gloating at them, let alone lending any assistance in the first place. Brother Hu, the two of us is more than enough. Zhang Yan was dissatisfied with the group and snorted. Let's go then. Qingniu said with an aggressive air, if we lose, all of this will be yours. If you lose, it's meal time. He wanted to see Wuxia's ugly moment. Winning would make him quite cool in front of the ladies. Wuxia looked at their betting items and smiled, wanting to bet with me using that crap? Not worth mentioning. You. Though his two items weren't considered supreme or anything, they were still very precious. Qingniu was infuriated to hear Wuxia putting them down, bold words. My ginseng is from the Crescent Moon Cave, bathed in the moonlight and had absorbed its essence, just a piece of grass, no point in boasting. Wuxia interrupted him and said, Yalan, I have a little ginseng root here, go make some ginseng tea for me. Having said that, he casually threw a wooden box on the table. Yalan opened the box and it didn't take long before an immortal energy billowed. There was a ginseng root around the size of a finger with a glorious glow just like a star. Divine Moon Ginseng. Xiaoyao was startled to see this, a ginseng that only grows in immortal lineage, extremely rare. Qingniu blurted out the name of the ginseng as well. As a doctor, he naturally knew about its value. His own was indeed only a blade of grass in comparison, not worth mentioning. Some members of the crowd were amazed as well, having recognized the root. Yalan finished the tea at this point. Wuxia blew on it and took a small sip before giving an assessment, a bit too young, would be much better otherwise. People were astounded. Using this rare material to brew tea? This would drive people mad from the sheer wastefulness. Even their ancestors couldn't enjoy such jealousy-inducing treatments. Of course, this root was nothing to Wuxia. The treasuries he got from Samsara Wild Ancestor and Insane Ancestor were enough to scare people to death. Hu Qingniu finally stopped retorting this time around. Their bet did seem insignificant in comparison. Just this teacup in his hand right now was more precious than their bet. In fact, they could try to gather all of their wealth and that might still not be enough to match its value. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Conceding or keep on going? It was as if one person took out a gem to show off before someone, but the latter engraved a gem worth 10 times more to his shoe. This humiliating psychological slap wasn't easy to take. If we're betting, I don't want your ingredients or bully you too much. Wuxia chuckled, let's do it like this, if I lose, I'll eat the mud down there, if you lose, then go roll around in them, that's not bad. The two glanced at each other and contemplated. Everyone else felt that this bet was very reasonable. Wuxia didn't make it hard on them at all. That's doable. A youth agreed. Yes or no? If you don't dare, then run back to your home, stop being an eyesore here. Wuxia waved his sleeve as if he was swatting away a fly. Very well, if I lose, I will roll around in the mud. The arrogant guy wasn't a sore loser. He wanted to try and would accept defeat gracefully. How courageous. What about you? Li Qie clapped before looking over at Zhang Yan. This guy was hesitant since he didn't want to join in this bet in the first place. He also saw how confident Li Qie was, so he wanted to retreat. It's just rolling down there, brother Zhang, let's go. Qingniu egged him on. Rolling in the mud wasn't a real loss to Zhang Yan, but it was indeed a blow to his dignity and honor. He was the successor of 100 Pills, losing this bet would leave a stain on his reputation. Most importantly, rolling around in front of the beauties? How could he ever lift his head again? I'll do it. He gritted his teeth and let caution to the wind. Giving up was also humiliating, so he might as well go all out. Perhaps there was a chance of victory. We'll start now. Li Qie chuckled. All eyes were on the muddy beach now and the strange pits dug by Li Qie. Everyone thought that he would come down again for a second attempt, but he simply took out a golden gourd. Whoosh! When he opened it, a tiny current of light flew out, resembling the reflection of a star in the ocean. It split and went into the different pits. Next, the mud suddenly rose like a steamed bun being cooked, bigger and bigger. No one had a clue about what he was doing. Pop! After reaching a certain size, the mounds of mud suddenly exploded and went flying. The young cultivators quickly dodged the slinging piles of mud. It was like the explosion of beehives. Numerous little creatures came out and filled the sky like a locust swarm. What are they? The crowd was shocked and looked over. These tiny insects looked like louse but were completely green. When they stopped on the water surface, they looked like tiny lamps. They're wood-eater lice. One youth recognized them. They love nibbling on wood, especially the ones from Alchemy Hut. My master says that if we see them, no alchemy wood will be around since it would have already been eaten by them. Right, that's the type. Qingniu heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Perhaps there were a lot of branches here, but not anymore. He looked over at Li Qie. Everyone knew that there wouldn't be a single piece of wood left here, let alone the best kind, alchemy wood. Anything here would have been eaten long ago since these lice can detect them much faster than cultivators. This muddy beach was clearly their nest, so how could there be any alchemy wood here? Zhang Yan felt the same way, feeling that victory was certain. Nevertheless, he came closer for a look and found that there was nothing else inside the exploded pits and mud mounds. Chapter 2253, No Alchemy Wood, Nothing Else Either. Zhang Yan heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the boat. Qingniu smelled the air, utilizing his rich experience as a doctor. He could instantly smell the scent if there was any alchemy wood around. There was nothing but the scent of mud. No alchemy wood here. He firmly concluded. All eyes shifted towards Li Qie. Everyone could see the outcome. There really isn't any. The young cultivators quietly talked among themselves. Some were regretting not joining in earlier for an easy win. There might have been some in the past but were eaten already by these termite lice. Another speculated. You have lost. Qingniu stared at Li Qie and uttered coldly, there are none here now, one wrong guess, lose everything. We've won, so it's time for you to eat some mud. Zhang Yan was ecstatic and told Li Qie. The doctor is still the best, capable of seeing through everything. One youth decided to flatter Qingniu. After all, the cultivation world was dangerous, he might need the guy's help one day. Doctor Hu and young Pill King are extraordinary, winning so easily. One more sneered, if the mud doesn't taste good, I guess he can drink the lake water to swallow easier. This water comes from above and also has the taste of alchemy wood. Many had a gloating expression while staring at Li Qie, stemming from their jealousy earlier. So now, they wanted to see him do this humiliating act. Huh, that's a good combination for a meal. A different person chimed in. Li Qiye simply chuckled and continued to drink his ginseng tea, not in a rush at all. It's useless to delay this, you have lost, so fulfill your promise. Zhang Yan snorted. He felt quite good and proud to shame this guy before the two beauties. All of you are still too young with shallow knowledge, but that's understandable. The lack of critical thinking is the issue here, yet you still dare to come out to the real world. We're not here to hear you preach, just to watch you eat. Zhang Yan sneered. Before he could finish, water gushed out from the mud. Something seemed to have been opened underground, resulting in this current. Boom! The thing finally opened fully and emitted mist. What is that? Everyone looked over and saw a large clam. The mist stemming from it had the smell of wood. Everyone felt as if they were deep in a forest and basked in this scent. It was as tantalizing as the smell of fine wine. Alchemy wood, the best kind. Qingniu blurted out in astonishment. A resplendent green glow came from the clam, bringing out endless life force like the opening of a new world. The crowd saw the thing inside, the real source of the glow. It has been swallowed by the clam for who knows how many years. This looked like a piece of wood since one could see the tree rings on the sides. However, because of the current then the clam, the broken sections were very smooth now. It had turned into jade, no longer carrying the original characteristic of wood. It was around 3 feet long with an amazing scent. Superb, this can be called the best of the best alchemy wood. Qingniu started salivating. Li Qiye came and grabbed this piece of wood. Indeed, this is a main root of the divine tree. After countless years of accumulation, it almost has its own sentience. A rotten piece of root turning divine? Quite unbelievable. We have one, not as large as this one, only 1 foot long back in our valley. The ancestors greatly cherish it and use it to help them recuperate. Mu Yalan was shocked too. The rest of the crowd felt the same way. As members of Longevity Valley, they were aware of the various ranking of alchemy wood. They could see that this was at the very apex, truly priceless. Alchemy Valley had plenty of finest materials due to its peerless treasuries accumulated by its founder. No other sect could match it in this regard. However, it only had a smaller one, far inferior compared to this one. The initial shock eventually turned into desire. One youth even drooled all over his robe before realizing and wiping it off. Though they came from an amazing background, obtaining this piece of wood would make them wealthy. Handing it to their sect would result in a gigantic reward, or they could just keep it for themselves. Pure grand clam. Xiaoyao, unlike the others, was more impressed with the clam. This is also a divine type, very rare. Correct, Xiaoyao is quite knowledgeable. Li Qiye said, it had swallowed this main root for many years. The wood lice came but couldn't handle this clam, so they built nests here in the mud to wait for the right time. If we boil it, it will make some supreme medicine. Qingniu realized after hearing this name. He didn't pay attention to it earlier but was now aware of its value. Li Qiye began cutting the meat of the clam with wondrous dexterity and precision like an experienced butcher. People had a hard time following. He also took out another item inside the meat. It was actually a golden pearl with a blinding light, resembling a sun. Pure grand pearl. Xiaoyao was shocked for the second time. Rumor has it that only 1 out of 1,000 clams would have one. This is even more incredible. Our ancestors want one so bad but can't find it. Zhang Yan was stunned and murmured, our ancestor has one the size of a thumb from an eternal. He traded it for a bottle of longevity pills. He was referring to the pill king whose longevity pills were very desirable. Just 1 pearl was enough to trade for a full bottle? One could see its value from this trade. But now, Li Qiye's pearl was the size of a pigeon egg. It was naturally far more valuable. Just the highest grade alchemy wood was astonishing enough, but this pearl on top of that? Two birds with one stone for sure. No wonder why he was digging in this place. He then recalled the yang gourd and its abilities. With that, the clam immediately closed its mouth and ran into the lake again. This took the crowd by surprise. They didn't know that a clam could escape so fast. Chapter 2254. Attention shifted back to Wuxia. He held the pearl in one hand and the alchemy wood in the other. Either one was priceless, coveted by all. Just finding one in an entire lifetime was virtually impossible, but Wuxia did it so effortlessly, making the crowd very jealous. Little girl, this will aid you in curing people. Wuxia smiled and gave the pearl to Mu Yalan. She stood there in a daze after accepting the pearl. You are close to plants and alchemy, so this wood is very suitable for you. He then gave the piece of alchemy wood to Qin Xiaoyao. The two girls were stunned. These treasures were still very valuable, yet Wuxia gave them away without a care. The crowd was astounded and overwhelmed with many emotions. Even Qingniu and Zhang Yan found these treasures priceless. If they had these two treasures, they would hide them forever instead of gifting them away, not even for a beauty's smile. They might even consider these treasures more valuable than their own lives. This wasn't the case for Wuxia, evident by his extravagant showing just now. He treated the two treasures as if they were just meager gifts. It would be hard for him not to attract attention and loyalty by being so generous. Thank you, senior brother. The two girls bowed deeply towards him, moved by the grand gesture. Wuxia lazily sat there and continued to sip on his tea while the two girls served him. Looks like I don't have to eat mud then. He then smiled at the two opponents. Qingniu and Zhang Yan turned red. There was no doubt that they have lost the bet completely. Furthermore, they were humiliated before the beauties since Wuxia won so convincingly. There was no way the two girls would like them now due to this initial impression. Start rolling. He smirked. The two didn't know what to do. They were famous as part of the three talents, so rolling around in the mud in public was a tough task. However, reneging a bet would destroy their reputation as well. Fine, I'll do it. Qingniu made up his mind. He was arrogant but could handle losing gracefully. Splash! He didn't waste time and jumped into the mud and continued to roll around. It didn't take long before he was covered completely like a mud statue. Some called him a miracle doctor, the hand of God. This allowed him to look down on all people. So many big shots would come to ask him for medical help and he would act quite arrogant towards them too. Being forced by Wuxia to roll in the mud was a great blow to him due to his prestigious status, but he still did it anyway. Well, Zhang Yan saw this and didn't want to share the same humiliating fate. He coughed and told Wuxia, Dao brother, we were just playing. The guy was inferior to Qingniu. At the very least, Qingniu was an unbending person who could keep his words. Start rolling. Wuxia didn't want to waste time and kicked the guy off the boat. He couldn't dodge at all and fell into the mud, face first. Fine, I'll do it. Zhang Yan was too embarrassed to look at the crowd and decided that it was better to roll in the mud. He was so much lazier compared to Qingniu, only rolled around several times before playing dead. The crowd didn't dare to say anything, only quietly watching this event. Is that enough? Qingniu did it plenty before asking. Scram now, stop being an eyesore. Wuxia waved his sleeve and said flatly. Before the second sentence came out, Zhang Yan ran away so fast. He jumped into the lake to escape, not wanting to linger for half a second due to shame. Qingniu, on the other hand, got up slowly. Despite being covered in mud, he was still proud and stared straight at Wuxia with his back straight. I will find you again for another match. Qingniu was unconvinced and not deterred by Wuxia. This was an unyielding bull that would always go straight, never looking back. Scram now. Li Qiye didn't care. Qingniu turned and left, as dignified as can be given the circumstances, unlike Zhang Yan. All of you leave too, or I'll throw each and every single one of you down there too. Li Qiye glared at the crowd. They immediately dispersed after hearing this. A bunch of uncarvable rotten wood. Hu Qingniu is far better than them. Li Qiye shook his head and said. It's because they don't know of your abilities, senior brother. Xiaoyao slightly smiled. Li Qiye went back to enjoying his tea and sunbathing afterward. Since we found you, we need to report to First Sister or she'll truly go crazy. Yalan said. Why go crazy, the sky is still up there. He said with a smile. It's about to fall down. Yalan continued with a serious expression. First Sister had received news a while back. Not only will the kingdoms from our system participate but also Yang Radiance, Vermilion, Coiling Dragon. I heard Everlasting invited them. They want the rest of the world to watch this usurping attempt? Li Qiye smiled, perhaps forcing Longevity Valley to abdicate? I believe so. Yalan said, that's why First Sister asked the ancestors about mobilizing troops to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Miaozhen was aware that any reinforcement would be weak because if Everlasting wanted to take over, they must take down Longevity Valley eventually. Thus, the valley needed to focus on defending itself instead of sending troops to other places. This was why Miaozhen was going crazy. They needed to rely on Li Qiye since the three of them alone wasn't enough to deal with this mess. No rush, let the storm become bigger. Li Qiye was still carefree. First Sister also said that once we find you, we should take you go light the first incense to announce the start of the ceremony. You will be in charge. Xiaoyao said. That's fine, we can go then. He smiled. The two felt much better after finding Li Qiye and began heading back. Alchemy Hut was very lively this time around because other systems were joining as well. Click, clack, click. Someone saw a divine carriage driving into the area. Yang Radiance, they're joining too. Cultivators from Longevity System were surprised. Boom! A massive beast rushed over right after the carriage. Coiling Dragon too, in just a short time, Vermilion Martial Court and Resting Bull also appeared. What is going on? The sects and clans in Longevity System were caught off guard. Chapter 2255, Yang Radiance, Coiling Dragon, Vermilion Martial Court. Many systems sent their representatives here, only consisting of big shots or even sect masters. The cultivators from Longevity were taken by a storm from seeing these characters. Keep in mind that this worshipping ceremony was a personal matter for Longevity, showing respect for their ancestors. It had nothing to do with outsiders. Even if other people came to participate, it would have been on a small scale and for personal reasons, such as coming as a friend. However, these top powers came wielding their banner. This was an official visit. Why are they here? One disciple asked, completely unaware. I heard Everlasting Kingdom sent out invitations. A clan elder with a good information network answered. The crowd shuddered after hearing this. Longevity Valley has always been in charge of this event since it was the leader of the system. Only it was eligible to send out invitations, but now, Everlasting Kingdom had overstepped their bounds. Everyone realized that Everlasting was serious this time. Are changes coming? Many sect masters and elders became worried. For the great powers here, if they were to pick between Longevity and Everlasting under zero pressure of military intimidation, the majority would certainly pick Longevity. Outside of it being the orthodox branch, its neutral stance allowed these powers to grow since it didn't interfere with their sovereignty and choices. If Everlasting were to take over, this current political climate would end because Everlasting prospered on the foundation of military might. It would sweep through the system in order to establish its position and status, eliminating all oppositions. Boom! An explosion interrupted their worried rumination. Another cavalry crossed through the sky like a silver thunderbolt, heading straight for Alchemy Hut. This was a 100,000-strong legion. It soared through the sky like a silver dragon, seemingly capable of causing earthquakes. Silver Dragon Legion. The crowd here took a deep breath. Miracle Young Noble is here. Someone murmured. Silver Dragon was Everlasting's strongest and oldest legion, being around since the founding of the kingdom. Its might had swept through the system before. Its new commander was Miracle Young Noble. Furthermore, several ancestors at the Ascender level were the main fighting force as well, more than enough to make others tremble. Silver Dragon is here to help Longevity Valley keep the peace. This message spread across the area. The participants here naturally knew that there was more going on. The ceremony was Longevity Valley's responsibility, but Everlasting brought their legion here on the night before. This implication needed no further explanation. Everyone understood that it has finally begun, the power struggle. Alchemy King Valley is willing to assist Silver Dragon. Sacred Pill Kingdom is willing to assist Silver Dragon. Roundstone Sect is willing to assist Silver Dragon. One power after another stated their stance before the incoming storm. Many powerful clans and sects were joining Everlasting as the ominous air grew denser. Everyone knew that it was time to pick a side. Their decision today would determine the fate of their sect. Picking wrong could result in becoming ashes. Fan Miaozhen was under great pressure during these declarations. She has been quite busy due to the pressure from Everlasting. This stressed her even more. She inevitably thought about Wuxia, wanting him to come back to take care of things, yet the guy was nowhere to be found. She sent several letters to him but didn't receive any response. Meanwhile, Wuxia was not anxious at all during his journey on the sightseeing tour. Leisure, relaxed, and even ignoring the messages from Miaozhen. Senior brother, senior sister has asked for you to return right away after you're done here. Xiaoyao gave the message. No rush, not everyone is here yet. Wuxia sat by the window, enjoying the sceneries of the lake. In fact, they could make it there in half a day by flying. Using the boat was slowing them down quite a bit. But Silver Dragon is there, they might be in danger. Yalan worriedly said, wanting to come back as soon as possible, but there was nothing she could do when Wuxia wanted to take his time. Don't worry, Everlasting won't flip the table before the start of the ceremony. Plus, this is good training for your first sister. She'll be the leader of the system in the future. The two girls exchanged glances, not knowing how to respond. The worshipping ceremony took place in an altar at Alchemy Hut. This used to be the place where Alchemy Immortal taught his disciples and gave orders to the system. Thus, it was the perfect location. Performing the ceremony here meant that Longevity Valley was still in charge, at least symbolically. The true start of the ceremony began with the lighting of the incense. This didn't take place at the altar but rather in a grass hut. This grass hut was also known as the Ancestral Shrine because Alchemy Immortal used to stay here. Many forefathers and ancestors had their memorial tablets placed here as well. Thus, lighting up a bundle of incense served as worshipping the ancestors on top of being the formal commencement. Many experts were waiting outside of this hut, waiting to light incense for the ancestor. However, the first bundle must be lit up by Longevity Valley. No one else could do it beforehand. This particular hut was indeed made out of grass, rumored to be created by Alchemy Immortal. It stuck around after so many years, surrounded by verdant trees now. In front was a stone passage leading straight to the lake. There were plenty of boats there now with cultivators waiting near the steps. They were ready to worship the ancestors and pray for their blessings. They're here, Longevity Valley's people. An eagle-eyed cultivator saw Li Qiye's boat coming from afar. Dr. Mu and Fairy Qin. The girl's beauty instantly attracted the spectators. Chapter 2256. When Li Qiye finally got off the boat and began to walk on the steps, people finally noticed him. This was because the two girls were too famous, the dream lovers for many men in the system. However, they walked behind him, so this elevated his status even more. "Who is that?" people quietly asked. "I heard his last name is Li, the current first disciple of the valley and the first brother of the three ladies." A friend had gotten wind of information about him. "Since when did Longevity Sage take in a different first disciple? Doesn't that spot belong to Fairy Fan?" A junior didn't know what was going on. The first disciple at the valley means inheriting everything from the sage and will be the future lord of the system. An elder said, "As far as I know, this position has been empty all along, so this guy came out of nowhere." People took a deep breath and the atmosphere became serious. The successor of the valley and the future ruler of the system? This was quite prestigious. This guy appeared several days ago and controlled their ancestral pine tree to kill Everlasting's tutor Xiao. A protector looked at Li Qiye and elaborated, "I think he has been the sage's student all along, just not publicly announced." "I see. That sword pine is one of their three ancestral trees, personally cultivated by their progenitor. Earning its recognition is indeed amazing. It's not strange that he can become the first disciple." One ancestor nodded his head. Disciples from the valley immediately greeted them as they made their way to the top. This was a sacred location, so guards were always around. "Senior brother, senior sister, you guys are finally here. Senior sister Fan said that it's coming, but we are prepared well. We can light the incense now." One of the disciples blurted out without pausing. People have crowded the area for several days now, but no one dared to come up before Longevity Valley. They waited for a long time and some have voiced their complaints. Everlasting has done some damage to Longevity's authority, so dissenting opinions became louder. People didn't take Longevity as serious as before. "Let's get started then," Li Qiye calmly said. "Get ready to open the cauldron for the incense lighting, first brother will be in charge," the disciple announced before leading Li Qiye's group towards the hut. "Isn't Longevity Sage the first to light the incense?" Someone immediately complained. Who knows if this was deliberate or just during the heat of the moment. Though it was more of a soft whisper, everyone clearly heard it. This person also immediately disappeared into the crowd and no one knew who it was. "That's right, the first incense should be by the Lord of the Tao system, so only Longevity Sage." Others echoed the sentiment. Only the leader can light the first incense. Some older cultivators found logic in this and nodded their head. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Someone clearly wanted to start trouble in order to weaken the valley's authority. The sage's injuries were no secret at this point, so she couldn't personally come. This created a weak spot for opponents to break through. "Yes, the first incense has a special significance to our system, a symbol of authority, so only Longevity Sage can do it instead of some random nobody." Another voice came from the crowd. "He can't light it, only Longevity Sage can." Numerous members agreed. "Our senior brother is the first disciple of Longevity, inheriting our legacies and the system's authority in the future. It is completely suitable." Mu Yalan's expression turned cold as she announced. This shut up many people in the crowd. Though she rarely showed her face, she was in charge of the medicine hall and had saved many people including ancestors. Thus, her reputation was golden. If Longevity Sage can't come and a third-generation disciple has to do it, it should be Miracle Young Noble then. He is qualified to light the first incense, instead of this so-called first disciple. The people won't accept it. A prideful voice broke the silence. Poison King Huang Quanwei and his entourage made an entrance. A youth walked side by side with him, handsome and yet imperious, with his eyes looking down on everyone. The Poison King is here too. The crowd naturally stared at them, then at two more youths in the crowd, Hu Qingniu and Zhang Yan. These two were here way early but only spectated to the side. Nevertheless, they were gleeful to see people causing trouble for Wuxia. In fact, they wanted to fan the fire as well. All three talents are here, should be fun. Someone looked at the trio, then back at Wuxia. These three talents were the most excellent prodigies in the system. They wouldn't be convinced of a first disciple who came out of nowhere. After all, this first disciple would be the future lord. Many people would want to challenge him in order to make a name for themselves. Wu Xianyi is here too. Someone noticed the youth standing next to Quanwei. Who's that? Should be someone important since he can walk next to Poison King. A newly debuted cultivator didn't know him. Humph, just a random guy who managed to find a big backing. Now he looks down on everyone after leaving our system, forgetting all of his old friends. Another spectator scowled with derision. Quanwei came over and stared at Mu Yalan with desire in his eyes. He changed quite a bit from last time, seemingly even more imposing or even arrogant. In other words, his confidence rose and he walked in a pompous manner now. He looked around at the crowd and said, "If Longevity Sage can't come to personally light the incense and it has to be someone from the third generation, I propose Miracle Young Noble. He's world-renowned and will become a true emperor later on top of being a great pill alchemist. That's more than enough to represent our system. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?" "You're right, Miracle Young Noble is qualified to light the first bundle." Someone else supported this claim. "We can't have someone coming out of nowhere doing it." "Yes, I'm also in favor of Miracle Young Noble doing it." Many parroted. This was certainly a scheme. If Miracle Young Noble were to do it, he would successfully override Longevity Valley's authority, the first step of usurping. Meanwhile, the older cultivators only wanted to watch, not wanting to be involved. I also feel that Miracle Young Noble is the right choice. Zhang Yan smiled and said. However, when he noticed Yalan's cold glare, he coughed and added, "Miss Mu, I'm only speaking the truth. The first incense represents our system. This requires great abilities. Our system is famous for its alchemy, and Miracle Young Noble is not only strong but also an amazing alchemist." These prodigies had a good relationship, plus, Zhang Yan and Qingniu lost to Wuxia earlier. They naturally wouldn't take his side. Qingniu stepped out as well. "It's fine if he wants to represent the system, but I want to have a competition of alchemy. The leader of the system must be good at pill making, alchemy, and medicine in order to be recognized by the mass. Our first brother is unbeatable in all three fields and poison mastery too. He is more than enough to represent our sect and the system." Yalan retorted. Qingniu arched his chest and declared, "Nothing would be better if that's the case. I will compete with him in medicine. If I lose, I will be the first to support him." Despite his eccentric and arrogant personality, Qingniu was a man of his words. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.